In this video, we're going to go through setting up a project structure and a folder for all of our assets that we're going to be using in this project. So I'm going to go to File, Project, Manage, and Set Project Folder. And I'm going to browse to my computer on my network drive. And I'm going to put these all under a certain folder here. I'm going to make a new folder called ArcViz01. And I'm going to highlight that folder. And what that's going to do, if I go and browse to that same folder that I was at, I'm going to delete this guy here, is it's going to make a bunch of subfolders. And these are folders that are all defined inside this MXP file. If I open up that for a second here, you'll see it's going to say if I'm saving animations, that where they're going to be loaded. Auto backups are going to be saved here. So it just kind of gives a directory for Macs to save things. So the key things we're going to be interested in as far as modeling is going to be our scenes folder here, and that's where we're going to save all of our scenes at. Now we're going to be putting a couple images in here for textures. These would be scene assets, and images is where I'm going to put a couple images for our background references. All right, and what I've got in here in another folder, I've got a couple images here. I'm going to just pop these open and talk about a little things that we're looking for to build a model. Now in this video I'm going to be going off of raster images, so I'm not going to be able to actually snap to things, but you should be able to get these from like an AutoCAD file, things that we can snap to, and I'll do a series on how to bring those in as well. But starting now, I'm going to come up with some really clean, I've got two sections. This is the Pantheon and Rome, which basically to build a building I need a floor plan and a section. I can almost get away with even just an elevation. But there's a lot of good reference on this building out on the internet. And I found a couple images here and some really kind of detailed old pictures of the Pantheon to give me some idea of the stuff inside. So the only thing I really did in this was kind of clean them up, make sure that this horizontal line was horizontal. So I just built a ruler inside of Photoshop and then made sure that this was vertical and nice and straight. This one was great because it gave me some lines. So just rotated the image and made it nice and straight. And we'll use some of these guys as well. And then also I've taken another folder here. I've got a ton of images that we can refer to here. I just went through and gathered up a whole resource of images, sections, elevations, details, photos from people's trips to Rome. And the ones I'm really interested in are any kind of floor plan, section, and elevations that I can find in here. So I've got some great detailed floor plans a lot of people have drawn, and I'm going to be using quite a few of these, some great photos for those. All right, so I'm going to start gathering up some images here for us to get started. So I will need definitely a floor plan. These sections and this section and this section's or floor plan's a good one. So these are all lined up. So I'll just bring a couple of these. These are all in a different folder here. I'm going to copy these and I'm going to go back up a level and put these inside of our project folder we just made. And I'm going to be using these as not just reference images, which I put out in a folder outside of here, but I'm going to put these in scene assets under images. And I'm going to paste these into here. And kind of look at what we got here. So what I'm looking to do is bring in a floor plan, and then I'm going to line up a section to it as well and show you how to work with those. I'm kind of liking this one because it's got a lot of reference lines. It's not the highest resolution, but it's got a lot of reference lines for me, kind of a geometric construction, things that I can use to help build this thing out accurately, geometrically. So this is a great exercise because it's going to show some modeling exercises that are based off geometry and not so much just actual measurements. So we're going to use a lot of symmetry and using lines built off of this. So let's go ahead and get started with that one. I'm going to take this one. This is going to be our doc01. So let's go inside of Max or here, and I'm going to go ahead and create a plane. And right now I'm going to go ahead and open up my material editor, hitting M. And for now I'm going to switch it back to my compact editor. I'm not going to be doing too much mixing of materials. And I'm going to make a standard here, material. And for that material, for my diffuse color, just a little bit smaller, going to be sticking in a texture map, and I'm going to do a bitmap for that. And then you'll see inside my scene assets folder, I will have the images. That's that MXP file that gave us that, so Max knows where to go. I'm going to open up that thing, and I'm not going to be doing a image sequence. So you see here, it's trying to add some numbers. So one thing I want to watch out when I'm doing that, I'm going to bring this one in, and I'm going to reference this one, and I'm going to do floor plan. So I don't want that thing bringing it in as an animation sequence. It was just looking at a series of numbers, and I could have turned off sequence here, so it would have just brought in the image, but I just want to avoid that altogether. So I'm going to assign this to the object, and I'm going to turn on our checkerboard to have that show up. A couple things here, you notice I'm saying use real world scale on this. I'm not too worried with that. One thing I can do if I don't want to keep turning that off is customize preferences, and you'll see underneath your general tab here, use real world texture coordinates. We may turn that on a little bit later, but right now I'm not too terribly concerned about that. So I'm going to go to a top view here and look at our rendering, and let's get this thing set to match the proportions. The key thing I'm looking for, I'm going to turn off my grids, hitting G here. The key thing is I want to look is that this image is the correct proportion. Right now it's being stretched and squashed, so I'm going to apply kind of a general rule of thumbs. I always apply a UVW map modifier whenever I put a picture on something. I'm going to just stay with the straight planar. This little tag or line right here is going to indicate the top of the image here. So if I scroll all the way down here, I can say bitmap fit, and I want to fit the bitmap proportions of this floor plan there. Okay, so I've got the texture on here, and you see basically I'm way zoomed in on this object here. So if I go to plane here and keep making this bigger and bigger, you'll see that I've got the actual texture on there. Okay, you see it's loading up in there. So a couple things I could do here is I could either take my gizmo and scale the texture mapping down on it. You'll see here I'm going to go ahead and just bring that thing down so that I got a size like that. We'll worry about scale here in a second. I just want to get it showing up on my texture map here. So if I do any kind of non-uniform scaling, it's going to squash and stretch this thing out, which I don't want it to do. I want to make sure I keep those proportions. That's what this bitmap fit was doing for me. Okay, so I've got the thing showing, or the floor plan, image plane showing up. I can adjust the cube. I don't want it really repeating here. So I'm going to go ahead and lock that there so that I've got it set on there. And then I will go ahead and bring in another one. I'm going to control V this object and just do a copy of it and rotate. I'm going to turn on my rotation angle snaps here and rotate this up 90 degrees. And looking at it at a front view here, okay, I'm going to just move this up. And this is where I'm going to look to bring in my sections. So let's go to our materials. I'm going to go ahead and get this thing named correctly. So I'm going to name this one floor plan 01, just in case I have a couple of them. That's the material itself, and that's the same material that's on that object here. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this guy, and we're going to call this one section 01. And I'm going to apply this material to that object, but this time I'm going to change my floor plan here. I'm going to path to my bitmap bitmap folder here, and let's bring in this one. Okay, and you see we're getting it loading up really nicely. If you are not in 2013 or you don't have 2012 with the new viewport stuff that it's been doing, one thing you can do is customize preferences. If you're not using the nitrous, which this one is using, if you go into your drivers, you can tell it to load downloaded textures at a higher resolution, and then you can come back and reload this one. These are all showing in really well with the new nitrous viewport stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and rotate this, and we'll get this 180 degrees. Okay, so I got a similar issue here. This bitmap proportion was different than the other image. So I'm going to go ahead and go to bitmap fit, and let's go point to the same folder that I had. And what it's going to do is give me those dimensions and map the planar projection on it at the same proportions. So you will see here, and this one's still at real world scale as well. Oh, I'm going to get this guy down. Don't want to change that. I'm going to actually grab the plane itself, and let's change its dimensions. till I can get the whole thing to show. The idea here is I just want to get the image to show. A couple different ways you could do this. And then I will scale uniformly the whole object. What I'm looking for right now is to get these things to line up. Now I realize these are coming from two different sources. We'll add a little bit of leniency here with our modeling. If these were AutoCAD drawings, we could snap right up to this and make it exact, and we wouldn't have to do any of the scaling here. But that's not our situation here. Now what's great about this section is it gives us a bit of information as far as length here. So that's 20 meters. Another thing I want to make sure is when I'm looking at this guy, let's make a cube here. Let's do just a box. Let's bring this up, and I'll put a sphere just so I know which view we're looking at. So if I go F for front, I would like to be looking at the front view of this model. Okay, so that's telling me that this is the front view. So I would probably want to make this associated with the front of the building. So I'm going to go ahead and rotate this whole thing while we get started here, so that when I'm looking at front, let's just do top view, and I'll move that so I know that's the front. Okay, and then left side will be looking at this side. G to turn that off, and that'll be our left side of our building. So so this one would be, if I go L, would be looking at this side of the building, top. So if I want to be looking from the left side at it is the idea here, and then R, if I do view V and then hit R for right, I'd be looking at the right side of the building. All right, so if you have something like this is great. What we can do to help get our modeling built correctly here is we can set this thing up. I'm going to talk about our units here. I'm going to go customize preferences. I'm going to be working in meters, customize units. And I'm going to be looking metric, and I'll make my meters my default unit, which means whatever number I put in here, that's 323 meters is what it's saying. It's going to go and convert what I had before. So on this cube, I'm going to go to modify, and I'll set this guy to 20 meters, a 20 by 20 cube. All right, so I know that that's going to be, that length right there needs to be 20 meters. Before I get going on that a little bit here, I'm going to get these guys nice and lined up. So there's my front view. All right, so what I'm looking for are things that line up. So I'm saying this object should line up with that, and this outer edge should line up with that edge. This apps right here is showing right in there. So what I like to do is get this thing, I'm going to go to hierarchy and affect pivot point, and I'm going to move the pivot point to a point where I like it to be lined up. And I'm going to say, usually in plans, they're about 4 feet off the wall. So I'm going to say this right here is going to be lining up to that. It's not going to be doing the trim work that's at the base of this column. So I'm going to go ahead and move that just down a little bit and get out of affect pivot only and move this object up. So I'm saying that that is going to be essentially that point right there on my drawing. Okay, so that's what I just did there, is I wanted to get a base point for this. So I'm almost lined up with that, so I may have been pretty close with my initial scale. What I'm looking to do is get that to line up nicely. Now this circle right here represents a cut through that column there. A couple things you can do, I just like to use a lot of planes and boxes and cubes to line things up with. So if I do 90 and move this guy kind of over, so that when I visually look at it from the side view here, so if I look at the front or a left view, I now know that that object, and let's do this. Yeah, let's go left view, and I'll do F4, which will turn on my wires. All F4 is done is turned on the wire edges. Okay, so now I've got wireframe edges going. So now I know that that object needs to be scaled to match that outer edge of that column, and I'm going to go ahead and just bring that in. You also will find sometimes in the viewport this gets too touchy. So if you right click on the scale here, click on the scale here, I'm doing a uniform. You can use this to kind of type in values. Also, if I right click on scale, these give you a little bit smaller values to kind of tweak here. Okay, so I can get rid of the 2 there. Okay, get rid of the 1. Okay, and then make sure this is a uniform. I don't want to be non-uniform scaling. That's the key to this method here, so that I don't don't do any non-uniform scaling, which that one did. So I'm just pasting all these in there. And just a little bit off here. So I'm going to zoom in on that. And I want that line to represent the outer edge here. So we can do 0.05 is another way, or okay. So it's pretty close to the 0.1. So there we go. That's looking pretty good there. So get as close as you can, realizing that you are working off of drawings here, or raster images. So what I want to do now is just kind of take this guy, and I'm going to Control V here, a couple copies, and just get some things lined up. So this drawing, if I look at the top view, is great because it gives me, let's move that out of the way, gives me quite a few guide points. This center one here is going to be crucial. So if I take that line that I just made for the plane, and that one's going to be that, so I'm going to go ahead and bring this guy up. This centerpiece is going to be crucial on this drawing, and realize I'm working with a raster image here. I'm going to go ahead and just line it up for now. I will talk about snapping here in a bit. I'm going to Control V and then rotate this guy 90 degrees. My snaps are not turned off. I'm going to right click on my snaps, and right now I'm snapping at an angle of 5, which is good. It just wasn't snapping for me. There we go, 5. Okay, so I'm looking to get my center point established here. So overall, the goal of this video is try to get this thing scaled up nicely and make sure we're looking pretty good. So if I look at a left view, I'm just overall checking. That looks like it's pretty much right down the middle of that. So if I scale this guy way up, just like to use these lines just to overall check how well I've scaled. Another kind of rule of thumb when you're scaling or trying to match drawings, like this guy, I did an overall dimension. If I can get the overall dimension working, usually all the ones intermediate dimensions work, get all lined up. If I were to say line this one up and I tried to scale it to that line right there, I could be off by like 2 centimeters, and then overall it just shoots the thing way off. So that's why working with overalls is great for getting these things pretty much lined up. And it's looking pretty good here as far as the section. I could, let's just see here if I move this guy a bit here. Looking like, so ideally it would be nice to have that right down the middle. So if I were to scale this guy and go for 0.1, so at some point you're going to have to split the difference here. Let me get all these ones. You want to split the error here. So my 0.1 did that. It got it a little bit bigger. Oops. And I'm kind of a 0.10th here. I'm kind of splitting some difference. It is starting to throw it off a little bit over here. So which one's more crucial? I think the center one is a little more crucial. Just realizing that some of my location of this line that I have here, unselect that, this line that I have here may be due to, I'm kind of going off of the image there. So if I just kind of tweak that a bit there, look at my left view, this should line up a little bit better. One thing, since this is a better drawing here, is I could lock that selection in by hitting spacebar here and moving. Just getting it. So what I'm going to do is check this one out with this. So I've got it a little more accurately there. So if I do something like that in the world axis, I'm in the Y. So if I do Y on that guy, now I'll check my top view and see how far I'm off there. So it is throwing it a fair amount off in that top view, although that looks pretty good lined up. So I'm getting a little bit of an error there. So I'm going to go with my section since that's more detailed. Okay, so a couple more things. I'm going to put these on some layers. We'll wrap up this video. I'm going to grab all these guys and let's right click up here. I'm going to turn on my layers. Go ahead and get them docked up in here. I'm going to put all of this right now on a new layer. So making a new layer, the plus sign. Create a new layer here, sorry, and then I'm going to do image planes. And we may divide this up later, but I'm going to put those guys on there, and now they're on the image planes. Okay, so that wraps this one up for now. All right, so continuing along, I'm going to go ahead and save as, and I've been saving it as ArcViz1001. I'm going to go ahead and add a number to that. So that little plus sign that I did, it's a nice little workflow. If you see save as, you see it's added a 02 to that. So, all right, so image planes. Let's get this guy to the correct scale. So I'm going to grab everything except for, so just grab that and Control I to invert, except for that. And I'm going to scale this all up. And for now, I'm just going to kind of move this into place. Going to hit my space bar to lock that guy. What I'm looking to do is get this all scaled properly here. Okay. I'm going to go to my hierarchy here and affect pivot point. And let's move that guy to about right there. And oops, actually we'll need to group all of this stuff. So I'm going to go group and group this. We'll just call this one image planes. It's going to be a temporary group. Going to affect its pivot point. What's happening is I'm moving all the pivot points. So this will work on the group level here. It's going to zoom in and lock that pivot point there. Now I can move this guy and get him right now. I'm just going to get him close to that. And I'm going to look at scaling this. And I'm going to kind of bring that guy down till that equals about 20 meters there. Okay. All right, so that's the idea with getting this guy scaled. Now I'm going to turn on my grids and see that I'm down in the negative position here. So I'm going to go ahead and move all of these back up. And I'm interested in getting this guy actually lined up with that pivot, that center point. I'm going to do a ton of rotating around with this guy. So I'm going to look at having that all centered up nice and neatly there. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our snapping here. So I've got grids back on. I'm going to turn on my snapping. I'm going to right click. In this case, I am going to be looking at grid points. Midpoints and endpoints are my primary ones I usually work with. Options, I'm going to snap to frozen objects and use axis constraints and display rubber bands. Those are the ones I tend to like. If you right click up here in the gray area here, we can turn on axis constraints, and I'll just dock that up here. I just like to have this up visually. You can use these actually to lock things. So if I click on an X, it locks the X axis. If I click on the Y handle, it locks the Y. Click on both and it locks both. And this turns on my snaps to axis constraints toggle. I actually do like that on. So when I'm snapping, I'm going to look to get, in this case, I'm going to move this pivot point. So let's go ahead and just move the pivot point here. And you'll see now as I move that guy around, if I grab the handle here, it's going to snap. So watch, as I grab this handle, you see the mouse, when I move it, it's going to jump to my pivot point. So that means that I've got the exact pivot point. So if I move it to right there, it's going to snap up nicely. So just going to go ahead and move this guy down. And I'm going to right click and turn off my objects. I just want to snap to grid points for now. And zooming in, going to get that guy from there all the way down to 0. I'm going to go to my top view and check what I'm doing here. Just turn off my shading and then snap that guy. So I've got the pivot point of this guy is going to be right in the ground plane there. So I'm going to turn off snaps, hitting S. I want to bring all of this down so that my lines that I'm going to start building for the floor plan are on the 0, 0. So I'm going to bring that down until I've got essentially that guy lined up. Now I've got this image plane right here, which is great. It was right at 0, 0. I want to snap that. This is the image plane that's showing. I'm wanting to snap that to right here at 0, 0. And I only want to go in the Y direction. If I use 3 and start snapping from that line or that midpoint down to here, it's going to move wherever I snap from in 3 dimensions back to the grid plane. So in this case, I'm going to do 2.5. And right now I'm just going to do this, and I'll show a little more of a demonstration what the difference is. Endpoint and midpoint. So those are the ones I usually like to work with. So this right here is grabbing a midpoint. It's grabbing probably the midpoint of this edge right there is probably what it's grabbing. So I'm going to go back to my left view here, and I'm locked in the Y, so you can either click there or click on the Y handle, and I'm using axis constraints. So when I grab from the midpoint and drag down, you see the line is only moving in the Y. That's what the axis constraints. I'm going to snap that thing down to the grid line. All right, so why did I use 2.5? Let's just do a little discussion about that. I'm going to draw a box over here, and let's talk about how snaps work. When I'm drawing, let's just go to a line and draw a line. If I want to snap to something, let's just do endpoints to make this real clear. When I'm drawing from that line to that line to that line, in 2.5, you'll see what it's doing. If I come to this corner here, I'm going to wireframe. When I'm in viewport, it's actually using a grid based off of my view. So it's not actually projecting down to a floor plan. So you see, if that's almost the same as using a 3 snap. So if I do 3, I can go on all 3 axes. It's going to grab X, Y, and Z of that cube. Okay, so it's grabbed all 3 X, Y, and Z values. So let's just delete that guy. And delete that and get rid of this line. And you know what, this layer is pretty hard to see for viewport here, so I'm going to go to my layers, change this one to a nice dark blue, kind of see what's going on a little bit more. And I'll turn my grids off. All right, so on that demonstration there, so I'm going to do line, and if I do a 2D snap, you'll see if I come to like this edge, if I start my line, and I got snaps on, it's basically not going to allow me to snap to anything that's off of my grid. My grid is actually down here. So if I snap and I grab this edge, you see it's not going to let me grab to it, but it will. It'll give me the endpoint, but it's going to project it down, so it's going to make a 2D version of that line, and it's actually just grabbing the endpoint of that guy. Okay, so that's a great way for that. Now, what I like to do is if I'm in a top view, let's say I just want to do the exact same thing. If I use 2.5 and I draw this, what it's doing is grabbing probably the vertex that's closest to me in the Z direction, but it's going to project it all the way down to the grid. Okay, versus if I did like a 3 and did top view on that one, and snap, draw all these lines, you will see that that actually grabbed it X, Y, and Z. Okay, so it doesn't project down. So when I'm doing architectural stuff, I definitely like to use 2.5 quite a bit and work from my views. Okay, so with that, if I look at my left view here, where we were working, and I'm going to deselect here. All right, so I've deselected that, and what I was doing with this guy is I was moving him in the Y and then using a 2.5 snap. Whenever I have axes locked, sometimes it'll prevent it from snapping in the 3rd dimension as well. So, all right, we're going to do a ton more of that, so don't get too worried if that didn't make sense. So I'm just going to double make sure that that thing is lined up at 20 meters, which it is, and I'm done with that. All right, so I've kind of got some stuff started here. What I'm going to start to do is draw some lines that give me this, going to make some construction lines. So let's go ahead and create a new layer, and I'll make this one construction lines. And make that guy active. And I want to get these guys back. Yeah, these guys will be on my construction lines. I'm going to take my image planes, and I'm going to freeze them. I don't want them moving anymore. And let's make sure that these image planes, I'm going to group and explode this guy now. Put these image planes on here, so I'm going to plus that. And you'll see they went gray, so if I right click on my layer, layer properties, I don't want to show frozen in gray, so turn that off. So now these guys are locked, so I can't grab them or do anything. These ones are going to be my construction lines. And what I'm looking to do is create some lines. And let's get into some, actually let's get this guy unfrozen. I'm going to grab that guy and delete him and lock up my image planes again. All right, so I'm going to do a 3 snap on this guy. I'm interested in only snapping to those guys. I'm going to do line. We're going to do a lot of spline editing, and that'll be the focus of this video here. I'm going to click here, and remember I've got endpoints on. Don't worry about grid points. Endpoints and midpoints are my big ones. So I'm going to go from endpoint, click, and in this case I'm just going to bring the line across and then right click. So you see all I've done here is made a line that goes across the scene. One thing I'm going to do here is all my image planes, I'm going to unlock them, turn off my snaps, hit S, and I'm going to bring these planes back down to 1 so that they are not as confusing on my divisions. Okay, and then let's do the same with these guys. We're going to have a ton of lines on here. I don't need extra ones. And 1. Didn't get on that one. Okay, and yeah, we'll leave that one there too. Okay, and I'm just tabbing through those. So let's get our image planes locked back up again. All right, so I've got that line that I just drew, this green one right here. Let's get construction lines are going to be green, and these guys are on the same layer. Okay, so there's my line. I'm going to do another one here, so I'm going to create a line, and we'll just 3 snap this one. I'm going to do it from that guy's endpoint to that endpoint here. So make sure you get that line's endpoint. Okay. And let's get these. Now that I've got these lines, these I'm just used for reference to help line up my pictures. I am actually done with them. Okay. Kind of done with that one as well. Okay, so those are my image planes. And I'm going to turn my image planes off and let's talk about some spline editing. Okay, so what I'm looking for is a center or a corner point to do a ton of revolving around. So what I'm going to do is actually do some spline editing. I could certainly snap these up, but I'm going to show you some spline editing because a ton of this is going to be about editing splines. So I'm going to go ahead and attach this object, this line to it. Let's get out of shaded view here. And now I've got 2 segments. So I've got that segment and that segment are all part of the same, turn off my snaps, the same segment. And we're going to be doing quite a bit of spline editing here. So I'm going to go to spline, and we can use a trim tool. So trim allows me to kind of trim off anything that intersects. So I've just trimmed off those 2 points. Okay. And now I know I've got a nice hard corner there. Now you're noticing these guys are on different planes here. So let's turn on, let's actually get this back to object level here, left view, and I'm going to turn on grids. And I'm knowing that that one is off. So if I go to left view here, I'm going to take this spline and I want to move it. In this case, I'll just do 2.5. So whenever I'm working in a side view, just go to 2.5. If I'm working in a axonometric or perspective view, go to 3 is normally what you're going to want to do. So I'm in a side view, going to lock my X handle here, and I'm snapping. I got snaps on, and you see I'm endpoints and midpoints. I'm just going to grab this handle, which centers the selection right above my hand, and I'm going to snap to that guy's not snapping. There we go. So in 3, let's go to a 3 view. So I'm going to lock it up and then snap, and it's going to grab that Z handle of that guy. Okay, and you'll notice when I have this, I only should have 1 object. I'm going to turn off my selection. So they're not welded together. I just have them in the exact same place. Okay, so you notice that that trim tool that I had actually allows it to go in several different axes. All right, so I'm noticing that this guy's slightly off of my 0, 0 plane, and if I turn on my image planes here and shade of view, turn off my grids, that is where I want it to be, but I'd like to have that lined up with my grid just so I know that that's 0, 0. So I'm going to unlock my image planes here, grab all of that, and I'm going to do a 2.5 snap here. In this case, I'm going to snap to grids. Okay, and then I'm going to grab the handle here, And in this case, I'm going to go from my endpoint. So make sure that's on an endpoint. So that goes to endpoint and drag that all the way to the grid. And you'll see now we're in a nice, if I shade that guy, got my line and everything is kind of snapped up nicely with that. I am noticing a little bit off on my viewport here, or on this guy, so I'm going to grab the image plane and get him kind of lined up here. So I'm looking to get that more on the grid plane. So I'm going to right click on my move, and in this case I'm going to go -X to something like that. Okay, and I'll lock those guys down, and I'm going to turn them off just so you can see what we did there. Out of shaded mode, and you'll see there I'm lined up nice with the 0, 0. That's going to be my main snapping point, and I'm also noticing I'm off a little bit here, so I'm going to 2.5 snap from there up to the grid line there. So I'm nice and flat with 0. Okay, so this is kind of crucial. I know I'm spending a ton of time just moving some lines around, but getting this all crucial, this is where the rest of it's going to be built upon. So getting this all located correctly is right what I want it to do. So there, now I'm seeing the lines on top, and that's going to be my 0, 0 point for the rest of this thing. Okay, and I've also got my center line. I'm noticing that this guy still, this image is slightly rotated off. So you see I'm lined up right there. And as I come down here, I'm slightly off down here. So I'm going to go ahead and fix that on this image plane. You could do this in the image itself, but I'm going to do it on this plane. So grabbing the plane, and I'm going to affect its pivot point. And I'm going to move it, just move it off to the side, and then snap that up to, now I've got that nice corner end point, so I can see that thing sticking out there. So now it's snapped up nicely to the middle. I can go to rotate here, and I can watch this. Right click on that. I'm going to go around the Z-axis here. Okay, so I can see what I'm looking to do is get that lined up with this axis here. So I'm going to do something like that. Okay, and I'm just going to double check, make sure everything else is lined up. Okay, so there's a use of that pivot point. So that pivot point that I've made, this actual piece of geometry, these lines, is going to be crucial for keeping things lined up. This is my end-all be-all of where everything is. Okay, that's that center point, that point right there is going to be crucial. Being able to snap to it is going to help us a ton throughout our modeling. A couple other ways I could have done that. And I don't necessarily like this fact that this guy's rotated a little bit out of whack here. So if I don't actually want to move that, I want to rotate, you'll see he's out 4 degrees. Another way I could have approached this was to actually, go in and rotate the gizmo on the map, which probably is a little bit better idea. So rather than moving the geometry, I'm going to do that. And then I can totally throw him way out of whack here. And I'm in a little bit like that is what I'm looking for. So there I've actually just rotated the gizmo, so the texture itself is rotated, but you'll see the square is nice and square, which is what I want. Okay. Looks like we are ready to get going on this. I've done a little bit of spline editing, and looks like we're all ready to go. So I'm going to get these image planes locked down. Okay. Construction lines I will leave unlocked for now. Everything's nice and straight. And let's make sure we got some things labeled correctly. So I'm going to go and clean up a little bit before we get going. This guy I'm going to call section. Let's go image plane section. And I'll copy that. And we'll take this one. And this will be image plane. And this will be floor. I'll just call it plan. Okay, and lock those guys down again. Okay, let's go ahead and save, and we'll get moving on to the next one. So save as, I'm going to save a new version, and we're good to go. Okay, so let's go ahead and get modeling. I'm going to start with some pretty simple objects at first, and then we'll go through and analyze how we want to start tackling this entire building here. So we'll start off. First thing I want to recommend is for you to look at starting with linear elements, or starting with lines, and using revolve, lathe, or loft to get a lot of your objects. So let me just demonstrate what I'm talking about. Like, so rather than thinking of making this column out of a, if you zoom in here, a little cylinder and another cylinder, this one is a prime a prime opportunity for using something such as the lathe, because it's a round object. Now, it doesn't have to be necessarily just round objects. You can look at essentially this entire cross section. If I drew a line all the way around this thing and then lathed it around 180, I could essentially get this dome. So let's start with the column here, and then I'll start exploring some ideas of how we can break this thing down and build this thing up in different parts and build from there. All right, so the idea with the lathe, I'm going to do a little bit of spline editing here and working on some of those methods. So let's go ahead and I'm going to drop a line here. I'm going to start establishing my center point. So I'm going to hold my shift key down, and I'm just going to draw this so I have a reference. We're actually not going to use this too much for the model, but I want to get it so that I have something to look at for my centerpiece, that this is what I'm going to revolve around. All right, so for the column capital and all of the Corinthian elements on here, we'll do that slightly differently, but I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to just go ahead and crank out. I'm going to hold a shift and lay out a rough version of what this capital would look like. And what I'm looking for is to come down to an element that would define behind the leaves, and that behind this. I'm going to go ahead and, for this object here, I'm going to just square it out. I'll show you some spline tools to help this. If you're in 2013, they've fixed quite a bit of this. You're able to do this in the middle of the command, which, man, that's been a feature that's been sought after for many versions. So right now I'm just going to kind of block all this stuff out. I'm not going to worry about the round elements, and just get stuff started here. And I'm going to zoom out, and there is a little piece of trim. And what I would do is also look at reference pictures to see what this is doing here. And I'm going to start here, and then I'm just going to let this one go past. All right, so let's get this guy on a new color here. This construction line is a little bit, for our purposes, maybe we'll do like a pink, I don't know, or reddish, like this dark blue for video purposes. We can kind of see what's going on there. All right, so there is essentially the line that I drew. What I'm looking to do is get this line to snap up to that endpoint. So if I go into 1, which is my vertices on this one, I'm going to grab that. I'm going to hold the X, which locks my X-axis. Okay. If I turn on my snaps and make sure I don't have it snapping to anything, I'm also just snapping to grids here, which I don't want. In this case, I definitely want to do 2.5 snaps, so I don't jump this thing in 3 dimensions in any way, although it is pretty flat right now. I'm just going to snap that up to there. And I'm going to snap this guy up to here. So, all right, now what I want to do is look at, if I turn my image plane back on, I want to look at any element where I have rounded elements here. So more than likely there is, I'm going to turn my snaps off, a bit of a fillet here. So grabbing the vertices here, you can scroll down, and under fillet you can hold this down. You can actually type in a specific value. I'm just going to do this to some value that's close. That makes it, oops, I got a cross insert. If I do fillet on this guy, grab that vert, and we can actually do both of these, so I'll get it the same value. So a fillet will give us the round value, the rounding of it, and I'm going to have to do this at 0.05, I think is a good value, so I'm going to type that in, and let's do this for both. Something like that, to get that thing a rounded element there. For this one, probably could look at a chamfer. So an idea behind a chamfer is that it's going to basically bevel that edge for me. Okay. And if I need a smaller value, I could probably look at maybe a 0.1. Oops. 0.01. So something just to give that edge to that. Now I would go through and do this with each of these. The more beveled edges you have, the more realistic this thing is going to look like. It's going to allow it to catch a highlight, or a specular highlight from that. So this one I'll do a 0.1 as well, 0.01, just to bevel out those edges. And And let's go ahead and get this thing revolved, and I'll show you that we can keep this history, or lathe. So we can keep this history here. So I'm going to do a lathe. Let's type in our lathe there. And you'll see right now, one thing that I like to do is just turn the visibility off of here. And if you see the axis, this will kind of give you a visual representation. Let me turn off my image plane. Give you an idea of what it's spinning around. So if you just turn the lathe off in the viewport and go to the sub object, the axis, you can see the point where it's lining or revolving around. So if I snap, throw my S key and snapped it up to that endpoint there, now when I turn that on, you'll see it lathes around just nicely. And we can always go back in history. Okay, this is kind of basic max here. Show some end results, and if I grab these two verts here, so this is far faster for me to revolve this thing or lathe it around, and rather than doing face extruding and beveling edges and what have you. So this is the top, which I'll leave that one a little bit. Let's do a 0.01 on that one, and you see it's adding that nice little speck highlight there. And this, let's see what that one, if that one looks rounded here. Kind of hard to tell. I'm going to just leave these ones just as fillet. So this one might explore a little, or chamfers. Explore a little bit more of a chamfer on there. All of this area is going to be covered, but I'm looking at it now, I'm noticing I'm going to pull this out just to give it a little bit more of a base, but all this is going to be covered with some other spline tools that we do, or spline modeling that we do to get the leaves for the Corinthian columns there, capitals. So I'm going to look at probably another chamfer here. Let's see if this one's rounded out. It's a little more rounded, so I will probably look at more of a fillet on this one. Okay. Now on that situation there, you'll see when I brought it all the way to the end, it brought these two together. Now it is going to give me a little bit of an edge. So if I turn on F4, you'll see it's going to give me that extra edge there, which I think is all right. That's just realize it's not a perfect half circle. We could certainly get one of those, but I don't think that's going to work or be necessary for this one. So you see quite quickly I've got quite a bit of detail going on. I think I got my center line matched up pretty well there. Okay, so let's give this thing a name, and I'm going to keep the history on this one because I might want to do some spline editing later. So let's go column, I'll just call these front 01. And now I'm going to look to get this guy. When you're modeling things, you need to consider, or modeling a building, any kind of symmetry or any kind of revolves or anything that's symmetrical, either in radial symmetry or side-by-side mirrored symmetry. So if I'm looking at the left view, I'm probably going to model that side so that I can mirror these objects over here. So I'm going to go ahead and move this over here. And what I'd like to do is have this thing be nice and lined up. So I'm going to add some more construction lines. So let's do it lines and make sure that we're projecting down on 2.5. I actually don't need snaps, but I'm going to start a line here, and I'm going to hold my shift key down and just get some construction lines started here. And what I'm looking for is to get that kind of centered up there, realizing that I am working off. Now I would snap this up to if I had a CAD drawing of this. All right, so what I'm going to do is also, let's go ahead and mirror this guy off, or let's just do a copy of it here. I'm going to move this guy over here, get that guy lined up there, and we'll do an instance of that, that's fine. So that if I change any of these vertices here, if I change the length, they will all kind of change. So I'm just getting some guidelines set up here so that we can go for that. So another thing you can do to help with getting things nice and centered, I usually endpoint to endpoint on that guy. And remember, my snaps are on midpoints, so I can do a midpoint on that one, hold shift, and let's go to vertex on that one, and let's pull that one all the way across, turn my snaps off. So I have that construction line. So I just used some basic geometrical modeling there to get that thing in the center. Okay, so let's get this one snapped up. I'm going to hit my snaps, and rather than trusting the pivot point on this guy, I'm going to lock in my x-axis, which if you don't know the keyboard shortcuts, F5 is X, F6 is Y, F7 is Z, and then F8 toggles between all your planes. So I'm going to make sure I have endpoints and midpoints on. So there's a lot of vertices down there, but I'm locked in the X, and I'm just going to make sure I got that edge there and snap that up nicely with that one. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to take another line here. I'm going to make sure I'm on 2.5 snap, which will project this one down to the ground. I want this next line to line these up to be on the end point or midpoint of one of those. I'm going to shift drag that all the way across, and I'm noticing a little bit of discrepancy in my image. Okay, so when you have this kind of an issue, you got to make one be the rule of thumb. I'm going to make my left-hand side, since I've got this line pretty much straightened up. I could do a little bit more tweaking on that one, actually, now that I'm looking at it, which might straighten that out. So let's go ahead and look at that. So image planes are going to unlock and grab this guy and keep the square, or the plane square. I'm going to do my gizmo on this, and let's do a rotate around the Z. I'm just going to click that a couple times, and you'll see that's starting to line it up a bit. A little straighter up there, but it's actually off on the bottom. So this is an image that's got a little bit of discrepancy in it, so I'm going to just kind of tweak this over there a bit. Okay, just get that a little bit more accurate. And we'll go ahead and lock or freeze that one up there. Okay, so let's go with this one. I've got column front 1. What I'm looking to do is kind of have these copied across. I'm going to get some more construction lines here. Let's do a similar idea. I'm going to snap this over so I have an intersection. Actually, I'm going to keep, what I want to have is like this endpoint. So if I go this endpoint, lined up with this grid line, and I'm noticing my column is, yeah, it looks lined up. Snap that up. I want to have endpoints is a little bit easier, so I'm just using my X-axis, dragging on the X handle, and dragging that over to this line so it snaps up. Having the endpoint there makes it a little easier to snap to things rather than an intersection. So F3 again, and then I'm going to shift drag this out, make that an instance, and I'm looking to excuse me, get this one centered up on that circle. You will see, actually let's just check something here. That line's off. Okay, no, that was the selection. I was looking at this, and this white line was the selection. All right, so that's lined up there. Let's do another idea here. I'm going to do my line, endpoint. Let's do a midpoint on this guy. Midpoint to midpoint, and then midpoint, hold a shift, and that gives me the location of that extra line. So I'll bring this one out, drag the X handle to that line, and X handle to that line. Okay, so that gives me that centerpiece, and I've constructed it. I used this line and midpointed, so I know that's mathematically in the middle. All right, so let's go ahead and do some copying here. You could array this thing, but I'm going to be snapping, so I find it much easier just to kind of snap. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and lock my selection in. So you see, oops, see now I can't deselect, and I'm stuck in the move. So I want to do this object. I'm going to go Shift. Actually, it moved on me. So let's make sure I'm lined up. I'm going to do 2 copies on that one. I'm going to make sure they're instanced. And then I'm just going to come in and verify that they are snapping up. Looks like everything's lining up just great there. And we'll grab this one. And we'll shift drag this over to that endpoint. And that should be the exact mathematical middle. So if I do 2 on this one, you know, I'm going to actually do quite a few here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3. So I got 4. Let's do 8. I like to do this kind of stuff and then just delete. So that way I don't have to line up these other ones in the front. So I can drag. I'm actually going to delete all the ones on this side, but what I was looking to do is just get that one lined up mathematically the same as the other one. Okay. And since these are instanced, if we change any of these, you know, that's the beauty of this thing, is I can change any of these and they'll all change as long as I keep that thing instanced. Okay, so that's a good start on our columns. Now what I want to do is start doing some scene organization. So I've got all of those things, the lines that I made on construction lines. I'm going to get these guys. This line right here is on my construction lines. I don't want to get that one. So I'm going to grab all the models here, and I'm going to start putting these things on a layer. Now I we'll usually just do walls for now and add them as I need them, more for visibility. So these are columns which we relative to the walls. Let's just test that. So hide those. Okay, nice different color. And I know they're on the columns, but for now that will work because I want to look at any vertical elements being our walls. Okay, so there's some simple spline editing. We'll do some more complex stuff as we get going around doing these other elements here. Okay, so let's wrap this one up here. I'm just kind of thinking, well, I'll just do a little discussion about what we're going to look at in our next video. I'm kind of looking at how I'd want to break this down into elements. Normally you wouldn't want to like build this all as one solid piece of model because then you get into a lot of mesh splitting, perhaps even booleans, which can be kind of a mess as well. So I'm going to look at how I can break this down into buildable units. I'm actually thinking that building one of these, and since these all revolve around, this one's all symmetrical. If I go to top view, all the way around it's symmetrical. So if I built one of these coffers, or one bay of these coffers, maybe like this cross section here, I could then duplicate that thing all the way around. And I think we'll explore that one in the next video. So I'll probably look at building this thing in cross section. Then we need to get the width of it, which should be designated here. And we'll probably only build this as an inside piece. This is going to be mostly an interior rendering that we're going to be focusing on. And then the exterior one, I'll just do a simple spline and we'll be able to revolve that one pretty much all the way around. Yeah, we got a few more minutes here. I'm going to try to keep these guys around 20 minutes. So let's go ahead and look at that. I'm going to go ahead and revolve this thing all the way around. And we'll do kind of an inside version of this thing. And we'll build these, so I just get the exterior of the model going here. Just so I have a shell. Like I said, we're going to do mostly an interior renderings of this thing is our focus of this, this one here. All right, so let's go and look at where I could split this thing. I'm probably going to take this dome off at an element here. We can certainly add to this later as we get going. So I'm going to go and trace this thing out, and we'll just do that. Shift key. And this is all part of the circular dome, the oculus. And I'm going to go ahead and right click to end that one. And I'm going to start, tell it not to start a new shape and snap. So that when I start my new line here, it's going to be able to snap up to this endpoint. Come down to here. And I'll show you some spline editing here to add these together. So we'll get that arc going here. So I'm going to do spline edit, and you'll realize I've got two vertices here. I'm going to go ahead and you can either right click and do weld vertices, and you'll see that there's also the weld vertices over in this option here. Okay, so key thing is I'm looking for just one yellow. Thing I like to do a lot is just click once on a vertice and move it around just to make sure that I only have one. These are all pretty much lines, so when I welded that, it made it Beziers. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a corner, and we got that element started there. I'm looking to get a vertical line that I can start revolving around. So what I'm going to do here is turn on. We need to get our intersection line for this guy. So let's go ahead and draw a new line. And I'm going to come over to about here and shift drag with 2.5 snaps on to there. What I'm looking to do there is just get a line that intersects with our vertical line. So I've got our image plane. Let's see if I stop that there. I've got our image plane, but I'd like to get a line representing that as well. So I'm going to grab this one and shift drag. Actually, I've already got this one drawn on when we did our columns. There we go. There's our line for that one. Or so that's the middle of the column. So I don't actually have this line. If I turn off my image planes here, I need to get my center line established. So this would all be on construction lines. So I'm going to get this guy, construction lines, and add it. Let's go ahead and make construction lines our active one. And let's go to top view. With 2.5 snaps, I'm going to do line, and I'm going to do this one right down my image plane. Just get it started there. And that's the line that I'm interested in there. And I'm going to pull this vertex out here, turn off my snaps, and just bring that out. I like to pull this out so it's not clearly not the image plane. Okay, and that one should be on our construction lines. And then this right here, with this intersects this endpoint, since I did 2.5 snaps, you see they're all lined up, that's where my circle is going to be for this. Let's go ahead and get a circle started so we can get an idea what I'm going to be using that endpoint for. So 2.5 snaps, endpoint. Let's see, I can get a sense of, and then turn off my snaps, sense of where the outer element of this is. Okay. So that gives me that idea. All right, so I'm also looking to get a vertical line. So when I'm working in this view, I want to have something that I can snap to very easily. We could either draw a line or we can control V here. I'm just going to do a copy, and then I'm going to rotate with my angle snaps. I'm going to rotate this guy 90 degrees up. Okay. So a lot of these methods, these line methods and construction lines and all that stuff is coming from kind of an architect background of CAD drafting and constructing drawings, which I think is very useful skills that a lot of 3D modelers don't usually have. So there I've got my center line that I can start to revolve this thing around. I need to get this lined up, so I'm going to go to front view and snap the 2.5 and then lock my X handle over to there. Okay, so that should be right on my center line, should be coming right down the middle of my point on the floor, and it's looking good. So we've got some lines set up. On our next video, we're going to explore building parts of this dome and doing some face extrusion possibility on this piece, but more lathing around to build what we can in the parts. Okay. Okay, so we left off with the columns being built, and we fixed a few things in our drawing. And what I want to talk about now is getting this dome built, and I've laid it out just briefly here, and we're going to talk about building the coffers, which are the inset elements inside the dome here. Okay, so the approach for this is, let's look for a left view here. I'm just going to move this guy off to the side. Actually, let's just review the process that I went through here. I'm going to turn off my edit poly and my lathe. The main method for approaching this is I'm going to build these things into parts. Since I'm doing mostly an interior rendering of this thing, I'm going to build the inside as its own element. So I started these with splines, and I traced out what this would look like. And then I also created a line down the middle here to generate our revolve around, which we did in the last video. So it's just a straight, simple line right on the 0, 0 plane, 0, 0 depth there. And I built this and we lathed it around, and it gave us the oculus. And then from there we did some, or I did some edit poly modeling on it. Now, I divided this guy up into 32 units here. So if you look, there's 1 bay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8 on the side. So 8 times 4, 32 is what I approached on that. And then applied an edit poly modifier and did some face extrusions. So that's where we're going to go through on this video. I'm going to go ahead and just hide this guy, and we will start clean. All right, so I built a straight line here, and you just went straight down holding the shift key on that one. And then I also created another line here, but I did this one based off of, let's just delete that one, based off my circle here. So I'm going to start off with a simple line, a circle, and I want to build the lines for this dome here. And so I will start, let's do a snap here, and I'm just interested in getting started. So this snap right now is a 2.5, and let's do a midpoint, and I kind of just get it started. And I'll draw a line out like that, and then I'm going to move this, and I'll turn off my snaps hitting S. I'm going to move this down until it gets about where I need it to be. Also, I'm going to turn the interpolation. You'll see right here, it steps is 6. So what that is basically doing, if I put an edit spline on here, you will see that this guy is basically divided into 1, 2, 3, 4 segments. So each segment is divided into 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or there's 6 divisions, sorry, so there'll be 7 edges here. So if you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's the idea behind how it's going to draw this. Now we can do this a couple different ways. We could, put in our own, and it's going to put 30 in there, or we could put in adaptive, which is going to divide it as much as it needs to make that thing curved. Which if we put the edit spline on here, we can see what that's done. Actually, it's just going to adapt the curve in the segments that it needs. So it's not actually going to put the vertices in there. So let's keep it at that. And then I'm going to go ahead and move this guy, keeping him lined up. And I'm going to play with the radius on this until I get it to line up with that line there that I'm looking for. So let's just pull a couple of those off there. And I might need to move this up vertically here just a bit. And if I'm looking to nudge things, I usually like to use these buttons here to just nudge it by 1 or 2. Works pretty well. Alright, so I think I got my radius set there. I'm going to create a line. What I need to do is find out where this is half point, or the center point of that circle. So I'm going to do endpoint and midpoint. You'll notice that this is going to snap to all the midpoints of all those adaptive curves. So that's kind of what these are all the different segments that it's making there. So to make this clear, I'm going to turn off midpoint, and you'll see it's only going to snap to the endpoint of that segment. So with 2.5 snaps, I'm going to click there, hold my shift key down, and come to here and click. Let's go backspace on that one. I'm going to just bring this out. It's going to snap to an endpoint there, and then hit 1 for this guy, and then move this back with my snap still on and to that line there. So I've snapped that up nice and straight. Alright, so let's look at how we can spline edit this a bit. I'm going to go ahead and right click and convert this to an editable spline. And with the spline option, this brings the entire curve. This gives me the option here to offset or outline. So I'm going to zoom in so I can see the outline. I'm going to click and drag until I get it to the thickness that I need. You'll also notice that that is kind of done all the way around the line, which is fine. And now I want to look to trim this. So I'm going to go to this guy and hit 1 for vertex. I'm just going to pull this line out so that I can use something to trim with. And I'm going to take this curve, and I need to attach these lines to it. So I'm going to attach this one. Actually, I don't really need to trim with that one. I want to trim with this one, so I'm going to attach that. And let's get this all the way over here. I want to trim off all of these. So on the spline mode here, I can use my trim. And you click on the side that you don't want. So what it's doing is wherever it intersects another line, it's going to trim it off. Okay, so I'm kind of doing some pretty simple and fast drafting here. Alright, so now I want to start building this element up here. So I'm going to do line. Instead of starting a new shape, I want it to become part of this shape that's selected. So I'm going to turn that off. And I'm going to hold the shift key. And then I'm going to call it shift and then bring in some details here. That when this revolves around, it's going to be nice and detailed. I'm going to snap here and draw another line from there to there. And I'm just crossing so that when I go to my spline mode here, and I'll shrink that up so we can see here, I can use my trim, and I'm looking to trim off that one. Let's go ahead and trim that line out, trim that out, trim that out. Okay, and I've got a pretty nice complex shape. Now what this is doing is just leaving double vertices here. So if I just turn off my snaps and click, you'll see there's 2 vertices. So I want to get this all welded together. So I'm going to right click, or grab all of those, right click, and I want to weld vertices. Now the threshold for the vertices welding is 0.0003 meters. So you just got to make sure it doesn't weld some of these guys together. It looks like we're all right. And you see I no longer have that yellow vertice there. I'm going to go ahead and get this vertice, right click and convert to a corner. So I don't have the Bezier handles. Just make sure all of these guys don't have Bezier handles where I need right corners. Need to keep those Bezier handles. Alright, so now I want to draw this guy here. So let's go to our spline and we'll trim up some of this. Trim off that line, that one. Go to vertex and right click and weld vertices. Okay, so I have one way to kind of test things is if you go to spline, make sure everything's closed, click on it, and underneath your got everything all compressed here. It will tell you here underneath our selection that I have one spline selected and it's closed. So that's kind of crucial. Make sure that this thing is closed, meaning that all the vertices are welded. I have one vertex here. If I go to number 1, grab that, see it says spline vertex 1. This should be the 16th vertex. So if I go around clockwise on this guy, this would be number 2, number 3. Okay, so that's the idea. You should have one yellow closed line like that. The other thing is I want to take this guy. I'm going to take this line, and I like to keep that line since I've already got it drawn. I'm going to duplicate it here, so I'm just holding the shift and drag it off. And I actually want to detach this from this. I don't want it to be part of this object. So let's go ahead and right click so we can detach it. And I use this smaller, there we go, so smaller resolution for this recording. So detaching, and I'll just leave this as a shape, that's fine. I'm not too worried about the naming of that one. So that now is a new object which I can then snap back up and lock that there, and then I'm just going to pull this one kind of out here. I like to keep this point here, the center of my circle, because I might need that again. So I like to have that endpoint for something there. Let's go and take this guy and let's put it on a new layer. And we'll call this one dome, and we'll move that to that layer. So that way I can keep my construction lines separated, make our dome our active one. Okay, so that is that. Let's look at revolving this around. So I'm going to go to my lathe. You can also type in LATH, and there's your lathe. And I'm setting my lathe options here to 32. I'm looking to cap, 32. And if we look through the side view here, what I'd like to be able to do is see the texture through this. So one trick that you can do is open up your material editor, and I'm just going to create a new standard material. And on this one, I'm going to set my time slider. Let me minimize that. Set my time slider here, my timeline to end of 2. And then I'm going to hit N for animate. I'm going to put this material onto this object. We'll call this one dome transparency. So what I'm going to do is at frame 0, my opacity is going to be 100%. So at frame 1, let's go ahead and change that. And let's check one thing. Customize preferences. They have animation auto keyframe on frame 1. I like to auto keyframe default on frame 0 since I'm starting on 0. So it's not dragging. There we go. There we go. So now I'm on frame 1. That's why I wasn't dropping an auto keyframe. So at frame 0, opacity 100. Frame 1, I want the opacity to be 50%. And then frame 2, put the opacity at 0. Okay, so now I've got, using my less than and greater than, the period and comma keys, the ability to kind of see this thing at different levels of transparency. So let's turn off animate, hit the N key as well. Alright, so you're seeing here that I've got this guy going right down the middle. What I'd like to do is have this section, have the segments go right down the middle of these. So I'm going to have to rotate this, and I believe it was, let's do our calculator, 360 degrees divided by 32 is 11.25. Now that, if I just rotated, that would move this to there, so I need to divide that by 2. So 5.625. So I'm going to rotate this guy. And in the Z, turn my snaps off, I'm going to turn this to additive, so it's going to add to my rotation in the Z, and I want to do the 5.625. Okay, now let's check from left view, and you'll see I've got the segments lined up right where I want them to be. Okay, so that is that idea, and we've got our dome started. Everything's looking good. I just want to make sure, go back to frame 1, shaded. Make sure everything's reading pretty well. If I wanted to add any curvature to these guys, I might go back in here if I want to kind of round or bevel some of these, because these bigger ones you might want to have them pick a little bit of a speck highlight when we render this. So I might chamfer these just a smidge. So something like that. can help round them. And the great thing is that'll all just transfer through with the history still there. And I get a real nice detailed beveled edge on that. And then looking at that, we might as well just keep going because I want to do these kind of things before I get going on my edit poly. So that let's just do something like that. And the rest of these are all going to be inside buried, so I'm not going to be too worried about those showing up. Now I'm looking here also, I probably want to bring this dome down. At this point it's becoming a straight line, so under my edit spline I'm going to go ahead and create a line, and with 2.5 snaps I'm going to start from there, shift, and I'm going to bring this down to about this line. At this point we're going to have these the cornice is going to cover all that, so I'm just shifting around, and then I'm going to go and grab this segment here and delete it, and then go to vertex and then right click and weld these vertices together. And I'm just going to snap off and just make sure that those two welded, which they didn't. So let's get these guys. Snap. I'm going to drag over till it hits that endpoint, and let's check to see why there's a gap here. That's that vertex. Okay. I want this vertex, and I'm going to snap it. Let's just do an XY snap. So I'm just grabbing the X and the Y and snapping that all three values to that point. Oops. To that endpoint. So there to there, and then weld. Alright, so there, let's look at this in another view. This curve, this circle that I drew, has been drawn off. So this happens quite a bit. So I actually do need to have that very flat with this. So this guy, if you look at the side view, this is a good thing to see. This was snapped to several things, so I need to flatten this whole guy out. So this is actually a really good thing to have caught. Sorry, in the editable poly, you can flatten them in the X direction. So let me show you the trick for getting this thing flattened in one axis. So I'm going to set this one to a non-uniform scale, and then right click on this, and then you'll see in the X direction I want to flatten this down to 0, and I'm on the spline mode here. So that flattens it up, okay, and move this guy, snapping from there over to there, and now we're all lined up. Now if I go to vertex mode, number 1, grab those vertices and weld verts, now we're good to go. So check the spline. As I click on it, it says it's one spline and it's closed. Alright, so that's another beauty of this history, of keeping that history on there. You see now I've got a nice, much more accurately modeled object. Let's check our transparencies here. Okay, and then let's rotate this again in my offset 6.25, 5.625, and I want to do it in the Z. Okay, left angle here, and now you're seeing we're lined up. Okay, so that's good to see that. And go to 50% gray, and now we're much further down on the dome. Alright, so let's talk about getting these coffers in here, and I'm going to, on top of this, put an edit poly. Now once I put the editable poly on here, my history is kind of irrelevant because this topology, this edit poly, is based on the number of vertices and polygons that exist in this history. You can also rename these. This is kind of nice to edit poly, say coffered ceilings. And actually I think it's just 1F. Just so I know what it is. And we can keep stacking these things up as we go along. Alright, so let's go through, and I'm going to deal with just one section here to make this a little bit simpler. So what I'm going to do is copy this. So I'm going to Control V, and let's just do a copy. I don't want it to bring any of this history. And I'm going to put this one on my construction. Let's just put it on a layer called saved. I usually like to have a layer called saved if I ever need to get back to it. And I'm going to make my dome as my current, and let's hide saved. Alright, what I'm going to do is grab all these polygons and delete all this side here. Let's actually do straight up the middle, and then Control I to invert the selection, and we'll get these out of here. So now I've got essentially one bay, which will help us building this thing quite a bit more. And then we'll revolve this thing around as an instance, which will make it a much more efficient modeling. Okay, so I'm going to grab the polygons here, and I'm looking to grab these polygons along from here to here. And I've just grabbed the ones out in front, so I'm going to grab these. And let's just double check, make sure that's enough. Let's get one more. Back in left view here, so I've got those, and I'm going to spacebar to lock that selection in. And what we're looking to do is come in. I do not want to have this right on that edge. So I'm going to right click, inset, and let's look at the left view here. I'm going to drag in till it comes to, I'm going to go ahead and call this as my guideline, and this side is off. So I've insetted in, that just did it right on the surface. I'm going to right click and extrude. I'm going to push that one in. Now what we can do here is right click and extrude. I like to do all these extrusions the same. If I pull up the options here, what I can do is watch the amount that I'm extruding. So let's do minus 0.17, okay? And then let's right click and inset. I'm going to look at my left view, and let's bring this in till that line lines up. And then right click, extrude options, and it'll automatically do our same number, check mark. And then right click and inset. I'm going to go left view here, bring it in. Now one thing I got to watch is that I don't want any of these edges crossing each other. So I'm getting close, so we'll end up taking those polygons out on the next step here. So right click and extrude options, and we're going to do the minus 0.17 meters. Oops, that's outline. Sorry, I did cancel this. I right click and extrude. And sorry, I'm going to bring in my options. Right click and extrude options. Should save the same number. Okay, and then now this one, if you look at, I don't want to cross this line, so I'm going to unselect my spacebar and Alt pick off that polygon. Let's do Q here. I'm going to pull this polygon off and this polygon off, because when I inset, if I right click and inset, I do not want these lines crossing those other lines, and if I were to keep those in and inset, you'd see I get this kind of overlapping dark polygon, which I don't want. So hit my Q and deselect these guys. Left view, and this will be our last inset here. Inset, oops, and I got a space bar on that one to lock it in. Okay, we can also move these coffers up as we're going, which I wasn't doing, but that one I'm going to get lined up there. Okay. All right, and then that one we don't have an extrusion, or yes we do. Yes, so that one actually extrudes. No, that's our last flat face for that guy. Okay, so we can kind of look at I just went back to frame 0 here. F4 to turn off our lines. You can see we've got our coffered edges going on right there. Okay, so that's the idea for generating the coffered pieces. I'm going to continue that method going up through these in our next video, and then we'll revolve this guy or copy this thing around with an array, and we'll have our dome made. Alright, so continue along. We're going to go and work on the rest of these coffers here. So I'm going to go forward a frame so I can get 50% transparency, and I will need to do spacebar unlock here, and I'm going to grab those two. It does look like I need this one, although I'm going to grab that one to that one is the one I'm looking for. So left view here, lock that selection in, and just the same process. So we're going to go inset, and this one I may not do the same depth, probably a little bit less depth as it gets thinner and thinner up at the top. We're going to do less depth on the extrusion here. So extrude, and I'm going, oops, redo that one. Right click, and I didn't do the extrude with options here. And we're doing 17, so maybe we'll look at 15. Let's do a 16 on that one. And as we go up, we'll just make it less and less as it goes along. So left view, in setting. Okay. And we'll right click, extrude options, check mark, inset. So that was that one. We're going into this one. Now what I'm looking for here is I'm being a little bit of artistic decision here as far as looking at the distance that I did with these other ones, and you know, my lines are kind of a little bit off. That one's lining up there, so just making it even. I think that's the crucial part. And we'll extrude option there. And you see here I'm starting to cross, so I think at this one I'm gonna make sure I did my inset there, and spacebar off, deselect this guy here and that one. Okay, spacebar on, inset in, and I might want to keep this one a little more square, so I'm going to scale that a bit. Okay, and we'll extrude options on that. And one more inset. And I'm going to scale just so I get more square looking. And with that, I'm noticing it's getting a little bit off, so I'm going to set this one to a local rotation so that, let's redo my scale here so that when I rotate that I can keep it squared up. Okay, so that one I need to inset one more, so extrude in, check mark that. Alright, so that's essentially the method that we're going to do for the rest of these. And I'm going to go ahead, rather than watching me do this for all of these, I'm going to go ahead and keep going on these, and then we'll resume the video from there. Alright, so as I'm going along here, I've kind of done a couple, did one more coffee here. One thing I'm looking for is on this guy, you'll see this polygon is, I need it to start about right there. So what I probably would look at doing in a situation like this one is grabbing my two sections, the side sections here, and I'm going to go ahead and connect these with one right down the middle. So that's just going to give me a nice medium split between, and that puts me about right where I want it to be. So that's one little thing I'm noticing as we're going along here that you'll need. So that way I can grab this one. I kind of don't want to use that same one that they're shared, just so I can have that flat cap there. And that one's a bit far there, so let's pull that one out. Spacebar and insetting in, and then this one I did an extrude. The last one I had was at 10, so we'll probably do this one like 0.9. That'll work actually. And we'll inset in, right click, extrude, check mark. Then I want to deselect this polygon here so I don't overlap. Inset, oops, spacebar, inset, extrude, and then inset. Extrude. Okay, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, so I have 5 on each one of these, so I've got one more inset here. Alright, so let's go to front view, and I just want to examine some of these, and I'm noticing, you know, some of these are pushed out a little bit further than the other ones. Also, I'm getting a little bit of a rotation on these, so if I go to vertex here and select, turn off my mask, I can use the side view here to kind of help snap up some of these, or even get these a little more accurately in line with with the model here. So I'm just going to do some vertex editing from the side here. And I'm noticing this guy probably isn't extruded out as much as it should be. So I'm just going to grab the polygons that made up that side, go to front view, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to push that back. I'm missing an extrusion here. So let's do an extrude, and this was 1, 7. Okay. So just checking the front view again and going into vertex mode here and just tweaking a few of these from the side view just to give it a little more precision. Okay. And noticing that these are all a little bit bigger than the other one. If I can actually scale these all down. Just Control Shift selecting there, and yeah, I'm gonna have to go vertex by vertex on that one and move that down. So I just kind of want to get it a little bit more like this. My extrusion distances were a bit bigger as it jumped a little bit more than I think it should have. So just kind of go vertex by vertex in here and start moving these down until I get a little bit more of a halfway between that and that. Okay, so I'm going to continue on, and if I notice anything else coming up that might be useful information, well actually this one's kind of got a similar issue here. So if I look at that, I want it to slice through there. So I'm going to grab my two edges here, and let's do a connect. Now with this one, you'll see there, if I just connect right down the middle, I can also slide this thing as well. Actually, slide it up that way a bit, just so it's not right down the middle. Okay, and then we'll go to polygons here. And spacebar, inset, and extrude. And on this one I was doing 0.1. I'm just going to continue with that one. Okay. Inset. And just making sure I'm not crossing lines. Extrude options. And then unspacebar and pick this guy off. Spacebar. Inset. And extrude. One more here. Okay, front view. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got one more here. Okay, front view. Checking that. Alright, so there is. Now you also notice as it goes up, these coffers are kind of angled towards the middle, which we can certainly do, but I don't want this whole video being about making the coffers. Essentially what it's doing though, if you really want to be precise on this guy, is it's angling, let's go to angling towards the center point here. So if we look at front view here and drew a line from endpoint, it's actually not going to grab it, but drawing a line out from the center of the radius, no, that just temporarily hide this guy. I'm going to hide selection on my construction lines. And turn off my image planes. So I actually want it from right here. This is what I'm trying to get at. So if I drew a line from this endpoint, okay, draw a line from there to up there. What it's looking to do is draw a line out to each one of these as a radius here, and that's how I was lining them up. So I could use that as kind of a guide to move these points up. If I grab, just roughly show you this idea. I'm not going to do this, but if you wanted to, you certainly could. So coming off that guy right there, each one of these verts here, these coffers, would then be moved up to align with that, is what it's doing here. So you could pull these all up to line up with that thing. So that's kind of what it's doing, but I don't want to do that, but I just want to show you that you could certainly do that and geometrically construct this thing. All right, let's turn on our image planes and see our dome that we've got here. I'm going to go back to frame 1. All right, so there is our dome, and let's call this one dome section 01. And we're going to have 32 of those, so 01 is fine for that. All right, so let's look at revolving this thing, or arraying this thing around. So our pivot point is the crucial piece for this. The center point for this guy is set up from the center point of our circle. And as I'm looking at this one, I'm going to take this guy. I'm noticing in that last little workaround, I'm going to grab this guy, top view, and I'm going to control V to make a copy. Let's actually make it an instance. And I'm going to show you what I'm going to do here. Let's turn off our image planes. I'm going to rotate this thing around the Z. We could actually just zero that out. Let's go 180. I want it to go that way. So when I go to front view, I've got a line here that I was trying to snap to here. Just use this as a guide for snapping. Convert all these guys to corners. Don't get any curves. Okay, so I just took this line and rotated it 90 degrees. So when I go left view, I've got this one out here. Convert those guys to corners. And then if I go front view, I've got this other construction line up this way. Okay, that I can use to snap to. All right, so those are my center points, and those are all on construction lines. So let's go and make sure this pivot point is right on that endpoint, which it looks like it is. If not, I could snap that up. Okay, so I can go to, just going to check a few things here. I'm noticing this center point is not snapped up. I'm not sure what happened to that guy there. Line got moved, so I'm going to snap this to, in this case, I got to go to midpoints. Grabbing that edge and midpoint snapping it to there. Or I could even Y snap to, if I do 3 in the 3 viewport, lock the Y and then snap it up to there. Alright, so let's get these guys kind of locked down. And you see they're going gray, so I'm going to do construction lines. Right click on my construction lines, layer properties, and show frozen in gray. I don't like that. Alright, so now my lines, let's get that guy on construction lines as well. Back to Dell, make it active. So now that's on the construction lines, nice and locked down. Alright, so if I ever need to move the pivot point, which in this case, if I go to front view, it doesn't look like I need to, but you can certainly go and put your snaps from pivot point to end point. And in this case, I'll say OK, and I'll put that on 2.5. So I can move the pivot point by going to the hierarchy, affect pivot only, and then pull. I usually like pulling it off and then grabbing the handle and snapping it right to that endpoint. Okay, and then turn off affect pivot point. So that guy's right in the nice area. Turn off that pivot point, and I want to rotate this one around. Turn off my snaps. So I have 32 copies of this one, and we know it's 11.25. A couple ways we can do this is rotate, and if I do my angle snaps, right clicked on that, angle is 11.25. So you see if I do a shift and have that actually on, okay, I'm going to get a nice perfect rotation on that instance, and there's 32 copies, so I want to, or 32 total, so I'm going to make 31 and rotate those around, and make sure, hold the shift key down, making sure that I have instance on there. So 32, 31. Okay, And now we have, turn off our image planes, this would be kind of nice to see. F4, a really nice looking view of our dome here. And I'm going to turn this guy to realistic, see if we can get a better picture of that. It's not really giving us much more on the shading on that. So once we get some lighting in there, for sure we will see, but we basically have the dome. Now the problem is we're getting a lot of faceted here with our separate objects. So at some point we're going to want to probably combine this all into one with an editable poly on top of all of it and then merge verts. I'm going to hold off on that until we get going, or until we get closer to that, and I like to keep these things separate until we get closer here. Okay, so that is our dome. Let's keep going here. I got about 4 more minutes. We'll see what else we can get going on this guy. Let's go ahead and get these columns going here. Now these columns are going to be similar to these. I'm going to use these as a base. So I'm going to go ahead and Control V. On this one I'm just going to do a copy because they are going to change. And these ones here, if I go to top view, let's put this one on columns, or walls, which it should be. I'm going to make sure that that one's active. And I'm going to turn off my dome so I can see what's going on here. Alright, so a view like this, left view, these columns, what I would look for is something nice and straight. So I got 4 over there, so let's see what we got in our floor plan. Looking at that section, we are going to have 2 here and then 2 on the side to get our 4. Alright, and you're seeing this floor plan doesn't give us a ton of information, but if we look at some of our other images here, and I've just pulled these up from the other references that I found on the internet. I really like this one because of the geometry construction of it. It gives us an idea of how these are going to be built. So we're going to basically do a 45 off of that, and I'd like to do that construction off of this whole square here. So let's go ahead and get that going on that so that we know how to geometrically construct this guy. So on our construction lines here, I'm going to make that our active one. I'm going to start with a rectangle, and I'm going to create this one from a center, and actually we could do a circle, center, which actually even better for that would be an n-gon, and I can put this at 4 sides. And I'm going to do a center construction on this one, 2.5 snaps on that with endpoints. And I'm going to drag this out. And what we're looking to do is get this, if you look at this geometry, the square is going to define where this, each one of these little side apps areas are going to be. So it's defining this inner circle here is what we're looking to do. So I'm going to jump back to max here, and let's start that square again. So I'm looking to come out and get this to define that circle. So I'm looking to roll that out like that, and I've got head snaps on. So let's undo that and turn off my snaps, turn on snaps, and then turn them off so that it doesn't snap to something. And we're looking to go to this top one here. So this is slightly rotated here, so let's go and rotate this guy. So that's going to be a 45, so it's going to be 12.5 is where we're going to look to rotate that. So if I go rotate and then do 22.5 would be half of a 45. Actually, I'm making this more complex than it needs to be. It's actually just going to be a 45. I just want to rotate this guy 45 degrees. So in the z-axis here, I'm going to rotate 45. Okay, and you'll see that that lines up. And I'm going to take this circle, square, and then make sure that it's lining up with the things that I need. And it looks like it's doing a pretty good job with that intersection, remember, our drawing is slightly off here, so we're going to go off the square. So this is the idea is I'm going to be able to geometrically construct this thing. So now that is on the geometry layer there, the construction line layer, and we'll continue on with this in the next video as far as constructing out these lines and finding out where exactly this column needs to be. That's our goal here, is to get this column lined up exactly where it needs to be. Alright, so let's continue on. I'm going to start geometrically constructing the rest of this floor plan so we can get other dimensions. Now, one of the main reasons I chose a building such as this rather than just using a CAD file and snapping to is it allows us the ability to geometrically construct this building. So I'm going to start with a line from there with a 2.5 snap, endpoint to endpoint. And if you look at this, this is essentially looking like it's about half. Now, there is some discrepancy between my underlaying drawing and my line. So we're going to geometrically construct this thing and kind of start to disregard what's below here, so we know that this is geometrically correct, but may not be matching our drawing below, which is fine because you'll oftentimes get sketches or any kind of other documents that will not be totally accurate, and you got to make them accurate. So that's the main focus here. So I'm going to take this square, I'm going to right click and convert to a spline. And with that, it gives me the ability to take these two faces here, or the edges here, and I'm going to divide them into 3. And what that does is gives me equal divisions across, puts 3 extra divisions inside there. And that gives me something to snap to, which I'm noticing this guy probably could be moved over a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and move him over. I'm going to snap from here to our new endpoints there. And that helps define that new line there. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and take these and correct these. So I'm just going to delete all this, get these columns all lined up. So that's going to be our point. And I'm going to do an X snap onto that line there. Okay. And then I'm going to take these and start doing with some symmetry. So I want to symmetrize this across this line here. So grabbing those, I'm going to do symmetry and open up the mirror line. I'm going to pull this mirror line over to this line here, and then you'll see everything disappeared. So if I flip these, now you'll see they're lined up over there. And it's getting off, but I think we started a little off on those, but I'm going to go with that as my center line for this one. Okay, so let's get these lines constructed over here a bit. Alright, so what I'm looking to do is get these to be set off, and I need to get this circle established for my inside radius. So I'm going to go to spline and circle and snap this one out to that point there, which, there we go, can snap to that one, establishes that line for me. And then we can come out and draw a line from here. Let's just go all the way out. I'm going to hold shift on this one. Oops. Shift and just pull that all the way out there. And I need to get my midpoint line here all the way down to here. Okay. And that will establish where the center point is going to start from. So I'm going to turn off my image plane. And this is going to be the point at which my the center of that arc is going to start. So I'm going to go ahead and start combining some of these. So I'm going to attach this to that guy, and I want to trim up just so I can get an endpoint here. That one. Okay, so there I just established this intersection point here. Okay, so I can start my line from there. And we're going to go out on an angle. Now this angle is going to be, if I take this line, duplicate it here, and I'm going to rotate it, and I'm going to type in 22.5, which is half of a 45. Snap that up to my intersection there. You see it matches pretty close to that angle there. And so that'll give me and establish that line for, get this line out of here. Oops. That one has two objects on it, so I'm going to grab this spline out of here. Okay, and then I want to mirror this one across this line here. So I'm going to affect pivot point, going to move this one down to here, and then I'm going to rotate the pivot point back to a 0. So that when I mirror this one in the Y direction, I'm going to do a copy. I now have that line establishing that. Alright, so this intersection, this is where the circle is going to start. So I'm going to turn off my image plane here, and I'm going to start a new circle. And we'll start from there and drag it out. Now, actually, I need this one to snap to that intersection there. So let's go ahead and combine some of these. I'm going to attach that to this circle. Let's attach the square to it as well. And one thing, though, I noticed when I did so when I attach these, watch this. When I attach the circle to it, you see it gets faceted. So I'm going to turn my interpolation back to adaptive. So it gives me a lot more segments in there, and I'm going to attach that square to it. This will then allow me to trim off these lines. I'm going to trim that one there, so it gives me that endpoint that I need to snap to there. So I'm going to go to circle, and we'll start on this line here. I'm going to come up and then snap to that endpoint there, and then we can actually move this one from spacebar, that endpoint to that endpoint, and we're right on that intersection. Let me show you what I've done there. So if I take this guy and attach it, let's convert to a spline, and right click attach to that one, you'll see now this segment is coming right at that intersection. Actually, if you really wanted to get this one right, which we do, I want to go from this endpoint. I'm going to hold my shift key down to this endpoint there, and let's delete the circle. Show you how to get this one dead on there. So deleting that circle, that is actually going to be my center point that I need. So if I do circle from there up to there, okay, now convert that thing to a spline and attach that to this guy. You'll see that we're going to be right on. So I can grab this one, pull that segment out, and our circle is going to be nice and perfect with that idea. Okay, so there's the idea for that. And with this, that's coming from that point, this is going to also establish, let's convert this to, or attach this to, I'm going to grab this one, and I want to bring its line down to here to find out where we want to start building the rest of this. Alright, so that intersection right there is where this is going to come through. So I'm going to turn off this image plane, and I'm going to let's attach this to the circle is what I'm looking to do. And let's put that interpolation again to adaptive. And I'm going to trim that edge off there. So that gives me that intersection there. So now I can create a line from that point to that point. Okay, so that's all I did was create that line there. And now I'm looking to mirror that one across here. So let's turn off our image planes. And let's go ahead and generate this one. So to find out where that one needs to intersect, if I grab here, and I'm just going to draw a straight line out here, and I'm going to rotate this guy 45 and move it from there to there. I want to go both axes here to there, that intersection there. So let's attach this to here and to that circle. That way I can trim this guy off. I'm going to show you where I'm going with this one. Trim that off, and we can get rid of this one. Okay, and then we'll draw a line from there to there. And that would be a mirror of that one based off of that angle there. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and attach all these guys. Let's get some things cleaned up a bit. Attach that and that, so I can trim off some of these lines if I need to. Like this one I will trim off. Pull that one off. Okay. Alright, so we've got that line defined for our little side shrine thingy. Alright, so that also defines where all of that was going, where these columns are going to go. So these four are going to be on each one of these intersections here. So turn off our image planes. We have one here, two here, and then there'll be two in the middle. If I look at this drawing again. So that is the, this is the door, so the door is right here. And then these four, this is the little alcove there that we're seeing on the 45. That's that one. And then we have the other door there. So I'm going to look to get these columns started to be placed here. This other one, these other lines are going to come from the intersection of these squares to there. So let's go ahead and put those in. So let's do the line. Let's get this guy attached. Convert to spline. And I want to attach it to, let's do it the other way around. So I keep the adaptive attached to this one. Okay, let me show you where I'm going with this one. And that intersection there is what I'm looking for to get this from there to that intersection there. Okay, so we can, now that these are attached, do some trimming. All I need to get is an endpoint here on the spline. And I will trim up that one and that one. Okay, and then we will create a line there, there, and there. Okay, so that will define those. And then let's go ahead and attach, let's do it this way, this circle, attach this one and this one to it, so that I can go and trim them off and find that intersection that I need. Okay. So that gives me the intersection that I need for the other columns. Okay, those two columns that are right there. Alright, so let's start putting these in. One thing that's a little bit of an issue, if I start going left view here and I have on my image planes, left is one of the keyboard shortcuts, which is nice, but I want to do the right side. This is actually on the right side. But I want to start building everything over on this side, so I don't have to keep hitting B and R to go to the right side. So I just did L for left side. So what I'm going to do is grab all of this, and let's see what we've got selected here. I'm going to take those lines, and I'm going to move its pivot point. Let's go ahead and rotate this guy up straight. So do a rotation on it at 0. And then we're going to move that pivot point, snap it up to there. Okay, and then I want to mirror all this over here. I want to build it on this side rather than on the right side. So let's do a mirror. I don't want to do any clone, and I want to go the X direction and say OK to that. Alright, so as long as I've got that center point, the center point is critical to this entire building, obviously. You'll see now, when I go to image planes, I can go in to my left view, and these guys will be all in the right place. So if I take this, and I want to move its pivot point, so I'm going to affect pivot point. I like to have these nice and centered up onto that point, and then left view, get this guy down on the bottom of this column. So just kind of pull it off so it's not snapping anything, and then Y handle it up to that guy. Turn off affect pivot point, and let's snap that up to that intersection. Alright, so let's go left view, and then let's get this column working correctly here. So I made sure I didn't do an instance. So if you do have this active, this make unique, go ahead and make it unique. I don't want it changing any of these columns that I've already done. So I'm going to grab my vertices here on this guy in the history and pull them down. And right now we don't have this entablature to snap to, so I'm just going to put it in place for now, and then later on when we do that piece, we'll snap it up nicely to it. Alright, so that defines that column, and we need to do these other ones, so I'm going to go ahead and shift and copy this one as an instance. I'm going to snap that one up to the endpoint of that guy. Shift copy endpoint of that one as an instance, and shift instance that one. Okay, so now we've got basically our 4 columns going. Now I know these aren't lining up. I'm most interested in when you're working with rasterized images like this, you're most interested in that it's geometrically working. Okay, and I'm basically using these images as references. Okay, so that is that. And then these 3 or 4 were all instanced, which is exactly what I want. We're only going to build a quarter of this guy because everything is symmetrical. This, except for this piece to that piece, is not symmetrical. But we're going to symmetrize this across to here, and then across to here, and then across to here. So I'm going to show you how to use symmetry quite a bit on this, which is another reason why I chose this building. Alright, so we have 4 more here. These were generated off of those intersections there. So let's take this. I'm going to bring these segments across this one and this one. I'm going to rotate with a snap on this case where I have it snapping to. So I'm going to rotate from here, and let's actually detach these. I want to get these guys out as their own thing. So I'm going to detach, show you how to bring these things out of the object. It's harder when it's part of it. Detach as a copy, okay? And then it's fine, shape 3, that's fine. So then I'm going to grab these new lines that I just made. I turn off my thing here. That's the old one. These are my new ones right there. I want to move their pivot point to there. And then we will rotate them to there. Okay. And then we can attach those to this one. So now I've got those located there. So I'm going to grab these columns and let's do a shift drag from there to cancel that. I need to actually get an endpoint. Oh, there is one end of that circle. So to the end of the circle as an instance on that one, yes. And then from there to the end of that line right there as an instance. Okay. Yeah, so that will give us those. I'm not interested in mirroring these across just yet to the other side. All that's going to be symmetrized. Alright, so let's check out what we've got so far. I've got my dome going, and I've got those column capitals going. Let's look at building, we've got about 2 more minutes or so. Let's look at building this piece of trim detail. Okay, and real quickly I'm going to draw a line. Let's get our dome back on, and that'll give us something to snap to, making sure I'm on 2.5. So I want this to essentially start, this is the edge of our dome, from here, shift dragging out, and I'm going to turn snaps off to here, coming down, adding a little bit of a bump out piece, coming down. I'm going to backspace out a couple of those. And I'm looking at kind of what's happening here. I'm seeing some other details. So I'm going to put some jogs that I may not see in this section here. Alright, now that is basically all the way around the top. So I want to go ahead and get this piece in here. Although I do have these cutouts. So let's just build that trim piece. Hold my shift key down, snaps. And sometimes when you're past this 45 degree, it'll snap up that way. So what I will do is just draw way past it and then come back to it, and it'll ask me to close yes, and then hit 1 to vertices, and then snap it back up into place. Okay, so we have that line, and we should have our main center line that we've been using here. That line. I'm going to go ahead and bring the point down so you can see it a bit more. It's going to be actually a crucial one for all of these, so I'm going to use that. And I just want to get this guy lathed around here. And if we grab that one and type in lathe so that it's actually in there and doesn't pull up everything. Once again, turn off the viewport of that, and you can see the axis in there. And I want to snap this center point or the lathe line around that point there. And you'll see we've got that thing revolving around. Now this one I want to make nice and smooth. So if you remember, our dome was 32 sides. This one right now has only got 16 sides. So I would use a number that's divisible by the 32s so that you get things that meet up nicely. So if we do like a 32 or like a 64, we can get segments to line up nicely. So how do I know what to... So I just right-clicked and isolate selected. How much do I need to divide this guy? What I'm looking for is not to see faceting. So if I turn this off here, I want to look for, say I was down on the ground and looking up in there, and F4, turn those off. I would look to have enough segments in there that it looks smooth. Now this is reading a little bit faceted, so maybe try a 128. Now that sounds like a lot of overkill, but this thing is actually pretty close to the ground. So I'm just turning off, and what I'm doing is looking at it from views or distances where I might be close enough to actually start to see the faceting. And I'm up here pretty close now, and I'm not seeing a ton of it. So I'm going to set this revolve around my selected object here. So it's not actually too bad, the 128, and I'm not too terribly worried about the amount of geometry that's on this guy. So that I think is good. I will actually keep the history on here, so if I need more, if I don't need as much, I can turn that off. Alright, so I'm going to right click and get on my isolate selection. Okay, so that's looking nice and smooth for that piece up in there. And we're nice and snapped up to our dome. On that guy. Okay, so I think that's it for this one. We're going to continue on building all the pieces for this guy. Alright, so let's continue on. We're going to look at building the base for the rest of this, and I'm going to move along as if these apps and elements inside of, let's turn off our dome here for a sec, don't exist. So we're going to basically be building this element all the way across as if these cutouts don't exist. Alright, so I'm going to approach that one just as I have all the other objects. And I'm going to go ahead and make this one a nice solid object. I do have my dome in here, so I'd like to snap to that. I'm going to go ahead and lock it. Alright, so we want this to kind of build this element down from here. I'm going to go ahead and act as if these columns don't exist in the building as well as far as the outside. This is all a trim element here. So let's go and start. So I'm going to snap, 2.5 snap, and I'm going to look at starting. I'm probably also going to avoid any of the trim details that happen here, so I'm going to avoid or skip for now all of this element here. And so I'm going to come down and come all the way down to that element there. I'm going to go and put a vertex there. Bring this one all the way down to the end. Turn off my snaps here, and I want this one to come to about there, and we'll fix that in our next steps here. And then I'm going to go ahead and build as much as I can with this guy. Let's go ahead and build all the exterior model here, and we'll probably separate it as we get going further into this one. I'm going to go and backspace that and shift up to there, build the roof. Since I'm focusing on the inside, I will go ahead and just build these as one piece. And for now, I'm going to leave that as just a normal squared corner, because I can get that with a fillet. And actually, all of this is probably tile. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm going to back that off. And I'm going to just build this as if it didn't exist, because these are all going to be roofing tile. And this is where I'm going to start wanting to use the curve that I've already drawn. And I'm going to go ahead and build that and right-click to end it. All right, what I'd like to do is use the curve from the dome that I already have. So if I unfreeze the dome and grab one of these objects here, let's go grab our nice side one here. Okay, and if I look at the left view, I actually want to grab one that's over here, looking from the left. So grab that one, and let's go to left view. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this one because I don't want to mess with my dome. I'm just going to do a straight copy, and I'm going to put this one on walls, and that way I can turn my dome off. All right, so I don't need the editable polycoffer. Make sure this is not unique. I'm going to go ahead and trash that. The lathe I don't need as well. I'm going to go ahead and trash that. And actually we could probably add that a little bit later. And this is back to our spline, our editable line, which has been slightly rotated here. So let's get this one rotated back into place. And 11 and 2.5, 11, 12. And if you remember when we first rotated this, this was the 32 divisions, and then divide that by half, which is 5.625. So I'm going to go ahead and set my angle snaps to 5.625 and just snap that once so that we are nice and square with that. And then I want this to be lined up over there because this is the section that I'm drawing. So I'm just going to set this guy back to our normal 5 degrees and rotate that one up to 90. So when I look from a left view, I have the curve here. All right, so I'm looking to take this one and add it. I want to get this outside curve to be part of our object. So as long as this one's not combined with any of the other stuff, we're good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and attach this curve to here, and we should be able to do some spline editing. Now here's another workflow method that if you need to kind of extend something, I need this one across in order for it to get my trim to work. So here's what I'll do with that. It's 2.5. I will just turn on an edge snap. So with that, if you lock in your selection with the space bar, you can usually, if you can get this on X and Y, drag along the line and see how it's just going to extend along that line. So it's a great tool for just extending lines along an angle that's not orthogonal. All right, and then I'm going to right click and isolate this so you can see exactly what I'm trying to do here. And I'm going to bring this one on up. Okay, and then I want this to be this piece that fits on our dome. So I'm going to go ahead and trim off some objects here. Let's go to trim. Okay, and that gives me that intersection that they have there. Should be able to trim that piece off now. And now I have one that is nice and mathematically perfect with that one. Now let's just make sure that this guy is all lined up. We had those lines that were off earlier. Okay, let's go back to vertex on this one, and I'm going to right click and weld vertices. And check, make sure we didn't lose any of them. And if we go back to a spline mode on this one, you should see our selection is saying that it's closed. Okay. So that one's a method for using other objects to build things. Now this is a little bit of a goofy piece here that I think what I want to do is just go ahead and square this one off and leave that as part of the dome piece. Let's turn back our exit isolation here, and then I'm thinking I'm going to build this piece as its own element. I don't really like these kind of tight corners in objects that we're potentially going to be editing down the road. So what I want to do is basically split this one into two. So I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and duplicate this one. And with this guy, this one that I've got copied here, I'm going to go to segments, and we will split it right off of, keep this one, bring this vertex. Now I basically just deleted all of this underneath. You can't really see it. And then I'm going to snap that one down. Now I've got my edge snaps. I'm going to go endpoints. From there on up to, make sure I get the right endpoint here, y-axis, and snapping up to that endpoint there. Let me isolate and show you what I'm doing here. Right click, isolate selection. There's what I basically built. Delete that one and snap this over to here, and then grab those two and then weld verts. Okay, and then we'll exit isolation here. And then our other piece is this one. So let's isolate selection on this one, and I'll do the exact opposite. I'm going to grab these verts. Just do a little different than I did the other one. Keep that one, delete that vert, and then I'm going to bring this vertex up to that endpoint. Okay, and then we'll exit isolation here. And we should have these two elements. I'll just grab them both. And that one, and then isolate selection. Two pieces that are mathematically the same and split. Alright, so we're going to take that one, and this one, if you look on the outside of the building, it is a nice smooth round object, so I'm going to have to put probably the same amount of segments as I did in this object. So one thing we could do is copy this one. Let's just see if this will work. Assuming this guy has the same pivot point, which the original shape for this one did have that pivot point there. This pivot point is nice and centered. This should work. So if I do paste instance, it's not actually going to work because the pivot point was in a different place. So let's go ahead and get this one. Let's just paste and not an instance. And turn off the lathe so you can see what's happening here, and move the axis over to here. Turn on the lathe, and that kept it with the 128. And if I switch this one to shaded, you'll see we got a nice looking exterior of our Pantheon going here. So similar idea. Now this one, if I take this lathe and copy and put it on this curve here, should be able to right click, and in theory that one should work nicely. Same exact center piece. Alright, so we do have some issues with the holes and what have you, but that's going to give us a nice looking round dome piece. Okay, so you can see very quickly we can get this thing built with quite a bit of detail with just doing the lathe. Let's go ahead and create a camera, and I like to work with cameras in my view inside, and just checking to make sure I've got, yeah, okay, that's lining up straight. I just want to make sure that these guys are lining up straight. Actually, I've got some issues there, so we will talk about that one here if you run into this kind of stuff. So getting inside the building here. With interiors, I will also like to set these at about a 24mm lens, just to open up the lens a bit more, and we can kind of tilt around. I'm going to tilt my camera up a bit so I can get a sense of what's going on there. Now let's go look at these lathes. What I'm looking at is this horizontal line. See, it's not straight, so that gives me an indication of something that's up. Let's turn off our lathe and let's look at our section, which you can see right now is not, if I turn on my grids, is slightly canted here. And let's check where our lathe center is. Our axis is off center. Okay, so that's what's happening there. So if you look at this axis here, it's off centered. So I want to get that straightened up. So that's nice and straight, and that's nice and straight. Okay, so let's exit isolation. Give me something to snap to. Snap X, and then go to my endpoints there, and that gets it nice and centered up. Now, since those were instanced, they're now, I take this guy and right-click isolate selection. They are nice and straightened up there as well. Okay, because I had those as instanced when I copied and pasted. So it fixed both of those. Okay, so if I go back into my camera here, turn off my image planes, I can get a sense of what's happening in here. Just so I can kind of look around and see that things are kind of working. And there's our 4 columns we had earlier. Okay, so that's kind of working there. Let's get these on our walls layer, which they are. And we're going to turn on my image planes again. And let's turn off our walls. Let's get this one up on the dome. I think that's a dome related object. Construction lines are locked. Okay, so we're progressing here. Alright, so let's look at creating this apps here. And it looks like it's the 3 different apps here. So what we're going to do is look at this section here and create this element to pull out of it. So similar idea. Let's turn on our walls. Make that our active layer. I'm going to hide this guy, and I'm interested in, actually I want to bring the curve out. So let's take this guy, and I'm going to bring out the editable spline. Quick way to do this would be to duplicate it, Control V, then I'm going to trash the lathe on this one, and then isolate selection. So this is the thing that we just revolved around. And what I'm looking to do is take that, and let's hide this wall so you can see what I'm doing here. Looking to take this object and subtract out this apps element, but I want it to revolve right around this edge, which is going to be the inside of our walls. So I'm going to take a line here, 2.5 snaps, and I want this one to be the point around which I'm going to revolve. Alright, so when I'm doing booleans, and yes, I'm going to be doing a boolean on this one, I like to make my objects that I'm taking out much bigger than the object that I'm subtracting into or cutting into. So let's get this thing kind of drawn here. Let's start with the line. I'm going to shift up. And we could do a couple things. We could draw a fillet here, but I think I'm going to actually do a circle. So I'm going to come to this point here and snap over to this line with my shift, and then come down to this line, and I'm going to isolate this so you can see what's going on. And there's my line. Bring this vertice down to there, and then you can actually close this one if I go to spline and find our close. It'll draw the line for us, which obviously is just a rectangle, which is not too fancy. But I'm going to do a circle, and I'm going to not start a new shape. I'm going to do it from here. Actually, we are going to have to do this as a new shape to get it to snap. Circle from here to here. Going to convert to a spline and attach that guy to it. And let's isolate again so you can see what I'm working on. And I'm going to go ahead and take this spline. I'm going to break the vertices here. Yeah, actually I'm going to, let's just take this segment off of here. So grab this segment and delete it, and then grab this vertice up and pull it past. And then we're going to go ahead and do another trim. Trim trim that off, trim that off. Okay, and actually we can trim this one off. Go to vertex, weld vertices, make sure those are welded, and then we can check this spline, make sure that it is closed, which it is. Okay, so we'll right click and get out of isolation. Alright, so now I'm looking to take this object and I want to lay that around because this thing, this apps, is actually, let's go ahead and get, there's our see-through. The apps is actually spun around this point out here. And we can actually find that point. I'm going to take this top view here. This object's over here. I'm going to set our pivot point down to here, center point again, and then I want to rotate this object with my snaps on 90 degrees so that when I go to front view it's right there. Now the reason I'm doing that is this thing is actually revolved around, let me grab some objects here, that and this drawing, isolate. This thing actually revolves around, well, actually got it pretty much right on this center point is where that thing's going to spin around. So if you remember when we drew this circle, this line, let's go and go ahead and create this one. Create a line, 2D snap, was from that intersection. Let's just draw the line here. So it came from that intersection down to that intersection. And that was the point at which, I'm going to attach this. That's the center point of our circle. So I'm going to trim this off to find out where it is exactly. Okay, so that was the center point of our circle, and that's where we need this element to revolve around. Okay. So I can take that object. I'm going to go ahead and keep that line there. I'm going to Control V, copy of it, and rotate it 90 degrees this way. So that gives me, in this view, this line to snap and revolve around. Alright, so given that, if you remember, our wall comes exactly with this thing. When you're going to subtract something out of it, you usually don't want the wall and two surfaces to be exactly the same spot. So I'm going to add some depth to this because I want it to come all the way out into the surface and really come and be clear that it's going to be separated from that object. So let's take this one and I'm going to shift drag it over, snap. So to that line, I'm going to take this segment, delete it off, and then so we can get there, create line from there to there. And then I want to do the same. Actually, this one I don't need to create. Go back to vertices, turn off my snaps, get that over here. I'm going to snap this one up over to that line. Okay, so I just added a little bit of extra stuff to this because this is actually in the space. You will see this when I get going. I'm going to weld these guys up again and double check, make sure this guy's closed, which he's not. He's saying it's open, which means, got a top view here, our segments weren't being snapped to the ground. So I'm going to make sure that's snapped up. So there. So I got it nice in line, and then grab those and weld verts. Okay. Make sure we weld verts on that one. It looks like it is. Another way to see if it's welded is if you only have one selected. All right, let's check our spline. We are closed. Okay. And then if we go to front view, looking to revolve this or lathe this one. So I'm going to take that and lathe. And that object, I'm going to put the axis right over here. So snapping to spacebar to hold the selection I want to get this guy down to that vertex there. Turn on our lathe. And long story short, that's essentially what we made. Now I don't need 128 on this one. 64, maybe even 32. Now I don't want this to be the isolate selection. Let's isolate again. What I'm looking for is that this doesn't read faceted. Now I'm only going to do, you're only going to see half of this. So that is a little bit too faceted for what we're trying to show here. I'm going to keep that at 64. All right, so we've got the element for our apps created here. And I'm going to pull that out. Unhide by name, which all of those, keep the layer, the object hidden. There we go. All right, so there is our wall. And let me grab this and show you where we're going to go with this one. And we are going to end up taking that out of this piece here. Okay. So that's the idea. We'll do that in the next, and we'll talk about some of the issues with booleans in the next video here. All right, so we're going to go through and do the booleans on this model here. And I want to talk about a couple little things. If I did my image planes and isolate selection here, and go through my animation here. If you look at this image plane, you'll see, let me get that guy on dome, that the apps, or the part with the circle on top, only happens on this back piece and not so much up on here. Okay, so sorry, it's actually right here. This piece is right here, okay, but you'll see looking at it in section, it doesn't go up into it and cut out. So the only part that has that is this one along the back in this section you can see here. Okay, and you see the trim piece. The cornice comes around and then it goes back into the apps like that and rounds around the apps. All right, so with that, we're going to do some booleans here. I'm going to first off make this lathe object slightly bigger. When you're doing booleans, some things you want to consider is, let me get back to frame 1, that you don't have the exact same faces facing this. Let me grab that guy and then an isolate here. Coplanar faces. So this guy you'll see is coplanar here. So I'm going to bring this vertex down a bit. And I like to make these things bigger than the actual object. Okay, so that will actually make a nice clean cut. All right, some other thing we need to consider when we're looking at doing a boolean is that we don't have, when this thing cuts, it's going to put a bunch of little vertices along here, and essentially what that's doing is taking an edge that you won't see and pulling it all the way back to the closest corner here. So what I want to do here is put a couple divisions on here. Look at this from the left view. Grab that guy and divide it. And let's grab these and divide. And then I'm looking to put more segments where this dome is going to meet. So I'm going to grab these segments and divide. And grab these. Looks like that one's, check to see if it's past it now. Looks like it's right above it, so I'm actually going to want to divide this guy as well one more time. And then let's do these and divide them. Now what that has done is it's created a bunch more topology where this is going to intersect. So these potentially will only go to an angled line there and an angled line there. Basically gives me some edge loops that I can get closer to snapping to, or give me a much cleaner model. Now ideally you'd probably want to have this thing as detailed as your dome here. and we'd snap those up to each one of them. Now that's quite a bit of work, and I don't think it's going to be totally necessary for this guy for that. So let's look at this guy. All right, so let's talk a little bit about things we need to consider when we are doing some booleans. First thing I'm going to do is make some copies of these. I'm going to Control V, make a copy, and I'm going to put these on my saved layer. I usually like to keep those models so that if I ever need to get back to them. First thing first, let's get this revolved around or rotated around into the right position. So I'm going to rotate. I've got my snaps on 5 degrees. Let's bring this one back down to my 90 degrees, and I'm going to make that one a copy and make an edit to this spline here. So if you remember, this guy does not have the arch to it. So I'm going to pull that guy out and let's pull this down. Snapping 2.5 snap from that handle down to that vertex, and let's make that guy a bezier or make him a corner. Okay, let's just make sure all of these guys are corners. It's a nice square. Okay, and then that's just, yeah, basically a cylinder there for that object. And weld our core, which is giving me a little bit of, so what was happening there is my vertex, there was a bunch of vertices on top of that. So let me don't weld core. If I put an edit poly on here, I can show you what this is doing. If I go to vertex, actually that did weld it. So see, each one of these vertices is their own. So I get all these little edges right stacked on top of each other, which can cause quite a bit of a problem. So whenever you're right on the axis line like this, you will definitely want to weld core. Okay, and that's going to cause a lot of that shading issues to go away. Alright, same with this one. Let's do the same on that lathing, and let's weld core on that just to make sure that we're good. Alright, so when we are revolving around, I'm going to turn this guy and right click and object properties, and I'm going to tell the properties to be backface coal. What I know about this guy is when I built him, if I go to left view and go to vertex, you'll see vertex 1 is here, vertex 2 is here, 3. So this line was, was drawn in a counterclockwise. When that gets lathed around, it tells which face is going to be the actual outside of this object. By default, Max shows both sides, so you don't really see this. Inside a lathe, you can actually flip the normals. Let me show you what this will do if I boolean this guy. So if I took this object and did create compound object boolean, and I'm doing a subtraction, and I pick this one off, you'll see it's going to give me a really goofy looking model, basically the reverse of what I kind of want. So I'm going to undo all that and make sure I'm back to lathe, and I'm going to flip normals so everything's looking good. And now let's try the pro boolean on it and start picking. And if you find that things aren't subtracting out the way you want them to, more than likely it's a normals issue. Now this guy has done quite a bit of cleanup with planar faces, meaning faces that are all in plane. It's going to get rid of. One thing I don't want to do is I want to kind of keep a lot of that stuff there. Makes it easier for cleanup. So underneath my options here, under Pro Booleans, I can say no edge removal and pick and pull that one out. Okay, and that will give me the apps that I'm looking for. And this one I can pull out. So I go Pro Boolean on that one again, start picking another object to add to that one, and I'm going to isolate selection. Show you what I've got here is we've got a model that gives us kind of what we're looking for as far as that. Now you're noticing some odd shading on here. This actually is just the viewport and the default lighting that's happening inside of here. Some of it could be actual polygons that are a little bit of a mess or awry. I'm going to just go with this one. I'm going to right click and convert to an editable poly. That's why I kept those copies of those objects, so that if I ever need to pull them back, I knew I was going to delete history here, I could. So one thing that you would probably want to look at doing. Now the booleans are great, but they do leave very sloppy mesh. If I know I'm never going to animate this model, and I know I'm never going to put a turbo smooth on here, if I just like a turbo smooth, I'm never going to smooth it. It just gives you an absolutely disgusting looking smoothing. Because there's n-gons all over this place. N-gons meaning that there's more than 4 sides. Plus there's all these extra vertices that were projected around. So it can take a bit of a cleanup to kind of get rid of those. I like to get rid of, and it does help with the shading. You see on that, the shading changes a little bit on that. So any of these ones that are just kind of in line, going through and clean up is a very useful thing to do. And make sure you're doing control remove, which will actually not delete an edge in case you accidentally got one that has an edge. Okay, so going around and you see that's going to help quite a bit of the shading and the normals that are affecting on the vertices here. And I'm only going to do this on one side because I'm going to basically do a symmetry on this model and show you how I'd only have to do one side of this guy. So I actually don't even have to do that side of it. I can do just one side, this side, and then have that mirror over. So let me show you what. Well, let's do our symmetry this way. So I want to get the same object over onto that side. So if I do a symmetry, okay, and then I want to do this X direction, Z direction, did it. Problem is it's slightly rotated here. So I'm going to take this guy and edit the mirror line, and we're looking at a 5-degree rotation, I believe, and I'm going to undo my isolate selection and make sure that we are snapped up 2.5 snaps to that vertex there, and that should give me a nice mirror of that side over to that side. Okay, and then the nice thing about that is whatever I do to this one side, if I keep that symmetry going, it's going to translate across to the other object. So any of these vertice edits here, oops, and that one I do need to keep because it was on an edge. Okay, these extra vertices, they're on straight edges, so it's not going to change your shape in any way, but it can change a bit of the shading and how this guy gets represented with shading. Okay, it's not the most ideal, but it does certainly get you what we need to do. And our key thing here is that we can render it and we can texture it, and this will all texture and render just fine. Now, unwrapping it might be a little bit more of a trick with all of these n-gons, but and not so many edge loops to select, but you know, it will work. So those are just some of the caveats and worries that you have to consider when you're thinking about a boolean. The tendency I see for students to do is to just go crazy with booleans, and then they get just these nasty meshes that they even start using it on characters, which would be a major no unless you clean up your lines, which can be edge looping all the way around. So, which you can do. I mean, it can certainly use booleans and then edge loop and get quads on everything. But that's the idea. So I'm just quickly going to go through. I'll probably do this even more kind of off screen, so you don't have to watch this exciting video here of me deleting verts. But let me clean up this one, and then I'll check the apps that I made and just look over and talk about some of the concerns. Just doing control on these, control picking those, and then holding the control for the remove. Try not to delete the ones that have edges associated to them, which if there's any shape deformation, there probably is an edge, like that guy. And if you see the shape changing after you delete, then it means you've deleted an edge. Okay, so that's the idea behind that apps there. And then this guy, can use quite a bit more cleanup. So that's one downside to the high res that I had for the dome, but it looks nice and smooth. So in those domes, I definitely want them to render nice and smoothly. All right, so I'll go through and clean up that guy. Now on that one, so I am doing the symmetry, right? I wouldn't have to worry about that one. Now one thing I got to worry about with the symmetry is I am actually not directly in the middle of this guy. I'm gonna pull him off. Now one thing that might help you see this is if I go to polygons on this guy and just delete the ones that I don't want. Okay, so just grab all of that side. And I'll probably have to do some picking here. I'm going to delete. And from there down to actually this one. That one, I'm noticing that one. Yeah, okay, that actually is right. Good. So I'm going to go from that one, and delete that, and then we can go to shell on that and delete. Didn't get it all. Get that one. Delete that shell. I'm noticing that my apps wasn't totally snapped up perfect. So I'll delete that. There we go. All right. So that's what I'm looking for. And then if I do symmetry on this one, you'll see, yeah, since I didn't snap up that apps nicely there, I do have a slight gap. So I'm going to snap this symmetry line. Actually, I've got a slight rotation on this one. All right, so I'm getting a little bit of an off. Let me delete this symmetry on here. So let's talk a little bit about what it's doing is it's getting this rotation that's part of the object, but I'm zeroed up. Looks like I've got a little bit here in the 84.375. So I'm going to do my calculator and figure out what that is. One other thing that you can do is kind of a nice little trick here. Let me show you this. Is if I go standard primitive, I want to get this guy's basically his pivot point all straightened up. So if you start with a new object, and I'm going to convert that to a poly. I like this guy because he's all nice and straight with the world. So if I take that and attach this model to it, okay, and then get out of attach, and now go to this object here and delete, you'll see now it's taken on, if I isolate, this nice perfect rotation. He's all zeroed up. Okay, so that's kind of one way. Or you can also use the X form, but it's a little bit different there. So I'm going to snap up this pivot point now, 2.5 snap to there, and now I've got a nice square straight thing, and I've got a couple extra polygons I want to get rid of here. Noticing. Okay, just going to check my edge. All looking good. All right, so now I'm going to go through and do my symmetry just to fix that. So that's a nice trick I do a lot. And let's flip that around. And now I've got nice and lovely looking symmetry all snapped up and beautiful there. Although, yeah, that's right. That guy's over there. Okay, so that's a nice way of straightening out your straightening it out. So the idea, I'll just review that again because it's kind of a useful trick. If I have this guy rotated and then I want to use straighten him out and I don't know what angle that was, I could freeze transforms and reset pivot point to the world. But one way is if you take this guy and convert to a poly, as long as I attach this one to that, that's one object, and now I could grab that guy as a shell, and that guy's pivot point's nice and clean. Okay, just a little bit of a trick there, and all that matters is the order in which you pick. All right, so that's pretty good for this video. I think we talked a little bit about the booleans and what to do with that. Things to watch out and consider for that. You might look at, if you really want to clean this thing up, is on the edit poly. I'm going to show you some more things we can do here. If I go to this edge and shift click that edge, let's go this one and get a ring, or sorry, control pick. Yeah, come on. We can actually go to ring on that guy, but he's not ringing. Because of our vertices down here. So what we could do here is grab this guy kind of in crossing and deselect these, as I want to put an edge loop in here. Okay, and I'm going to just connect one here. Let's actually do what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, then you can grab that loop. Oops. Shift pick it, move it, and if I do a 3 snap, so I'll just show you some methods for kind of cleaning this up if you really want to have nice endgons. So on a 3 snap endpoint from there to there, and I dragged in the Z direction, and actually I need to move that one over even more, so shift. I know this is a straight object, so I can kind of move that guy straight up and down. That one's there, so this one does go to the top. Shift pick that, snap from there to there. And up to there. Okay, and then we can go through and connect these guys. So if I go to my cut, end to end. Now you don't need the snaps on with your cut, but sometimes it can help. As long as you're in a 3 snap, then make sure you don't get a vertice that needs to be cleaned up right there. Make sure you snap to the correct one. So just control pick that guy out. Okay, so booleans, you know, it's a chicken and an egg, whichever one you want to do first. You either model it very endgon-like, and then you're good to go, or you come back and clean it up to make it endgons, which is kind of a step that I'm doing right here, is going back and cleaning it up a bit. As long as you know what you're doing, they can work. They can get the job done. And for ArcViz, they work really well. So there's my symmetry. Now I've got that edge loop kind of going around through the apps. Okay. All right. So that's kind of our workflow working with booleans and things we need to consider. Also introduced a little bit of symmetry there. All right, so we're going to continue on and create the trim piece that goes around this building. It's this piece of trim that goes all the way around the circle and goes above the cylindrical piece that we have here. Okay, so it goes all the way around this thing. The one thing it does do is it comes in around here and then goes into that and then goes back out of there. So it'd be nice to be able to extrude something along a line that goes all along this profile here. So let's go ahead and talk about how we can get that. What I'm looking to do is bring out an edge, and I'm going to do this so that it goes all the way around when we do this loft, all the way around the object. So I'm going to put this edit poly on top of this object, and let's see how much of a loop we can get here. We've got a loop all the way around, and the problem is it's going to go across. Let's see if this one, how far that one will go. Goes to there, and this one go from there to there. Kind of stops at the dome here. So what we would need to do is connect a loop across here, and I actually want this trim piece to go more at a level like this. Okay, so this one here is more where I want that piece of trim to go across, or even along there. Alright, so let's take this one as our piece of trim location. Actually, let's do that one. So that one's going to go around the dome, and it's going to hit over to here. So what I need to do is get this to kind of come across my whole model. And I'm noticing here, if I look in side view and on isolate selection, we are, arrow through, we're actually down a little bit from where we want this to be. So the top of the trim piece would be an edge like there. Okay, so it's actually could be even this one here is where I would want this thing to kind of go around. So if I shift click that one, you'll see isolate selection on this one. Get back to my shaded view here and edges. So that's where I want the edge to be, and that's going around this loop here, and it's intersecting about at that line is where I need it to be. So what we need to do is create a segment across there. So I'm going to shift grab that. Okay. And I want to use all of this stuff. The reason I'm building this is I'm going to use the line in here, or the edge, to turn it into a line, and then we can loft across that. So let's go ahead and connect that there. And then I want to snap that up to the same location here. So I'm moving 3 snap, and I'm going to do endpoints. Going to lock in the Z direction, and then you can use spacebar so you don't deselect. I'm going to snap that up to one of these endpoints there. In just the and this is the X direction is what I want on that one. Because I'm local, let's do view, and that would actually be Z. There we go. Alright, now I'm going to go ahead and cut from that endpoint to that endpoint. Okay, we got a nice loop. Just test it out. I'm going to right click to get out of there, spacebar to deselect, Q, and then let's go there and shift, and now you see it goes all the way around and grabs that piece to there. So, and then I'm probably going to resymmetrize this again. I'm doing it the other side, which now in hindsight probably should have done it the other side, but I'll show you here. We'll be fine. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut from, I actually want this line to kind of go across here. So I don't want to use this corner edge. So I'm going to grab the edge here, and this one I'm going to have to pick each one of these because it's not quads. It's not going to give me a nice ring. Making sure I get that, and then I'm going to go ahead and connect this one with an option because I want to slide this one down close to the bottom. Okay, and then we can grab this loop, shift pick that, and then spacebar, view, and Z. I'm going to snap that one up to that point there, and then we'll go and cut that endpoint to that endpoint. Alright, so now let's do a selection. Shift select, and you see it loops all the way to there, which is what I'm looking for. And then we'll go edges. Let's go ahead and connect that. And we'll move there. And then we'll go and cut. Okay, now that brings us all the way around to the other side, which I would need to do a very similar thing. So rather than doing that, I'm just going to stick another symmetry on here. So let's go symmetry. and you'll see that symmetrized the X direction, which is what I want. I want to make sure that brought the line that I just made all the way across. If you don't see this line, you might have to flip, okay, which I don't need to do on this one. Okay, so we've got that. Now I've got a couple bits of symmetry on here. I'm going to right click and convert to editable poly, just to get rid of my history here. Now I want to take this edge that I just made, just make sure it all worked properly, shift grabbing, and I want to turn that thing into a curve because I want to be able to loft along it. So I'm going to create a shape from the selection, and we'll do this as linear, and I'll go ahead and grab this curve and isolate selection again and show you what we've got. So there is our curve, and it's a total editable spline, and I'm looking to bring in, trace out a line that matches this profile that I can loft along it. So let's go ahead and create that, and I'm going to go line, and I'll turn off, I'll do 2.5, which will snap us down. So I actually don't need snaps for now, I'll snap it up later. So I'm going to come across and just create profile element here, and I'm just going to make it all square so I can add detail later. Come up to that point, close it up, and just make sure we made that all flat, which we were. And 1 for vertex on this one. I'm gonna move this over, snapping, and if I grab my X handle, it'll lock it to there. 2.5 snapping on that. All right, so what we're looking to do is take that and loft it around this curve that we created. That new curve that we just made, I'm going to loft it around this object, so isolate selection. Alright, so to get going on this one, this editable spline, I'm going to take this vertex here. This is going to be my very first one. This is where I want to start from and then go all the way around. So what we want to do is make this my first vertex. So make first, and you see now that that's number 1 right here. So just renumbered all of those. That's vertex number 1. Where this pivot point of this curve is where this one's going to be lofted around. So what I like to do is move this before I get going. So snap, I'm going to do a 3 snap on this one, on that plane, and snap it up to that line. Okay, and we're done with that. So I'm going to take this and we're going to create a compound object. So this is made of 2 objects. So lofting. I usually start with my profile shape, lofting it, and I want to get the path. So I'm going to take this and put it on the path. Put it on the path like that. Okay, and what it did is take our line that we made from our model, our walls, and give us this nice extrusion. Now, this by default I've got set, by default I think it'll come out to 5, so you probably will have something like that and like that, but that's way too much geometry. On the path, I don't really need to have an extra one because this is basically a straight path, so because I had enough segments in the wall, it's going to read really well that way. Now what I do need to do is work on adding some detail to this. So if I go back to my shape, and the shape is right there, and go to vertex, I'm going to turn off show end result. Maybe you can see what's going on. Well, you know what, it'd be easier, no, let's do this. On my shape, grab the shape, and then go to vertex. You can see the vertices in the shape that's there. So if I go front view or left view here, you'll be able to see the shape. What I can do now is add all my detail on this. So I've got spline editing stuff. So Can add a slight chamfer to an edge, and that's going to carry through. Can add a nice fillet here. Okay, now here's the idea with the fillet. So the fillet has a curve in there, but you see, because my loft along the shape is set to 0, it's not going to actually put any segments in there. So a way to add geometry where you need geometry, rather than taking the shape and adding geometry everywhere, even where it's straight, keep these guys at 0. Then on the shape, you can go to segment, grab the segment, and just divide this guy up to add the geometry where you need it. So divide. See, I got a nice round curve in there. Guess I'll show you that again here. I'm gonna where we can do some like these. I want to be rounded out, so I'm gonna grab those and let's fillet these. Something like that. And then now I've got these curved segments that need to be divided to add the geometry where I need it. And let me show you this in 3D, what it's doing here. So there's the faceted square, and then if I divide this one, I'm just going to be putting geometry where I need it. Okay, so I'm going to make a very optimized piece of geometry here, and put in the polygons where I need them. So I'll do a little chamfer on this one. Okay, maybe a couple bevels, chamfers, bevels on those. Okay. So when I'm putting these little chamfers on here, it's just going to add a little bit of a highlight. So one thing you could also look at here, if I'm going to right click up here, and I'd have to do that in my options. Actually, I've got this chamfer. Let's use like 0.05. It's still too big. 0.01 meters a good. Okay, you can also right click and, or we can do our options. Yeah. I'm just adding a little bit of bevel to these so that they pick up some highlights when this thing renders. You don't want to have perfectly geometrically square edges like that, so it won't pick up the highlights when you render. Alright, so keeping that history, I can kind of tweak the heck out of that thing and get a very complex looking cornice rather easily. Alright, so it's also smoothing along the length, and that's giving us a little bit of an odd smoothing with the shading here that we might want to fix. One option is to put a smooth modifier on top and auto smooth, which will help based off of an angle threshold of 30 degrees between the normals. Smooth where it needs to be smooth, but give you hard corners where you need them. Alright, so let's get out of isolation mode, and here's my camera view. Kind of give me an idea of what we've got modeled so far. Okay, and I'll go back to frame 1. Okay, so we're getting a bit of detail. Noticing some on these columns, now that I'm looking at them, the lathing, I've got 16 segments, let's look at like 32. Because these are all instanced, they're going to start smoothing out. Okay, I don't want to be seeing any of that faceting, so I always kind of look at my camera here and see what I can see from the camera view and what I need to fix. Okay, I'm kind of in a view where I might be looking what's rendering pretty well. I'm looking at F9 to check our rendering, see how things are showing up. Got a very see-through material on these guys. So on that, looking at that rendering, let's check that. I'm going to right-click in Object Properties, and now we know that we can see if that thing's flipped. Okay, so that's the problem there is let's actually tell this entire walls layer to be all these objects. I'm going to select all of these. Let's go to our walls layer, and I'm going to select, and I'm going to make sure all of these object properties are set to by layer. Okay, and then we can tell the layer, right-click Layer Properties, to backface cull. So we can see when we have objects that are messed up or flipped, like that guy. So lathing, let's weld our core on it for sure, and then flip the normals. Okay. So we know that those are going to come out looking right now. If I render this, these normals won't be flipped around. Okay. So that's the idea behind that. I will continue on. I'm going to do a couple more of these. Probably not as the video. Let's see which other ones. This top one is a similar idea, although it's basically just a circle. Actually, we've already done that one, haven't we? Yes. This one here, this piece of trim here, which we don't see in the, because that column is blocking it. So there we will have to either find something that gives us that or make our own. You can kind of look at profiles of things and see if it gives you an indication of what it's doing. And then this one actually goes across and comes up, over, and around some of these other shrines. So let's look at adding. So I'm going to add this piece of detail here. So I've got my loft and I've got my shape. I grab the shape here. And we go to spline, and I grab the spline. I'm going to hold this down, make sure I'm in the view. Shift drag this so I make a copy. And now I basically have copied the spline inside there. I'm going to actually delete quite a bit of it. This trim piece is, let's go grab a bunch of these. I'm going to make that trim piece basically this little element here. So I'm going to leave off some of these vertices on the front. So see very quickly I'm using the piece that I had before to model out another piece of trim. And let's bring that one this way up to here. And I could probably get rid of that vertex there. And it's all part of the same object. So now I can grab this spline here and snap them up. Okay. And then let's go to vertex mode on these guys and get it to match a little bit closer. Okay, so that's all I did there, was just replicate that piece of trim. It's doing all of our nice stuff. That'll add the smooth on top. Okay. I can continue this workflow, seeing that there's this trim piece down here. Spline, and make sure we're in view on this guy. I'm doing view just because I don't want to be slightly off when I move this down. Now this one I'm going to snap in the Y to this ground plane. Go to vertex, and let's move these guys up. Okay. So in wireframe here, let's, okay, so I'm going to pick these up and bring them up to about here. And this one I'm going to do a little bit other spline editing on. I'm going to take my curve out of here. So now I've got this big fillet, and then I'm going to bring this guy out. Snap this one over. It's getting a little hard to see, so what I can do, I guess I don't have it go the whole way, but I'll leave it. So take my shape and vertex. Those guys lined up. You know what I'll actually probably do is get rid of this guy, and let's take this spline. I don't actually have to get rid of him. I want to extract this out so that we don't have the loft on here. So I'm going to detach. Okay, I don't want to do it as any copy. I'm just detaching it. Okay, so now it doesn't have the loft, and then I'll show you how we can add this back to it. So I've got this here, shading. Get out of my loft object here and then grab this guy. Let's go to this line. Let's get these as corners. What I'm looking to do is add a little bit of a step in here. So doing my, make sure that's going to project down. I'm going to refine this so we can add some more verts in there. And snap this up this way. Let's go over in the X direction to there. Y to there. Okay, maybe we'll refine this again and turn off my snaps. Add 2 more there. Snap. No, we don't need to snap down to there. Snap to there. Okay, and maybe that's just one large bevel on there. Alright, so there's my new spline. Just make sure that that guy's flat, which he is. And if I grab this guy, so keeping this history is a huge workflow technique here. So if I grab my loft and then I go to my shape, right? And then I want to add, so I grab the shape itself, okay? I can go to spline and then I can attach this new one here. Attach that to it. And now if I isolate selection, see I've added that trim piece all the way around. So all this kind of like detail is way useful to just kind of be popping that stuff in there. Alright, so you can continue along with any of these things that are using that same path, which that guy was for sure. You might look at adding this one, but I think we'll do this one later when we have the shrines built around it. Okay, so that's the loft, which is a very useful tool. Let's doubly make sure. I think we're all right with our yeah, we don't have to worry about the faces on this one because it's on our walls layer and we're already on back face culling. So now we've got this nice trim piece going all the way around our building. Alright, so we've got most of the general structure built for this building, and I'm going to go through and start talking about the details for this. I think a good location to start for that would be the column capitals for this. Now these are a Corinthian column capital, so I'm going to just isolate this guy here. And I'm going to create a new plane, or new layer here. And let's call this one image plane capital or something. And I'm going to make that my active one. And I'm going to create a plane in here. We'll just set this one to default 1 and 1. And let's stick a material on here. In this one I'm going to do just a standard material, so I switch this one to a standard material and we'll assign that to it. We'll call this one capital image plane. And for this I'm going to stick a picture in for the diffuse channel, a bitmap. And we've got inside, I've downloaded several images for a column capital. This is under my scene assets and images. And we'll put this one in. And I'm going to turn the checkerboard on so you can see this one. And then I want to get this one to the right proportion. So UV map this, and we'll set it to a plane for that. That's fine. And I want to match the bitmap of that, so that will set it to the correct proportions. And then I can bring my plane down to about the right size. So if I uniformly scale this one, I'll keep the correct proportions. And I'm just going to get this about the right size here. So looking like something like that. What I'm looking for, now this has got a little bit of foreshortening here in perspective. It's not a full-on elevation or side view like I've got right here. So we'll keep that at that. I'm going to take my layer and we'll go ahead and freeze it and set my layer properties here to not show frozen in gray. And then let's create a new layer. I'm going to call this one column capital. I'll make sure that's our active layer. All right, so to approach something like this, I'm going to actually unfreeze this one and make sure that's our active layer. For approaching something like this, I'm going to show you some methods for working with splines that I find really pretty quick and pretty useful for generating items like this. So setting our line, a couple things I want to do is set my drag type to Bezier on this. So when I click, I'm going to lay out and drag any kind of curves. Now when you're working with Beziers, kind of a general rule of thumb would be less is more, kind of. So I'm just, wherever it kind of changes in full direction, I'm going to drop a line. Now I also want to replicate the same location where I have another Bezier handle or vertice. I'm going to come back and close this one off here. Alright, so if we go back into vertex mode here, I can come and tweak some of these to match a little bit better the shape. Convert this one to a Bezier corner, which will give me a handle here. Looking to just kind of lay this thing out in profile. And the more time you spend on this, getting it more accurately, the better this will look. But we'll just kind of quickly lay this out, show you the method that you can use for approaching things like this. And we'll pull that out like that. Also, I like to just put this interpolation to adaptive, so it makes me nice and smooth lines like such. All right, so that is the idea for that. I'm going to lay that out. Now what I want to do is put a surface on here. So if you come down underneath surface, it was off screen there, what this does is basically going to, because I have nothing, I don't have quads going in here, it's going to turn this guy off. Hold on a sec, let me zoom in here. So let me get some quads going on. So with the surface modifier on there, it'll actually mesh this thing whenever we have a quad. So if you, right now it's not doing anything, but if I come through and we're going to basically do a refine, I want to connect my refine, and you can connect with linear is kind of the default one I use. So with this refine, when I turn that on, and I'll go from that one, it's going to ask you, do you want to refine or connect only? I only want to connect only, and to that one, and then right click, you'll see it draws a line. Now if I go to my top of my stack, and let's pull this object out, you'll see here now that I've got a surface. Okay, and that surface has a certain threshold. Basically, you don't have to be exactly precise on this. If your vertices are slightly off, it will still merge them together and give you a surface. This allows you to have more and more resolution to it. We'll just keep that right now for 5. Keep it nice and blocky for now, and then we'll add as we need to go along. All right, so going with that idea, you can right click and you do refine connect, and then I can click from vertex to vertex. And if I show in result, you'll see I start to patch this thing in. So I'll go from there to there. Okay. I would recommend trying to stay with quads. So I've got 1, 2, 3 on that one. So on this one, I'm going to do a refine without connect and just put a 4th point on there. And then if I got a straight view on this one, I can kind of tweak this a bit. Get a little cleaner looking mesh happening there. All right, so we've got the idea of a mesh started here. So what we can continue on is if I grab this spline, so I'll just turn off end result. So grabbing that spline, you can hold down your shift key and drag this off, okay? And then you have the option here for making a cross section. So between spline and spline, you can cross section, which will give you the lines that you need to connect between those. Okay, if I turn on end result, now I've got essentially that idea. Okay, we can keep tweaking this one. Let's see what's going on with this vertex here. Have I gone 3-dimensional on that one? All right, so I will figure out what's going on with that one there in a second here, but I want to keep going with the workflows on this one. All right, so that is that idea. Now this object, if I go back to object mode here, is actually kind of a three-dimensional tapered piece with an edge down the middle. So the general rule is all you need to do is make a line wherever there is a line for an object in here. So let's pull this out. Now this is also geometry, so we can do a symmetry on this one. Symmetry modifier. In this case, I want to go along the x-axis. Let's go in this case the z. I'm going to flip that around, and this actually didn't want to flip that back. Flip that way. And with the weld, you see it's going to automatically combine those together nicely. Now you may not want to do a symmetry on that. Another approach for this would be to actually duplicate and connect your meshes, although this kind of works for that. And then we could also look at like a taper modifier on here. And the taper modify, you want to look for what axis do you want to primarily taper along. And in this case, I'm going to look at the y. Let's put some value in here. In this case, I'm going to do the x. So the best thing to do is kind of look at this from a top view to see where it's going. Now I want this taper to be down the middle. So I'm going to move this over to here, and you can actually snap that up as well. Okay, so I'm going to taper right down the middle. And with that taper, we can also add some curvature to it, depending on which way we want to go. And this taper actually is going to go to here. I'm going to add some curvature. And actually, I want to go the other way. Taper amount, add a bit more curvature. Okay, so you got that idea there. We can also move this to help shape this thing around, and we can taper it even more. Okay, so we get that idea to quickly kind of lay out that. So we can keep tweaking that one. I want to go on to like a leaf element here and show you some more of this method. All right, so let's go to like one of these leaves. So to generate this kind of idea, I'm going to start with a line, and I'm going to create just kind of an outline. Like I said, less is more on this one. So wherever you kind of have hard corners, put a vertice down and kind of let it be real loose right now. I'm going to back that one out and come back to here. And before I get too far on this one, I'm going to edit some stuff so it doesn't get too hairy here. So this one's going to be a Bezier corner. Key thing you want to watch when you're using this method is that you don't cross over your edges. And in fact, this one I probably could get away with just one edge on here. In fact, I think I'm going to do, actually, let's bring this back. So using your snaps, you can also create lines inside here. And I'm drawing flat on a surface, so you can add lines to and keep editing this thing. Bezier corner. Now in this case where if you make like a Bezier corner, you can't see the handle. One thing I will do is switch this to a Bezier, and then, or to a smooth, and then right click and then Bezier corner, and then you'll get your handles back. So kind of just a way of pulling out your handles. So all I'm trying to do here, the focus is to get like this one here. I'm going to smooth it and then Bezier corner so I can get my handles out. Like I said, I'm just trying to trace the lines that exist so I can get creases for things. Let's get this one pulled up to there. And I'm going to use this one. I'm going to go ahead and delete this guy segment. And I'll redraw another one. So then another thing you'll use a lot of is fusing. So grabbing these two verts, you can fuse vertices, which will bring them together like this. It doesn't weld them. It keeps them as separate vertices so I can get handles for each one of them to control. I also use a lot of my keyboard shortcuts. So snapping between my axes, F5, F6, F7, and F8 to go to plane, or to 3 axes there. Alright, so I'm going to continue on just sculpting these a little bit. Not going to make it perfect because it can take a little bit of time to do that. Now, if you have something like this, the handles are connected, do a Bezier corner, break those handles, and you can get pretty accurate curves here to follow that surface. All right, so I'm going to create another line here, my snaps, and note that I'm also drawing this thing completely flat, so just it helps with dealing with this so that I'm not having to deal with the third dimension just yet. Okay, so I'm drawing that line. And let's do one more, and then I will continue on. Let's do, in this case, if I want to refine, you can turn off your snaps. You can click on a line, and actually this one, let's go ahead and create a line out like that, right-clicking the end. And I'm just going to refine it, which puts a vertice in there. Okay. Then I can use this one, snap it up to that vert, turn off my snaps, and adjust that to fit. Bezier corner gives you the handle. Pull that one down. Okay. Gonna create another line here. So you can also create your lines as separate objects and then attach. In this case, I'm just interested in getting them laid out. So I just snapped with that. Gonna convert these guys to Beziers. If you kind of want a smooth curve, turn off my snaps again. Bezier corner on that one. Alright, so I've got some curves laid out. I also want to look at creating these interior curves. So if I create line here, and we'll place one kind of down the middle. And I don't want to weld those vertices, I'll keep them separated. Alright, so let's get this guy back. We'll snap him up to there. And let's convert this one to a Bezier corner. Oops, and I got my snaps on. Alright, and then I could also make this edge come up through here. But I just want to show you how I can get at least this leaf looking. Well, let's focus on one of these. I'll go ahead and create a line here. I'm going to refine this one from here. Let's create a line. And turn off my snaps. I want this one to come back to here. And this guy, that's the one I want. Pull him out to there. And that's fine that I pulled those apart. We can easily fuse these all back together. So pull this one over here, grab all these and fuse. Just put them all together. And then we'll create one more here. Turn off my snaps. Looking for a pattern. Oops, I don't want to weld. Pattern that, right-clicked on that one, that keeps 4 quads, or a point where I can add vertices. So I might need to put another line here, so let's just refine this. Looking to put an edge all the way through these that I can create a quad. And so let's look at this one with surface. So if I come in here and put surface on here, you should see, oops, that I've got a surface. Okay, and then what's nice is I can go back and tweak all of this, showing end results. I can go to vertex level, and let's pull these ones out because this kind of sticks up. Now I don't have full quads. I'm going to have to put an edge here. That's why this is looking pretty darn messy here. So let's go into vertex. I'm going to show do not show end result. So I've got some 3D to this. I'm starting to pull up the angles for the leaves. So let's get refine here. So I'm going to right click, refine, connect from there to there, 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 and there. When I right click, it'll draw the line, although it didn't snap to that guy. So let's go ahead and delete this segment here and refine, connect from that vert. Okay. And now let's look at our surface with that. Okay, so similar idea. I still need to kind of tweak this surface a bit more. I'm going to isolate so that we can see this object as its own little thing. Alright, so let's pull out some verts here. And then the only other thing you got to watch when you're working with this is that you're doing circles around, or grabbing the objects by drawing a ring around the object. And let's see what realistic gives us. I've got some odd shading going on here for this surface. Alright, so one thing I went through and did customize preferences and viewports rather than troubleshoot what's going on. I switched my display driver from the nitrous to the OpenGL, and this is giving me a much more accurate representation of what I'm looking for on this one. So you can see here it's starting to look a little bit like a leaf. We can add a bit more surface patches on here to smooth this thing out, so you can get a real good idea of what it's looking like. If I F4 out of that guy. Okay, so if we look at a left view of this, okay, and I do have a little bit of overlap that's giving it some oddities to it. So I'm gonna, what's nice is if you switch your move here to like screen, you can start to tweak quite a bit of these handles to get things to start to angle up correctly. So if I pull that guy, so I'm wanting to pull this curve up in a third dimension there, and kind of pulling that one. This is that top piece, so I can get the leaf to kind of come up and create a little bit more of a valley in there. Can also pull its tension down. Okay, so starting to get a pretty organic looking leaf there. This one, you'll see one thing, if I kind of want a harder crease, there's only 2 Bezier handles. I should turn off the end result. 2 Bezier handles for that. If I right click and do Bezier corner on these, you'll see now I've got the handles for here. So I can pull this one up. If I turn on my shaded here, and I can pull that up so I get a little bit tighter crease. So you can kind of sculpt this thing quite a bit and get the shape exactly how you want it. Okay, and keep those connected. I could even add a harder crease to this. If you look at this one, right click and do Bezier, you can pull these together tighter to get a harder crease at the top. Okay, so I get a nice edge there. Tweak some of my curves. This one, you can, if I want to bring a harder corner into there, click through and find the handle that or the vertex that I want. So it's not that one. I'm just going to keep clicking through. And you'll see I'm able to move these vertices off, and it's still going to give me the surface. That's based off of my threshold that I have for my surface. So that's nice to pull those apart and get a Bezier on that one, so I can get the handle working, and then I can bring these all back together, right click and fuse. So now I've got this handle that I can pull up this way and pull that guy up a little higher. Okay. So that's the idea for creating pretty elaborate looking leaves. And I just unisolated my selection here. I'm going to pull out my capital image plane. I'm going to pull this one off of there so I can see it a little bit better. And let's pull this one forward a bit more. All right, so can continue on with that, just creating more lines. I'll go ahead and make another leaf here real quickly. Create a line, and I'm going to snap. In this case, I'm going to do 3 snap because I want to snap up to these verts that are in a 3rd dimension here. Another thing you can do is if you've snapped up and you want to grab those verts, just pull them out by segment, convert this to a Bezier, gives me a handle. And I'll just get them close for now. See what that does for our shading. So there's kind of the beginning of the other leaf. Okay, and I can tweak this thing in 3 dimensions. I'm going to go and fuse these guys so I don't have any tolerance issues here. Okay, so that's the beginning of that leaf. We could continue on and add the centerpiece. The key to all of this thing is that we just need to have the four patches to this. So I could do another line that kind of comes through here. Let's just try this one. And we'll create a line, turn off my end result from this point. And I'm going to go ahead and end over here. And then I want to refine, so I'm turn off my snaps, right click and refine there and there. And then we can bring this one up, snap to there, make sure they're fused. Okay. And that allows me to get that guy going. Okay, can create a line from here up to there. And with the viewport, if you have your move on screen, what I do is just kind of work it in profile here and just move those handles down until they match in profile, and then show end result. And you can see, let's go ahead and isolate this guy. You can see we have quite a bit of control. So let's say we have like a value or a valley going through there. Okay. If I wanted to have a harder crease there, just pull up this handle on that one, and you see I'm getting a hard crease right there. Okay. One thing I would do is make sure that you're checking. It won't make a patch if you don't have 3 or 4 sides. So just try to stay in the 4-sided range. I've got a 2 here, which actually works, but here's a 3. I'd probably want to split this guy into quads, bringing a line across here. So that ability you can take if you want to do a refine and connect. So right click, this is pretty nice, refine, connect. You can refine and just go across. Say I wanted to put a line across there. Now it's just put a nice division across there. Now I've got a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that ability to add those there. So I can go back to vertex mode, select these, and you'll see that that's not showing the Beziers that way. So if I click again, it gives me that one. I can get the Bezier handles for that. And if I want a Bezier corner, we can move this one up that way and that way to give a valley that way. Okay, so I'm not really following the picture here, but I'm just showing you the methods for being able to sculpt that thing into a pretty nice looking leaf. Now what also is nice is we can do any kind of editing on this. We can add our tapers, or we can go in and do vertex editing here. We can use our soft selection on this, so if I want to kind of pull things out. So if I use soft selection and do a vert here and do our fall off, you should be able to see the ability, if I just go down to vertex mode here, to have this thing fall off. So you see I'm grabbing a range of vertices there, and turn that on again. You can soft select, kind of sculpt this thing and give it a little bit of curvature. Okay, we can certainly rotate with our soft selection on and do a little bit of sculpting this way as well. So if I need to kind of pull that out, overall soft selection, editing that way. Just resculpting this to fit like that. Okay, so that's kind of the methods. I'll probably do another video here on some bit more of this on the column capital, and we'll go from there. Okay, so I want to go through some of the methods that I've been using for generating this column capital. Rather than step by step, I'll just show you progression as I'm getting through them. So you'll see here what I've done is I brought the columns back in to play. I also took the image plane and duplicated it off so I have some reference, but I also put it in location. I also started to move the column capital into place. And this is a three-dimensional sculpted element, so I started putting the surface sculpture that I have for the leaves and all this stuff into place. Some things that I've been doing for helping with moving and sculpting this thing. So if you go to move and you're on vertex, if you use soft selection and put this at like 0.001, you can kind of interactively move these points without moving all the other ones. So it's kind of a nice way of just clicking and dragging and editing points if you don't want to do full-on soft selection, but you don't want to have to keep grabbing to and then moving. Just a nice little workflow for allowing you to kind of click once and grab the two vertices, because they are should be ideally snapped right on top of each other. It's a nice way of getting a little bit of sculptability for your lines here. So if I just like click once and drag, see, it is really pretty nice for that. If I need the Bezier handles, then I need to actually grab the thing. Alright, so what I've done to create this piece is I took a lot of the segments from this area that I started, and as long as you have soft selection off on this one, you can copy those segments around, and you see you can easily start to reuse pieces and what have you. So if I rotated this guy with an angle snap, I just rotated 90 degrees. Let's do, like if I rotated this one, something like that. And then I was just doing some scaling on it. And you can also mirror these across. So underneath your spline options here, you can take these and then mirror them across in that direction. The other option here is to actually scale them if you can't get the mirror to work. If I do a non-uniform scale around the center handle, you can find what axis you want to go and go -100, and that'll flip it that way. This one you don't have to worry so much about which way the curves are drawn because your normals won't get flipped. It's all going to base it off of this surface here. So that's some of the things I did for creating that. So you can easily use this idea to mirror things across. Now I'm only going to build half of this object and then use symmetries to copy it across for the other side, but I can show you easily that we can take this and shift drag it over and then do a scale in the X -100, and it didn't look like I got all of the segments, but that's fine. I'll add some more here. And then move this over. Once these get within the threshold, you'll see they're going to start to snap up. And I don't have a perfectly straight line here, so it's not going to do exactly what I like. I'll lock in my selection, space, and snap up in the X direction that way, and then we can start to figure out what pieces we need to refine connect. So like I said, I didn't grab all the segments. It's not that critical. I can go refine connect from that vert to that vert, and that'll start rebuilding a lot of this. So if I can go there, I can fuse these together, okay, and fuse those. So it's one way of kind of doing some using what you have. You can also fuse, using what you have just to get going. But like I said, I'm going to use a symmetry to do this one when we get to that point. But right now, I'll just get rid of those segments there. Keep this like that. All right, for this element, so I also just took this piece here once I got the leaf laid out, okay, and grabbed all those vertices like this, or the segments, and not these guys, and then just duplicated it down, hold the shift key down, and made that leaf there, okay, and then I did some scaling on it this way to kind of flatten it down, and that's all I did for that. Now this one I can't really use the symmetry on, so if I'd use my soft selection on this guy, oops, soft selection on this, I can straighten out this line a little bit better. And get him a little bit straighter. Then I can do what I was just doing over there on the other, like this one, I can mirror this guy over. So if I can grab all these segments here, we can get a mirror of this guy. So let's turn off all that, and I'll just grab these that make up this one. Okay. I actually don't want these. Well, you know, I'm going to go ahead and, since I've got it in selection, I'm going to go ahead and dupe it over. So let's go like that. Oops. Turn off my soft selection, shift drag these over, and then scale this in X minus 100 that way. And then just grab the spline. I don't need to duplicate that. Delete. And move all of these guys back over. Okay, I'm going to show my end result, and then start to kind of put these guys together, fuse those together. Okay. It's not geometrically perfect, but you know, this is an organic sculpture, so this actually works pretty darn well. I can certainly start straightening up all the Beziers and making an exact mirror, but that's not the purpose of this one here. You know, I could also have taken this out of the object and show you that option here. No. I was going to say I could have taken this thing out with the surface node on it and done a symmetry and then just attached it in later. But I want to show you the spline editing methods here. Now this whole object here probably is rotated a bit. I'm missing a little edge for that one. One thing you could do is use edge distance for this. This will allow it to only move adjacent edges. So you see if I go to like vertice here and move this with soft selection on and really crank this thing up. Let's turn off our, so you can see it's really growing out big, and if I use edge distance it will only use the objects that are connected to it. So you might be able to get that to work. So that's soft selection. If I grab at least one of the segments of each one, just another way of kind of moving or rotating things around without having to grab them all. So that's pretty much moving everything that's adjacent to it. Show end result on that. And I just want to give this guy a little bit of an angle to him. Okay. And then patching up any holes that I have. Let's just go like that a bit. Finding this object here. Need to refine and connect. Just need to get a quad on this piece here. So I'm going to grab this segment, just refine it there to there. Okay, and that will give us that quad. And then I just find out where I need that other piece to be quadded up. That is an official term. So from there to there. Guess I got quads. I'm not getting the most wonderful geometry with this guy here. I could actually build this because I've got things kind of sharing. So if I wanted to add some thickness to this, I could add this spline here, and we'll just see how far that spline goes there, and then shift drag it back. Shift drag only works with the soft selection off. Shift dragging it back. Okay, so I've made the framework for that, and then we can cross section that. So if I do splines and come down and do cross section from that one to that one. Okay, it just kind of quickly adds those lines, and I've added some thickness to it. Okay. That surface does a really nice job, just giving you nice little bevels and edges and stuff like that for your model. Now this guy, I still have him as a separate piece, and I'll show you how we can attach that. All I did with this one, a lot of similar methods here, is I took this spline, okay, and then shift dragged it back. So if I go to view here, shift dragged it back, okay, and then did a cross section between that one and that one, and that gave me that piece. Then I took from this new curve that I made, I did a refine. So let me just get rid of some of these segments here and show you how that works. So I just wanted to create a flat surface there. So I did a refine connect, and from there to there, and you'll see that that adds that surface. And then if we came up here, same idea, refine connect, that vert, right clicked end, and we got that surface there. All right, so then this piece, I took the same curve and just duped it over like that. And with that, I did another cross section. I also took this curve and scaled it down. If you look at the top view here, it's kind of scaled, rotated 45, and cross section connected to those to give me that idea. So it goes back into that little area there. I can certainly keep this thing separated. If I don't want to and ever want to attach something, I can take the surface off of this so it's just the curves. Go to this guy and go to line, and then if I attach those to it, now they share the same surface. I think for simplicity's sake though, or for ease of navigating, I'm going to keep those guys separated and perhaps attach them at the end. Okay, so that's some of the general workflows. This thing still needs a lot of sculpting and moving. Soft selection can help quite a bit with this. And like I said, I like to put this guy on screen and move things around with soft selection. This one I don't want to do edge distance. It allows me to kind of move, gently sculpt and push this thing around. And I'm using my column to help find out how curved this thing is. So I'll bring that guy down quite a bit. Alright, so it's one way of doing sculptural pieces like this. I could have absolutely gone through and face extruded this. I find when I'm trying to do these curves and match something, it just works pretty well to use the surface modeling, spline modeling, and patch modeling this way. So I'm going to add a little bit of taper to this guy. Pull this leaf out some. If I use my edge distance, it will only grab the ones that are attached to it. But I'm missing a couple verts there. You can also look at doing your rotates, rotating around a center pivot point, such as that will help. Probably not soft select that one. And then pulling this out. Okay. If I ever lose them together, I can just fuse them back together. Okay, and I might take these segments. Let's go end result here. find the ones that I want. Actually, that's probably a spline. It's all one spline. And I'll shift drag that back. Okay. To about that area. I'm going to weld fuse those together. Probably need to bury there. Let's get these fused. And then let's do a cross section between those two. Usually, as long as it's the same spline that you used, the cross section works pretty darn well for that. Probably need to do a similar idea with this one. Spline, shift drag back, and cross section. Okay. Very useful tools for getting some pretty organic looking capitals and what have you. And just the great thing is the history is still there. I can keep tweaking this thing as much as I need to make this thing look all the better. That one's got a little bit of an overlap of tangents there. Let's pull that one out there. Okay, if I want to adjust any of these curves. Okay, it does get a little trickier once you start adding multiple curves on top, like here, but certainly is doable. Okay, so if we want to start taking this surface down, shift dragging out, that works pretty well for adding more surfaces. So you're basically kind of face extruding. So kind of doing the box modeling methods here. So very useful for just adding more surfaces. I can kind of pull this, kind of want all this to taper back. Okay. So let me show that one again, the ability to take that edge, shift drag it. I'm going to be face extruding essentially, and I'll probably fuse these together. I've got, let's grab this segment here. Got an odd tangent there, so I'm going to do a refine connect. That will give me the quad that I want anyways. So okay, so just continue on. I'll just work a little bit and talk as I'm going, just so you can kind of see some of the workflow here. Pull that edge out. I have a little oddity here with this segment. It's out of here. That's the one I want to get rid of. Okay, and then refine connect. There to there. There, nice and smooth there. Okay, so it's kind of the best of box modeling, face extruding, but you get these Bezier handles that allow you to do a lot with the surface without having to bevel edges and all the other fun you can do with box modeling. So like this is coming out kind of a hard corner, so I can simply go here and Bezier these, or just Bezier, find out which vertice I want. Weld verts. Yeah, of course it's going to weld the wrong one, so I want to take, like, I want a nice tangent through here, so I can grab that one, and I just kind of pull these apart until I get the one that I want. And if I need to break something, break the vert, and then that's the one I want, so I can take these two. Okay, weld verts. Usually they're within or fuse and then weld. And then I can get a nice Bezier across those two. Okay, so that's some more. Break that one. Oops. Break those guys. And then just pull them apart so you get the right ones. Fuse and then weld. And I don't know what my threshold is for welding on this, but I'm just fusing and welding. And then we can fuse these together. Okay, so now I've got on that one Bezier got a nice Bezier tangent between there. And that will help smooth out that line that was reading much harder before. Okay. Just need to fuse these guys together. Alright, so that's some of the workflow ideas for continuing working with this one. If I kind of wanted to make this one a little smoother, I can do Bezier on that, and then pull this handle out, Bezier on that, and pull this handle out. So I can start rounding that thing around quite easily here. Go that axis there. Okay, so you see I'm starting to round that whole surface off. And if I want to add a little bit more, let me isolate here so I can show you what I'm looking at. I'm trying to add some curvature to this base so that it fits the rounder column a little bit better. So you see here now I've got a Bezier handle there. Bezier, if you so choose. And then put this kind of screen, and I just use this to kind of sculpt that surface out a bit more. Okay. All right, so that's kind of the general workflow. I'm going to keep going, and if I come up with any other tips and tricks to come up with to help you sculpt this thing, I will start again and record the next video based off of that. So you see we're getting pretty close. I'm only looking to build 1/4 of this thing. I think in the next video we'll work on this top piece and combine these all up. Okay. Okay, so continuing on with the column capitals, this is probably one of the last two little series for these column capitals here. We've got these built, and I'm going to set this up in a top view and just isolate selection here so we can simplify what we're talking about. So we've got these built, and they're kind of laid out. What I'd like to do though is get these set up on a nice 45 degree. I've kind of just been building them, and you'll see I want them to be a symmetry around that edge, and then I'm going to need another symmetry around this axis here, and you can see I'm getting a little bit past this 45 here. So let me show you where I'd like to have the symmetry, and I'm just going to put a symmetry on here. And we're going to rotate this mirror line. Okay, and I'm looking down at the bottom for a 45 degree angle. And for some reason I'm not watching it. And actually it's just got a little bit confused there. So 45 would be just right there, and I'm going to move this out so that it's along this line. And I can also snap. So turning on my snaps, I can snap right up to this endpoint, either that one or probably, yeah, we'll shoot with that endpoint there. Actually, I'm going to switch this one to a midpoint. So I can snap that right up to that midpoint. So that's where I'm looking to have my symmetry around. Now I need to flip this back around so that goes the other way. Also on my surface, I'm going to put this down to 3 so that I can work a little bit faster. That just lowered the resolution of this mesh. If you look at my surface, I go down to like 0, there's the 0 level. So 3 adds a little bit of curvature, but it doesn't get it out of control. Alright, so you'll see I've got my symmetry line happening right where I want it, but that is bringing that's bringing that about to here, but you'll see my sculpture that I have, if I turn off my end result, is actually much further. So I need to get this sculpture or my sculpting more on this side of the 45. So I'm going to use my X and Y axis. I don't want to scale the Z. I'm going to scale this down, and I'm just moving the vertices and scaling vertices with a central pivot point. And I'm looking to get that to be across that line and across that line. So we'll do this another scale here, just bring that down a little bit more. And what the symmetry is going to do is it's going to slice along that axis and merge up anything that I need. I'm going to just pull that vert across, and I'll show you how to straighten that up nice and clean there. Okay, so I've got those pretty much in line there. I'm going to grab these and let's look at a left view, and I'm going to scale these. So doing our scale trick, center selection, going to right click on that and then squish this down to 0 in the X, and then let's move those off a little bit and then pull these over to that line. So now you see in top view, let's get off our endpoint, midpoints here. Going to go from that point to there, line those right up, and I'm going to do a similar idea here. Now the problem here is I don't really have an x-axis, and I also can't really kind of see this thing on a nice, I'd like to be able to see it right on a nice 45. So you see in this piece I've got the 45 line right there, and I'm seeing those are all pretty flat, but that one's off. So what I'd like to do is set up a view that's on 45 degrees, and I've got this grid. I'm going to delete it and show you how I built that. So grids are great, useful tools. They are helpers. You can create any kind of grid. By default, we're always working on the world grid. I just hit G to turn that on and off. But I'm going to create a new grid, and you can create as many of these as you want. I'm going to rotate that one up 90, and then I'm going to rotate it 45. Okay, and then move it, and let's do our snaps. We'll move it up in this axis here, up over there. And then I can name this thing, so we can do column capital grid. Size really doesn't matter on that one. It's more for visuals. So we can shrink this down just to put it where we need it to be. And I'm just going to use it mostly for a grid, a viewpoint. So right now the home grid is active, so I'm going to activate this grid, and it's going to make that active. Now what that does, you are always creating on a grid inside of Max. Okay, it just depends on which one's active is which one you're creating on. So with that one being active, now anything I create, that is the object. So I've put this thing locally. I can also put this on grid, which is a great tool. So for this, let's say I wanted to look at this one, and let's turn off our symmetry. I want to snap those vertices up, and let's turn off end results. I'm going to grab all these verts and do the scaling, so I can scale according to grid. Okay, and now I've got a center point. I'm going to right click and I'm going to scale those. X is the axis according to grid. So there's our x-axis. Okay, and yeah, that did it. So that's squashed that all down. So now if I want to look at that directly on our 45 degree, I can go to my orthographic and go to extended viewports and go grid, and we're looking on top of the grid, so that's going to be grid. I'm going to do a top view. So you see right there, I'm looking straight down on the 45 degree, and now I can use this grid, moving in the grid, snapping in the X. I can line that up with an element. Let's look at this in the top actually here. So I lined it up with that edge right there, so I can snap that guy right up with the x-axis. And if I ever needed to look at that view, grid, top view, you'll see I'm now right on line with that one. Okay, so that's the main thing I wanted to show is the use of these grids. They're pretty phenomenally powerful. I'm going to get this one straightened up here as well. Let's go vertex, and I want to grab these, and let's snap them up to those verts there. And I believe I have that one all flattened out, which it is. And then I'd like to take this whole object and snap it up. Lock my space bar here from that edge to that edge, and I'm locked in the x-axis. So now you'll see these are all lined up nicely on that 45. Alright, and then I think this one requires a little bit more editing here. Unlock my selection, grab these faces here, top view, and I want to pull them out and then rotate around the center point. Just rotate them back. Just trying to get them a little bit more on a 45 angle. Looking at these, they kind of go along that angle. And once we get our top piece built here, it'll make a little bit more sense to what those will be doing. Alright, so what I want to do is symmetrize this thing all the way around. So let's take this top view, and we've got our symmetry there. I'd like to also probably get our pivot point, so it puts our pivot point in the right place, puts our symmetry right in the right place. Affect the pivot point. I do this according to grid. Snap that right up to anywhere along, anywhere along this point is what I'm looking for. Okay, and we're nice and lined up. And then I'll do another symmetry on that one, and you see it puts it in the right location. Let's turn on that symmetry. That symmetry is the one I'm looking for. And I'm going to delete that one. And so that one is coming and getting us right to that one. So that's perfect. I forgot I had that symmetry on there. That one's going from that edge, wrapping it around to that edge. Now I want to symmetrize it around this one. So let's do symmetry. I'm not going to move pivot point on that one. I'm just going to move my mirror point, and I'll do this one according to view. And I want to snap this one up to that axis. Okay. And in this case, I'm looking to go, let's just turn these on. Sometimes I like to just look at it without having to think. Along the z-axis there. Okay. One thing to watch with the symmetries, I am symmetrizing this to this is the first one. Your threshold on this, now I snapped everything up nice and neatly, so I'm not really probably going to have too many edges that are going to be welded together. But you see, if I crank up this threshold, see things start to get merged together. You can set this to a pretty tight threshold and probably be just fine because I've been snapping. Alright, and then we have one more symmetry here. Symmetry, and this one's going to go, it's going the right correct direction. Just need to snap it, the Y to that axis there. Okay, and now we've got that going all the way around. Alright, so what I want to do is talk about the ability to keep the symmetry and the power that this has. So if I grab this piece of element that I have here, now it needs to be symmetrized there and symmetrized over there and over there. So I'm going to just delete the surface on here, go back to my spline level on this one, and then I can attach this to it, and that thing will go all the way around. Attach, and then we show end result. And now I've got that kind of doing the symmetry that I want there, symmetry there, and the symmetry there. And the beauty of all of this is it's all history dependent. So anything I do to fix things or adjust things will all transfer across in our history here. So if I show end result, I'm going to turn that off. Let's say I want to make this corner not so pointed. I can look at taking this Bezier handle and going according to screen and pull it out like that. So if I show end result, see now I'm going to get more of a curve coming across that way. Now this is this graphics. I switched my view back to nitrous. It's a little more interactive in the viewport, but it is giving me that that artifact there, this gray or this black artifacting. And I did update my driver, so I'm not exactly sure what that is. Could be my video card is a little older and not supportive of it as much, OpenGL2. So there is that idea, and I can keep tweaking this. I'm just noticing that's that edge. Convert to Beziers on all these. We're looking at this curve here. Could probably pull it down a little bit just to not come into that corner so tight there. Rounding out all that. And then if I want to make this even faster, I can go to, to level 1 or level 2, and that should help. And I can turn off some of the symmetries, turn them off so that it doesn't have to calculate all of them, and just work on the one that I need. Okay. I'm going to add a bit more curvature on that leaf. there. This is where I like to work in viewport here, or with the view. I work on move and do this according to screen. That'll basically put my moving according to a grid that's on the screen, which is pretty nice. Okay, so that's kind of the idea. I can keep tweaking this thing, adding more and more detail, but we're getting a pretty nice looking column capital. Could use a little bit more work, but from the far, we're going to basically be viewing it from here. We're going to get a lot of that three-dimensionality. I probably would want to look at building a little bit more of this filling in this area here. Let's talk about the top of this one. So if you look at our column capital here, it is basically kind of this curved around the in between here, comes out to a square element, and then curves around. It does that basically on the four corners. Each four corners has this little pop out piece. So let me show you how we're going to attack that one. I'm going to go ahead and start with a rectangle. We'll just draw a rectangle out. And make sure you have activated the home grid. I've actually drawn a bunch of rectangles, but they are being drawn on this grid. So I'm going to right click and activate home grid. I'm going to keep that grid there, that's fine, but it wasn't drawing the grid because I was locked on that grid. I mean, it was drawing it, but it was snapping to the other grid. So I'm going to snap that one up right to the center, and I'm looking to rotate this about 45 degrees. Looking to make that piece that goes over the rounded little scrolls around the side. Going to make this just a bit bigger here, so it overhangs a little bit wider, so it's bigger than the scrolls. And then I'm going to rotate with a copy on 90 degrees. I make a copy, convert to a poly or a spline, sorry, and we're going to attach this to it. Okay, let me isolate selection, show you what I'm doing here. And then I'll go to splines, grab all these splines, and we can do some trimming. Get these all out. Okay, now I need to weld these vertices together because there's a bunch on top of them, on top of each other. So right click and weld verts, and then we can grab these vertices and then look at doing a fillet on there. So that's kind of what it's doing in the top piece. I'm going to actually grab all of these as well, and you'll notice these will have a slight, I'm going to convert to corners, a slight little fillet on them as well, rounded corner. So I'll just round those corners a bit here. And now we've got that element that we can start using as a loft cross section. Alright, so let's get out of isolation, and let's bring that, and bring that piece and that piece, isolate, and I'm going to bring my curve up that I have, this profile, and I'm looking to make this be the top piece. Just grab that object, and we'll snap locked in the Y. This guy back to view, and that is going to be our top section. Let's go ahead and shift drag this down. I'm going to make another section here. We will make a copy, snap that up to there, and that's going to be a straight down. If we look at our image here, kind of go straight down for that piece, and then we'll bring another piece that'll be to back. So on this one, I'm going to take and scale it down, X and Y, and then I'm going to make it, how big do I want to make it? I'm actually going to hide this guy. I'm going to take that one and make it about, as thick. So this is creating that piece. It sets in to create that corner. We can make it exactly the same level, but I'm going to bring it down just a bit, and then go ahead and make a copy of that. That's going to be our back corner. This is going to make the element that goes down. Pull those up like that. And that one's going to come down. It's going to have another inset. And we will scale this one way down so it insets. And then we'll go down to this corner. And we'll make a copy of that one. And we'll scale that one down to make the inset so that it's basically I'm defining the profile as what's happening here. And then we'll copy that one. That one's going to come down. Probably will scale this one down, and this could actually start to round out a bit. So I've kept the cross or the cruciform shape here going. I can start to round this thing out if need be. I will actually just keep it for now as is, and we'll work on it with history. And then I'll bring this all the way down for our last piece to here and scale it down so that it fits. And if we want to kind of look at making this thing circular, there's a great tool called Spherify, and this works on circles as well. So it makes it pretty much a round shape. We can do the similar idea here with this one. If I can see it. And then we can also do a little bit less of that. So what's great about this is we can kind of have it square and then go into a circle. Okay, so we'll play with that as we get going, and we'll do that in our next video. So basically what I've done there is created this piece that's going to go in loft down. We probably also want to make this top piece here, so just grab that top one. I'm going to copy it as well, scale it down, so that's going to make kind of our top piece that we'll end up capping. Alright, so the key to this one is that we're using the same shape all the way across. Alright, so we had left off with, we were going to be building the tops of these columns, and we had the curves drawn for all of these, and I'm going to just isolate a few things, make this a little more simple, and let's hide that. So we have our curves, and I want to show you how to get this thing to kind of loft with these multiple shapes that are happening here. So one thing, let's go to a side view, and I'm going to draw a line, and I've got 2.5 snaps here, and go ahead and draw this line there, holding shift down to about there, and I'm going to get this centered up on our object here. And what I'm looking to do is, this is the path that we're going to extrude or loft these shapes along. And I'm going to be changing the shape as it goes along down the object here. So one thing that I was taking these objects and we were doing scales on them. So if you see, there's some scales, and I did it on the object level, not on the subcomponent level, sub-object level. So this will actually not loft as it is. So if I do path and do compound object, and we'll do a loft, and I say get shape, you see it's going to retain the original scale and the original rotation that's on there. So that's actually not what I want to do with these, so I'm going to go and fix some of these, and we need to basically bake in the moves and rotates and scales that have. I basically want to reset them back to 0. So if you go to the hammer tool, we have this reset X form, which will reset them, and you see they all kind of reset back aligned to worlds. You see their object is, this is the way, if I can undo that, yeah, I can't, but that's the way they should be looking. If you remember, they were rotated, so their objects were, the object's original transform was off on that. So let's try this now. If I do this, grab the line, and I want to go ahead and create a loft for that, and we're going to get the shape. See, now it's doing the scale and the rotate correctly. And go like a wireframe here. You'll see the path is at 0. It's going to ask me for a shape. If I scrub down on this guy or roll up on this, it's asking me for a position along the path. So what I can do is add just a slight one here, and then I can say get shape at that percentage, and that will be my next one. and you'll see that that one's kind of stretched out to there. Then I can go to left view here and wireframe in and go another percentage down till it lines up with that guy, and then we can get that shape. And then I'll do just a little bit more and add that shape, and I'll show you what this is doing. That each one of those that are, if you reset them, are going to start going in and out. So let's just kind of continue along and I'll show you the end result. So this one has another one inside there. Okay, so I added just a little bit of a gap here. Can't see my, redo that one, can't see my little marker for that right there. Get that shape, so that's going to hold that inside corner. Scroll down till about there. Grab that shape, and I'm just going to go through this trusting that I've got my profiles set up the way I wanted them to. And we'll go to there. And I'm going to undo that one. Actually, this one's got 2 here. Oh. That one. You can type in values. I'm zoomed in pretty well here, so it's going to work for what we're trying to do. There. Now this is starting to get into the square shapes. Now that one. Now if the curve, that's actually not the curve that I'm looking for. If the curve starts changing in topology, those are the ones that I'm looking for there. It's not going to allow you to add it to it. So let's look at this guy with a little bit of stepping in the path. So the path step is going to allow me to add some curvature that way. Okay. And now I've got, if I turn that off, pretty decent looking column capital. And I can go back and fine tune this quite a bit if I keep that history on there. And not showing up, there we go, that's looking a little bit more like what I'm looking for there. Okay, so that is the idea for creating the column capital, or another idea for creating a column capital like that. I'm going to go ahead and unhide all, and it's going to yell at me. I'm going to say no, I don't want to turn off all my layers. So that is our new column. Now this guy still has history to him. If you remember, we drew this one in a line. I'm going to turn off show and result and look from a left view here. We can actually edit these. I might actually bring these points off and move this one down. And we can bring all of this inside our new one, which it looks like it's already doing. Okay, so I actually only need to bring this down to, I can bring out that one down to one of these curves. Just make sure I'm snapping to the right ones to that endpoint. And then probably can get rid of that vertex there. Okay, and then that should go right in line with our new piece that we made. Okay, now this could also be edited a bit more. So the history of this thing still exists inside these curves. So if I wanted to bring this down a little bit more, let me isolate this. I can show you. If I go into the loft, I can go to shapes, and if I grab the shape that I'm interested in, which is this top one here, okay, and then so it's got X-form and it's got our spherify and it's got a couple things on here. I can bring in, grab just the spline, show end result. I'm going to scale this guy down until it fits a little more inside these pieces here. Okay, and then I would start sculpting these to match that a little bit more. I wanted to show you that you can go back in your history of your loft there and edit quite a bit more. Okay, so that, and then since those are all instanced around, that all those columns are cleaned up. Okay, so I'm going to go through our next part here and get this thing duplicated around. Alright, so let's go through. I'm going to get this surface down a little bit less dense so that it doesn't overweigh my machine. And probably go maybe a 3 on that. And grab that guy and that guy. And at this point, I'm probably going to want to look at grouping these together. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a group. I don't want to attach these because I like to keep the history from them, so let's go column. Capital 001. Okay, and I'm going to be using this one quite a bit. So the thing we want to do with this is make sure our group, its pivot point is nicely located, because I'm going to be snapping up to everything on that, and it looks like it's dead on because of my consistency. If you're finding it's off, you can go to your hierarchy, affect pivot point, and snap it up wherever you need to, but this guy's snapped up right to that point, which is good. Now I probably want to put him right at the top of this column capital, so I'm going to bring him down in just the y-axis here to that top line there, and then turn that off. So now I've got a good location for that. Now I want to start instancing this around. I would look at probably using instancing for a lot of these and not so much symmetry. Symmetry is going to just duplicate the mesh. If I do instancing, it's going to load up just one mesh, and I'm not going to get as heavy of a file. So I could look at probably an array on this one if I knew all of my dimensions, which would be kind of a good exercise. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So let's go create, and I'm going to do a tape here. I want to find out what my dimensions are, and these are ideally center to center, so click and drag, and I'm doing 2.5 snaps, so that thing is perfectly flat down on the ground, and that says 4.941, so it'd be good to notepad that. And that's meters, and then I'll just double check, see what my other dimension is this way. Create another tape from there to there, and that's 4.296. So this would be x, y is 4.296 meters. Okay, so just make note of that. And we can try doing this array and see if we can get this to copy across. Alright, so if you don't have it pulled up here, you can right click and do extras. It'll pull up auto grid and array. The other way, that's kind of a little small goofy menu, is tool and array. Now what we're looking to do is in our X direction, we're going to do 4.941 meters. So I will do an incremental of that. And then our Y direction is going to be that. Okay, and I'm going to do instance, and I want to do a 2D. Actually, let's put this down here. So in the, what do we got count-wise? So 9, I'm going to put 9 in here. And incremental, we're going to go X that way. And then our Y, 4.296. Okay, and then we can preview this, see what it did, and actually only need 3. I think 9 total. So if I preview that, you will see so here's what's happening here. So if I increase this, it's doing in our X direction. Got a 0 on that. Okay. Okay, so I went through and I paused the video here and came out with our solution that we need for the array. So the array is a pretty cool tool, but man, kind of understanding what and wrapping your brain around it, what it's doing is can be somewhat of a trick. So in the X direction, I'm doing 3 with an offset that way, and then I'm also offsetting 3 in the one direction here in the Y. So I put my Y value in here, my X value over here, and I got it. So there's my instance, and I'm going to say OK on that one. And you should see on this, if these are all instanced, if I grab one of these and group open here for a second and change these settings for my surface to like 1, they will all jump down to 1 and be a little more interactive. So when we go to render, we will hit that, increase that value there. Okay, so we have our column capitals going across, and you know, just spending a little bit more time doing all the curve editing that I needed for the surface would you know, only improve the quality of this quite a bit. But it's going to be good for what we're doing, because we're going to be seeing most of our columns. Let me see if I got a camera here. You know, that's up close, but a lot of our column capitals will be pretty far away, so I think that resolution will work for right now, and then we can add it for our renderings as need be. Alright, so I went through and turned off a few layers, turned off all my domes and walls, turned back on my construction lines, and we are going to want these guys are all on, should be on column capitals. Which is, I'm going to make that my active layer here. Okay, which it is. And we should go ahead and get these groups on column capitals here. So let's go grab a window. I'm going to do a window selection on these and grab all of this, just geometries like that. And then let's put those all on column capitals. And then I'm going to right click and set all these object properties to display by layer and by layer. Just double check that that's going right there, so that if I were to hide my columns, they would turn off. Okay, so I'm going to take one of these. Actually, we're going to get one of these and group them up and start copying them around the rest of the building. So got that guy. I'm going to go and isolate him and make sure we have just that object selected. And I'm checking on these. These were actually symmetrized. So one of the reasons here we don't want to have that is that I'd like to just take this out as its own object. So let's unisolate here, and I'm going to delete my symmetry on that, on actually all of these. And that's going to be actually making mesh rather than instances. So if I grab all these and take off their symmetry. Actually, I wanted to trash that one. Okay, and so these actually work because they're all instances. So I'm going to go ahead and take these and let's get these copied over as mesh rather than just as a symmetry. So move, and I'm going to shift drag over an instance of this, and we'll snap up in the X direction here to a midpoint there. Okay, and then I'll unselect there. I'm going to grab this guy and go ahead and make him a group. So make sure we've got everything that I need. Okay, and our pivot point's a little off on that guy because of that. So let's go group, and we'll call this one column 001. And I'm going to do GRP, so I know it's a column group, and that should center our pivot there nicely. And then we'll unisolate. And I've got my construction lines back up. So what I'm looking to do here is get these three. So let's start with maybe these 4, and then we'll see there's the shrine, and then there's 4 more around that. So let's get these 4 around the opening here. So I'm going to shift drag a copy and just get it started. And I'm going to go ahead and pull this guy out, and I want to get right to that intersection. So right to that endpoint there. Okay, we're going to check that. So that's that one. And now these were the entrance ones. So in this case, I'm probably going to have to make these a little bit different. So let's take our group here, and I'm going to go ahead and explode it for now. Let's just copy the name here. Group and explode. Because I'm exploding it because I don't want any kind of instancing happening here. So let's work on this line itself. So this will be coming from our walls. I believe has our trim on it. Okay, so that's the line I'm interested on that one. So let's go ahead and hide this, keep this layer on, but hide selection. And I actually do have these columns from before, which works out great. So all I'm looking to do here is bring this column capital down to match. Now, if you remember when we made our column capital, we went and just grabbed this guy and snapped to the top of that edge, and then I got rid of all of these. Okay, and those were all instanced around for this area. And then so I can get rid of this column, and I want to take this and bring it on down to match this. So I'm going to Y snap up to the top of that. Make sure we're getting the right one. Looks like it's lined up. Okay. And then let's make sure we're centered on that one before I start copying them around. That's all looking good. So let's grab this one. And I believe I have walls. Oh, I've got that selected and locked, so add that to it. And then let's group that. Actually, you know, I'm going to keep this little column capital as the group, and we'll keep these separate. So we'll keep that as a geometry, and then bring these out this way. So do that, and then we'll group that as a column capital group 0, 1. And then we'll go to top view, and then we can start shift dragging this around with the 2.5 snap. I'm going to lock my view. I usually like to pull it off when there's a lot of lines like that. Make sure it's not snapping to anything, and then we can pop it right into place. Check our snap on that. Okay, and since we're using that column there, that gives me a lot to snap to there. Okay, so one thing I could do is mirror around this line. Like I could snap, but I want to make it exactly like this guy. So what I'm going to do is grab both of these, and we're going to go to Modify and Effect Pivot. And I want to snap these pivots up to that line there. And then if I do a mirror, okay, I'm doing mirror rather than symmetry because I want these to be instances, not one mesh. So I'm going to instance this along the Y direction, and you'll see I get that. Okay, and that's going right along that construction line that we had there. So similar idea with this one. Affect the pivot point on that, and let's just snap it up to point here. And then we can do a same kind of mirror instance. Okay, and then we've got those columns happening right there along that wall. Okay, so it's happening along those walls, and that's the little cutout that exists behind all of those. Okay, so I'm going to bring this guy down here, this column capital that we have, and I want to do a mirror around this line here. That one will be a little trickier because we're on a 45, but I can show you how we'll get that to go here. So I'm going to go ahead and affect pivot point and center back up. Actually, I'm going to keep that one that way and shift drag this one over to here as an instance, and then affect pivot point and center it to object. The pivot point stuff doesn't affect instances, so we should be all right with that. So let me get this guy snapped up to there. Okay. And then I'm looking to mirror this one. Let's get another one copied here first. Put that over to that endpoint. I could also do that as an instance. And then if I'm looking to mirror those, I can affect pivot point, snap them up to that line there. Let's grab this guy and snap him up onto this line. And then I can rotate this one. So I know this is a 45, so I should be able to rotate this pivot point. And I'm going to look for a nice, let's just do 22.5. Usually like half numbers rather than the actual. So there I'm on my 45, although that's not lining up. Alright, so actually this does snap right on the 45, which is what I'm looking for. And if we put that guy on local, you'll see that it's now rotated. So then when I go to mirror this one, this is going to mirror right around that axis there. Okay, so we'll do this one, and then we'll wrap this one up. Affect pivot point, rotate that guy on 45, and then mirror that as an instance across there. Okay, so we're getting quite, and that's the beauty of this model, is once we get a lot of the stuff, I know it's taken a long time to get it set up, but once we get it going here, it's going to start to pop as far as a building with tons of detail. Okay, so we're looking like we're getting there now. I'd probably take these once again and probably keep them and then mirror them. Probably have to reset all their pivot points. Mirror them all this way to get that working there. And then I'd probably start putting things on layers as well, because this can get a little bit hairy as far as image size, and your machine can start to slow down. But just because we're adding a ton of detail in here. All right, so let's continue on. I'm going to be working on these upper columns, and I'm looking for the most flat version of these. Ideally, it'd be nice to have a section of it, but these columns they get cut off by the trim for the barrel vaults that are coming through there. So I'm going to zoom in on these, and they're slightly rotated, but it will work for what we're trying to do here. So I want to create this element for the pilaster, and then we'll make this trim. So the pilaster is going to start, and we're going to do, in this case, it's actually going to be a revolve or a lathe. So I'm going to hold my shift key down, come back, and quickly just lay this out. And we'll do a very similar thing for the top. I'm going to just come across like that, and then just go to wireframe, and let's move with our snaps on in 2.5 snaps. Actually want that to come and line up with this one here, and I'm actually going to draw a line across here. Let's go all the way across, and then I'm going to use this one as let's create a line from the middle of here. This will be our point that we're going to snap to. So I'm going to end up deleting this, but I'm using this line to help get me the middle of that column, or the pilaster right there. So this one's going to snap over there, and then we'll go to segments and get rid of, actually we'll detach this guy, because he will be, well, I actually don't need it. Go ahead and delete that guy. We don't need that line. I was thinking that's the line I'd revolve around. But all right, so with this idea, I'm going to use a revolve around this, or a lathe around this one. So let's go to create, and I'm going to do a modify, and lathe, and then I want to, if you can't see this, remember I suggest turn that off, and then do your axis line, move it on over to the endpoint there, and then you can see the lathe. Now let me just go ahead and isolate selection on this one, so you can see what we've got. Now I want to set this one actually to a 4-sided object. Now the problem with that, there's our column. The problem is that it's actually rotated, so we need it actually to be more like, if I get this rotation on 11.25, I want actually not my lathe axis here, the entire object. I'm going to go to affect my pivot here, and I'm going to go ahead and center it to the object. And then if I rotate that, that's actually what I'm looking for. Now the problem with that is it's not going to line up with the sketch that I just did, or the width of it. So what I will do with something like this is I will take the spline and grab it, go to top view here and grab the spline, and I want to move it, but I want to move it locally or along its parent. So actually I don't want to do the whole spline because I would pull it apart. I'm going to grab these vertices. I'll show you which ones I'm looking at. So just the ends of it, and I want to be able to move this thing along the parent axis. I'm going to lock that in with my space bar, but I want to be able to move them so that this is wide enough. So if I grab the Z handle, they're going to be moving till they are wide enough, and I'm going to actually just move the object, move the object out just a bit so I can see what's going on. So if I go to my vertex here, and it's actually the X handle is what I'm going to look for on that one. Another way I can do this is change my views, and if I look at this from a shaded view and view like that, and I'm going to turn off realistic and just turn this guy to shaded. That way I can see how far I need to move those. Okay, and if I grab the X handle here, I can then pull it, and I'm keeping this thing, so I'm actually moving it, those vertices that way, but giving it the thickness that I need. Okay, and that gives me this idea in the top view here. Okay, it gives me a nice looking column, pilaster. Now these are actually kind of off to the side. I gotta get this out of realistic here, just go to shaded, turn off my grids. This pilaster happens if we look, I'm gonna have to put this one up over here. Okay, and then we'll move this guy up. Actually, he's in the right vertical position. Now, one thing I'm noticing is this guy is not really, he's smoothing out too much. So you can have this be smooth in here, or you can put a smooth modifier on there. I do want it to look like that. So let me see. If I smooth it, it's going to be looking, it's going to hide that corner there. So another thing you do is add a smooth modifier. This is just the way the polygons will render together. And if you just put that one on and do auto smooth, that kind of does what we're looking for there. So I get a nice hard edge on that one. Now you'll notice this is the same issue, if I isolate selection here, that we had with the curves. I want these to be aligned with the world. So if I do my hammer, reset X-form, and reset selected, now you'll see it's going to realign to the world. Okay, so it's a way of kind of zeroing that guy out. And now if I rotate, it's going to be nice and clean with what I need. Okay, so let's get out of our isolate here. And looks like I moved them a little bit. This is the one I'm looking for right here. So I'm going to line this one up to there. And looking to get this one rotated around. And to do this one, I'm looking for a section of it to be divided up. So I'm going to actually do this one in two views here. And one way you can do this is right click on your viewport, any of these viewports, configure viewports. And then I'm going to do a layout as side by side. And this one's going to be a top view here. And that's the object. So it's going to be a left view. And get that to shaded. And zoom up on that. What I'm looking to do is rotate this thing around that center point. Now this is a pilaster, so that means it's halfway embedded in the wall. So to just check that, that's going to work. I could probably turn on my wall layer, which are dome layer, to see that that is going to be where I need it to be. It's actually back quite a bit further. So let's go turn on our walls. And I'm going to unhide all. And let's grab this control, pick this one, and I'm going to isolate these two. What I'm looking for is to get that guy embedded in the wall. That's where it would be. Okay. If I wanted to, I could snap that halfway through. Okay. I'm going to do it like that. And then let's get isolated here. Let's turn off our dome. Okay. Now I want this one to rotate around the center point here. So I'm going to affect its pivot point, and we'll snap it from that handle to that point. Okay, this is why we made all those construction lines. And now if I go to my two views, This will be my left view. I'm going to turn off my walls. And then this one, I'm going to make sure I have that column, the pilaster locked in. So that's there, and then I'm going to look to rotate in this view. I'm going to go ahead and turn this guy on to a single 1 degree. So I can make some nice units here. I'm going to rotate with this, and we'll hold the shift down. And I'm watching in this viewport, but I'm going to rotate in this viewport. So it looks like it's 1 degree there, so I'm going to instance this, and I believe I needed 4 copies. I usually will do more than what I need, just to know that if I need to, I can delete one out. Okay. So those have rotated around, just like what we needed. And I can turn on my walls. And let's go full view. It's getting a little bit confusing here. Let's turn off our image planes. Okay, and then we can kind of spin up and look at what we've generated there. Okay, so we've got our pilasters kind of going around the room like that. So I think we've got those laid out. This will actually be a group, so I'm going to grab these 4. Okay, and let's go ahead and group them. We'll probably add to these later, our column capitals, but I'll show you where we're going to go with these. So let's go pilaster upper 001. Okay, and then if I wanted to rotate those around, I'd move its pivot point. Pick pivot point, move our snaps over to here. Okay, and then get our image planes back on. Turn our walls off. So we would probably look at rotating them around one more time. I'd probably look at an angle here to mirror them across, mirror them over that way, and mirror them that way. Let's see if I were to take these. Let's do another one of these. Do top view here. And wait. Okay, so sometimes your rotate pivot point will jump to the objects. So I'm going to say around that, and then hold the shift key down, and I'm looking in the left-hand view for the angle that I need, and looks like it's going to be less than a degree here. So hold the shift key down, and I'm looking for that last one to go onto there. So I'm going to cancel that, change my angles. Ooh, I had 5 degrees on that one, so that's why I did percent on the last rotate there, so that's why that's going off. I want a little more fine tuning on that, so there I can get it to something like that. Okay, I could even go to a half degree if I needed to. Okay, and then I can go shift and get him like right there. Instance, so I'll just do 1 on that one. I'm not all the way around yet. So then those would be laid out across there. And then if I wanted the exact same setting across both of these, I would take this and group it, and then we're going to rotate it 45, and then mirror it across here. So let's go in and checking, make sure things are lining up. It's working pretty well there. So let me show you, I can use these groups to get new pivot points. So and this will be all right, so I'm going to take that pivot point and move it over to here. Okay, and then if I wanted to rotate or flip it this way, so a line that way, that'd be a 45. So go to Effect Pivot Point, and I'm going to rotate. I'm going to set my angles here to 5 degrees, and can get this one to go 45, like that. And then if I look at my mirror, in this case I'm doing an X, and I want to do an instance. Okay, so I just mirrored it along an axis there. Okay, then I could take these guys, and let's do one more group. And then for that group, vector its pivot point. And we'll do the same thing with our column capitals on this one. We will probably use the column capitals that I have from the other one and make them more square. So I have those, this whole quad, so then I can mirror across the X as an instance, and then I can do both of these groups, okay, and then mirror across the Y as an instance. So that's kind of how we'll bring them all around the whole scene, similar to like these columns that we have there, but you'll see we've got quite a bit more stuff in here. If I get out of isolate selection now, let's get off those. Probably would want to group these, or definitely get these on a layer. Turn on our walls, and you'll see we're getting our dome on here. Okay, getting quite a bit of detail showing up on this guy here. So we need to put that trim piece on there for the bottom so that they don't look like they're hanging off the edge there. Okay, so let's look at that one, see if we can get that put in this video here. Turn off our dome and our trim piece. So looking at this, these actually might go a little bit further back. Let me just hide this for a section. So actually it does look like we did pretty good with their location. They probably could go back just a little bit more, but they're all instants, so we can just move that curve back. But let's look at taking a piece. We need to get, so we have our piece here, but now the columns are kind of not above this thing. So let's need to build a piece of trim. Okay, let me see if I've got this one in here. I'm going to pull this one, and I'm going to put this on a new layer called trim, and we'll turn off walls. Okay, so what I'm looking to do is take a line, 2.5 snaps here, and our trim starts at this line there. So if we zoom in on here, starts at this comes up, so then we'll start a line here. We're going to do a similar idea. Let me just pop something out here to clarify. And made sure I had 2.5 snaps on there. I'm going to bring these back in to line up with the outside of that. Grab the handle there. Okay, so that's that, but you see it's got a piece of trim in here, so let's refine. I'm going to turn my snaps off. This probably pops back and then comes back out to a couple. Kind of show you what I'm going to do here. Okay, so it has that setback right there. Well, let's revolve this one around and see how thick we need this to be. Alright, so I have that, and I'm going to go ahead and do a lathe. And I'll move my mirror line. Okay, we'll snap this up to that blue line that we've been building with. Okay, we have this bottom one set at a lathe. It's actually a loft. I would check our walls here. Let's see what our walls division is. What I'm looking for is how many divisions I put, and that's been quite a ways in history, so that one won't have it as well. So I believe we had our lathe 64. Okay, that's pretty close, so I'm seeing now that it's 128 to match up with that one. Okay, so that gives me this. I'm going to isolate some stuff. And if I look at a left view, or you can see that this line now is going out and covering that up just fine. So I'm going to go and tweak a little bit of this. I don't think it needs to be this wide. And I'm going to show end result on this to see what that's going to come up to the pilaster there. Okay, can grab a couple vertices here just to give me some highlight edges, and I'll do a nice chamfer on here. Just give me a little beveled edge, and trying to zoom in on this vertex there. Okay. So now if I go to camera 1, you'll see I'm not going to see these bottom pieces here. So let's get out of that sub-object. And if I turn on my walls, okay, so now it's going to look much better. And unhide all, but do not unhide the layer. That'll give me that trim piece there. Okay, so things are starting to stack up nicely there. Okay, so I think that's it for getting our columns on that one. We'll work on our column capitals for those in our next video. Alright, so if I go to my camera 1 here, and this is a view kind of looking up, you'll see I've got a slight issue with these column capitals. We moved them and copied them around, so I'm just in the top view. When I started off, I placed them correctly here, but I didn't rotate them when I copied them. I just kind of copied them straight down, so they weren't getting an individual rotation on to each one of them. So what I'm going to do is go fix a couple of these. So I need to take this group, and I'm going to modify. Now that I've got them all mirrored and located, I need to actually get them rotated correctly, so that basically I'm looking to get this so that that aligns with that curve. Right now it's straight horizontal, so it's not actually going to line up very well. So I'm going to go to hierarchy here, effect pivot, and center to pivot, and that should put me right in the middle here. And I'm just going to do, in this case, I've got a 5-degree rotation, which actually might be a bit much for this one. So I'm going to center the pivot on this. Actually, that's looking about right on. So I'm just kind of rotating these as I go around. If I knew the exact angle between these, I could have rotated each object around the center as I duplicated them around. But that is not the case. So I'm going to center these up. And I can actually center all those at once. So I'm just rotating those so that they line up with that curve. So now if I look at this camera, you'll see they are actually in this camera, that one's looking right. This guy is not correct. So effect pivot, centered object, and we'll rotate. So I'm looking for them to be more like that, and I'm going to check my top view to make sure that is what I'm looking for. It's looking good there. So I'm just going around each one of these. Let's do all these pivots at once. Well, there's only 2 more, so effect pivot, centered object. So each pivot point is lined up. I don't want to effect pivot anymore. I'm just going to rotate those until that lines up with the curve. Okay, so now if I check my camera, you'll see they're lining up properly. And since those are groups, these are all doing the correct thing as well. So I wanted to fix that before I continued on with these. All right, so let's get the column capitals on those upper ones. So I'm going to turn off my walls here, and I'm going to start with the column capital here. Let's get our image planes on. They are on. So they are very similar to the ones that we have for here. So I'm going to use one of these as a starting point. So let's start with the one that is as close to straight as we can. And I'm going to move and shift drag this up. Now this one's just going to be a copy because I don't want it to be instanced to these. And let's go ahead and get this one in place here. So I'm going to grab this guy, isolate selection, and I'm looking to put this center to the center of there. I just did a 2.5 snap to get that in the right center. And then I'm going to look at scaling this down until it fits these proportions. And looks like my center wasn't snapped correctly. So let's get in there, center that up. Okay. And we'll scale this one down. And get out of isolate. So that looks about the correct height on that one. So that's that idea. And for some reason that keeps going off that axis there. Two and a half snaps, get that thing back in location. Like that. Now we are only interested in half of this, so we could go back and get rid of some of this. So I'm going to open up my group here. And we'll look at the different symmetries that I have here. So I only need half of that one, so that will work for that. And make sure this pivot point here. I'm going to go ahead and move it, snap it up. Noticing I've got a couple things at different pivot points here, so I'll have to watch that little X there. So that allows me to rotate it here. That's how I get it sideways, because I'm only interested in this showing up on the inside. Similar idea with this one. I'm going to just make sure we're not doing any instancing. Now this guy is still probably instancing those curves, so I would probably need to look at this a different way, because if I go back to the shape and grab one of these shapes, just grab several of them, let's just grab one of them, and if I go to its vertex and say I wanted to get rid of half of these, get rid of those half and say just delete, and then do my transform here, get out of the vertex. That may have worked, but it also may have jacked up all of the other, actually no it didn't. But so that's leaving a pretty messy mesh, so I'm going to approach this one slightly differently. So what I'm looking to do now, I actually want to do one more little tweak, get that thing nice and squared up. So I'm looking at the bounding box of that to line up with this. This is the bounding box of the group, which actually I want to take the group and give it a little rotate. So I'm going to close the group, rotate the group on this one just so it's lined up, and then I'll do a group open one more on that one. So I'm looking to kind of cut this guy. I'd like to cut it in half and get rid of this half. This half is all buried in the wall and it's extra geometry. So rather than editing the history of this thing, I'm just going to apply an edit poly to this. And if we do the element, so I can select the whole element, you'll see if I come down to slice plane, this is going to create a plane, okay, that slices through the object. Now that will just leave we'll leave two objects still welded together. If I do split and then click on the slice, that actually splits it into two islands. So now if I go to element here and grab just like that element, I can delete it. Okay. So we can also rename these things if you need to help you remember what it was. Edit poly, delete, half, something like that. Okay, so now we've got that idea. We could do a similar idea with these pilasters for we don't need to do the whole rectangle going through the wall. And actually in this case we might even be able to get away with it with just lathing 180 degrees. Let's see what that will do. And if we put this to 2, or it's not going to let us do that. So that one is same kind of situation. We probably would want to slice this guy. So we've got him rotated, and let's put a edit poly on here. Since all of these are instanced, this should ideally, and since we rotate it around, should ideally, that axis is a little weird here. I'm going to isolate selection and zoom in on it. Let's actually trash that here. So We'll figure that out in another video, so I'll troubleshoot that and then come back and show you that fixed there. So the axis was off a little bit on that one, so I think we need to probably reset a transform. But the idea here is we've got that guy and the column capital are only half, and we'll do a similar idea to the pilaster here. So if I do group and close, just want to make sure that I've got all my instancing separated incorrectly since I just did a straight copy. That one totally worked. And what I'm going to do is do a effect pivot point and move this pivot point. So we have the same issue bringing this one around. Snap him up to here and then rotate. Okay, and we're getting, it looks like a 5-degree rotation, so I've got my 5 snap on. So I'm going to do 3 of those. Rotate once and then do an instance of these. So I'm looking at the number of copies I want, and that'll give me the 3 across there. Okay. Then I can look at taking those, similar idea that we did before, and we're going to mirror them in the Y direction. So I'm going to go ahead and group this again, and then we will move their pivot point. And let's do a mirror in the Y direction as an instance. Okay, so now we have these two as a group. And then I'm going to look to take these two groups and hold the shift key down and rotate them. Oops. Rotate them up 45 degrees, okay, as an instance. Okay, and then we can take all of these groups. Actually, let's do these. And this one, I'm going to rotate them down. Yeah, my mouse keeps letting go. So they're there, instance, and then now I've got those working, and we'll need to take another, I'm going to just rotate these all around. So 45 instance, let's do, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 4, 5. That will show me all the way to there. I'm going to hit delete. I do think I need those. Yeah, those are the ones I need. Undo that. So I've got the right number around that way. So now I've basically instanced all of these geometries around. Okay. And, you know, for this level and this far away, if I go to like camera 1, you see these are actually pretty darn far away. You might even be able to get away with even lower resolution like these ones, column capitals. If I go to group, open, and look at their surface, they were steps of 1. These might want a 2. Okay, and then those I probably could keep. Close this group. Probably could keep these guys. Group, open, and I'm going to perspective here. And zoom in on one of these. And group open them. And then group open that. These surfaces I could probably keep at 1. You know, from that distance, they're going to look just fine. Okay. And on these, I actually need to trash this symmetry. There's no need in keeping that on there. Okay, so let's close up those groups. And see what we got. So we got our column capitals rotated around for the top. All right, so let's use the similar methods to get these other column capitals rotated around. These actually can do a similar idea. If I go to turn on my walls, okay, and shade them, turn off my image planes, you'll see I basically only need half of them as well. Now, we got to watch this one because the other columns out here need to be full rounds. So what I'd like to do is take half of these off. So if I go into here and do a group, open, and then come in here and then turn off the symmetry, see that's going to turn off the symmetry on these, which is what I don't want. So I'm going to undo, actually, I'm going to have to turn that back on, it won't undo. What I'm going to look to do is separate these guys from the instancing. Okay, so keep that back on, and we'll go ahead and group close. What I want to do is separate all of these capitals that I have in the front from the rest of them. So on geometry level, I've got these. I'm going to select all of these, and let's deselect the columns, and right-click Isolate Selection. And so let's grab all of these, and then I'm going to group and open them. What I'm looking to do is grab the pieces in here. So there's the loft, and you see it's got that turned on, so that means it's an instance. So if I grab all these lofts, I have to grab the same ones that I operated on the same. And it's that way they'll all show they all have the same loft on top in their instance. If I say make unique, it's going to ask, do you want to make the selected items unique to each other? That I don't. I just want them to be separated from the other columns. So I'll say no to that. And we'll do the same for the capitals here. Just make sure I'm grabbing the right stuff. If you have to grab the same ones that are unique or instance of each other, otherwise the stack will show differently because you got two different objects. Break those, and do you want to make them unique to each other? Say no. So then I can grab all of these groups and close them. And now, if I get out of Isolate, I should be able to turn off our walls, go to each one of these, and edit them out. So if I go to that group, open it, turn off the symmetry, all of these are still instanced, but that one I didn't get. I thought I didn't. So I'll just copy this one over to here, which is totally fine. Let's get that guy out of here. Just want to get rid of the capital. This one's completely different. So let's grab that, and go to top view, make a new copy of that one. In the Y direction, shift, and these I want to be in instance to each other. So to make that as an instance. So those are still instance there, and that should be all good there. And then these I can get to rotate. I go into the symmetry here, and I'm looking to get this pivot point centered up onto that point there. And then I should be able to rotate this guy. Now I can't just rotate this because that rotation won't transfer as a symmetry or a instance object. So what instancing it does is it transfers any of the modifiers. So I can put an X form, which will transfer. Actually, I can get rid of the symmetry here. We'll transfer any transforms as a modifier. So that's centering down the middle here. And I'm going to just rotate this guy. Got 5-degree snaps on. Yeah, my mouse keeps letting go. Need to get a better mouse pad here. All right. Okay, that should be a 90-degree on that. And you see each one of them now has that transform on there because they were instanced. And they all should be going around just fine. So these guys don't seem to be doing it, so I'm going to just delete them. They concern me. I don't think they are actual instances. And I'll go ahead and get these all copied around, and I think we'll be done with this demo here. So I've got those. I'm going to group them. Lower group. And then I want to take their pivot point, snap it up to that point. And in this case, we're just going to do, this one I actually want to do a mirror across this axis here. So I'm going to affect the pivot point and rotate it so that my mirror line is along that axis there. So that's going along to my 45 axis here. And then I want to mirror it along, let's get this locally, show you what axis, along the Y. So I'm going to mirror instance along the Y. Okay. And that'll get those across. and then I should be able to grab that group and that group. I'm going to get rid of these guys here because I'm going to do a mirror. That group and that group. And I can reset the pivot point. Line this to world. And then I'm going to mirror along the y-axis. Okay, an instance. Then I can grab these groups again and mirror along the x-axis as an instance. Okay, so you can see how crucial those construction lines were and having them accurate from the beginning here. Alright, so we can also take this one and let's trim this off here. Similar idea. I'm going to isolate selection so you can see what's going on. I'm going to open up this group. I only need half of this again, so this is still a group again. Just want the piece of geometry here, and if I put on local, you'll see that that's all lining up with it, which is what I want. So if I do an edit poly on this, and we'll grab the element, and I want a slice plane, so I'll go to 3D view so you can see what's going on here. Slice plane with a split, and then I'm going to go ahead and slice it. Then grab that element here and delete it. And those should all go around just wonderfully. That's embedded in the wall, and that will totally work for what we're trying to do with these. We'll be far enough away that we won't see that intersection into the wall, you know. And then you just double check to make sure none of that transferred across to those guys, which it shouldn't have. And then these shouldn't be transferring across because they were, when I moved them up, was just a copy. Okay, so let's check our camera 1, and I'll turn on our walls. Okay, and if I orbit my pivot point or my target, kind of see I need some columns around, but I'm getting quite a bit of stuff going on. All of these are instance, so I have all this ability to change all of this at any time I need to. And we'll get the columns going around in the next video. Alright, so we're continuing on with the finishing up of this model here. I've got our columns, and they're copied around in our scene here, so let's go ahead and get these all laid out the way we need them to be. Now, I do have these things revolved 180 degrees, and they're halfway buried in the wall, so that is actually quite a bit of overkill for these there. So, but I will need to make these. This one will be a 360, and then this one actually was in the corner of the wall, so probably could just leave that buried in there. But so what I'm going to do is look at getting these working, and you'll also notice. So let me take these guys, and I'm going to make them all separate from these over here. So if I go to my modify and make unique, I'm going to not make them unique to each other. So I'll say no to that. So now I should be able to grab one of these here. Let me turn off my, well, I need my walls. Turn off this, and I'll do a 180 on this. And I don't need 32 on that, so I could do 16, which would be the same resolution. Now you'll notice if I look at this thing shaded, okay, it's got this gap between the wall, and each one of these are, because we did a move and didn't rotate around this pivot point when we copied these, they're all based off this vertical direction. So I need to do a similar thing that I did with the column capitals. I want to rotate these, and I have these on a 1 degree snap, 1 degree angle on my snaps there. So I'm looking to get this so that it basically embeds in the wall on both sides like that. And I am noticing actually these things are off the ground here a little bit. So let's see if we can resolve that issue. So that's that one, and these are all actually off the ground. So let's go ahead, since I've kept the history here, this is a pretty easy fix. Snap, and I'm going to move 2.5 snaps and move in the Y from there down to, it is not locking my Y. From there down, there we go, to there. And that fixed these ones that I kept instance, but these ones over here, since I just separated them, were not the same, so I will have to fix them as well. And we'll lock that in and go from there down to there. That's not what I did with those other ones. I'm going to make these the same. Took the bottom line, lock it in, move it down. Okay, so that's going across there. Alright, so just a slight little fix there. And for these I'm going to have to go for, before I start copying these around, I want to make them all line up the way that this guy is here. So I'm looking at that curved line there, that it embeds into each one of those. So take this one and rotate and check, make sure that one's overlapping there. Split the difference on those. Okay. And we'll do this one. So things I'm looking for is how this meets that gap between that pink line, that gap between that pink line. And just to make sure that they are embedding in the wall like that. Alright, so if we look at our top view, here I don't actually need, I want to take these that I have here and mirror them across. So I'm actually going to delete this guy and we will delete this one. I'm going to turn off my trim layer, which is what I'm actually currently on. So column capitals, let's turn off trim. And it looks like that worked. Yeah, trim. So those are columns. I can see clearly what I'm trying to copy here. And I'm going to grab this one and this one. Not the column capitals, just the columns. And that. And I'm looking to mirror that across this 45-degree line. So I'm going to go ahead and do a group. Similar stuff we've been doing. Let's do columns, lower, and then I want to move this pivot point, snap it up, put it right there, and then, oops, I went to affect pivot point, snap that up to there, and then I'm going to rotate it, and this one's going to be a 45-degree rotation, so 1 degree would work. I'll just set it at 5 back here, and watching for a 45 like that. And then now if we do our mirror, I'll show you which axes we're going to mirror across. If I do this locally, it's going to be along the Y. So if I do a mirror along the Y as an instance, we get a duplicate of that. And then now we can take these, not that. I'm going to take that group and that group. Okay. We can go ahead and group these again just to make this simpler here. Group, or actually, yeah, let's just do another group. So this would be column, lower, group, and I know I'm calling them all very similar names, but that gives me a pivot point that's aligned to the world. And then I can mirror this one in the X direction as a clone or an instance. And then we'll take these two groups that group and that group, and then we'll mirror it in the Y as an instance that way. So now if I go check my camera that I've had set up, we're going to have quite a bit of this looking pretty good here. So I'll turn my trim and the dome, and we're starting to get quite a bit of our Pantheon built. Okay, so everything's looking pretty good. I've got a lot of duplicated stuff going around. Everything's instance, so it's going to be light on the load here. Just checking to make sure column capitals are all following the right way. And just going to check, make sure I've only got half a column capital, so just saving on some memory there. Okay, so we're getting quite a bit of stuff showing up. Now, this trim piece, it looks like I need to fix. This actually goes up and around this piece here, so we can work on that here in the future. Just kind of checking things out. Looks like it's all working pretty well. So I think we will fix, I don't really have my entrance, the front door to this, so we'll probably have to fix that, and we'll probably do that very similar with this, like we did with the Boolean on this wall. The entrance is actually right along that line into there, and then that goes into a barrel vault to there. And then we'll start working on the elements in between, and I think we'll be pretty close to finish wrapping this one up for modeling. All right, so let's analyze what this trim piece. So this is the piece I'm talking about, this element that we have going around here. And I'm going to pull a couple of these out and just isolate, just so we can get an understanding of what's happening here. Let me grab something and zoom up on it. All right, so what we have, I'm going to look at the bottom here, is we're actually going to have to fix quite a few of these. This thing is lofting around. It's going 360 degrees. It actually will stop at this opening here. If you look at that piece, comes around, and then this is the upper element, so it's this piece of trim. Let's try to pull up our image plane here. And I'm going to animate through so I can get some transparency. So we have this section, this piece doesn't actually just completely revolve around. So this is, it should go into it like that. So we have a similar idea with this piece of trim. Although if you look at the section, that piece of trim doesn't go into this section here. If you look, if I just move this guy out a little bit, you'll see that one did go into it. So it went around. So if this one did a similar thing, it would kind of show up in that arch right there. But it doesn't. It stops and hits this piece of trim. So that's a pretty easy fix here. We're going to go ahead and create this lofted piece that's going to go essentially from here. It's going to start from here and go all the way across, and this will butt into it. So let's get these guys isolated again and get going. All right, so what I'd like to do is take this edge that we've defined for this arch and use that as our trim piece that'll go up and around and trim this guy off. So I need a path for this. So let's see if we can get this to select. And it probably won't, because these won't be quads. Yeah. So let's go ahead and try to get this guy selected. I'd like to grab the selection and then we'll create a shape from it. So we're going to use this as a piece to model from. So quick ways to select this. Let's see if we can come up with some ways. I'm going to do it in top view here. We'll use our window selection rather than crossing. And I'll just hold my control down. And this should give me a lot of this. Okay, so if I look around, I can get that selection. Then I want to pull out some of this other stuff. So I'm going to Alt with the crossing on these. So this is actually quite a compound little curve here, so you'll see once I get it all deselected here kind of what it's doing. Okay, then we can pull out all of these. I don't need any of this in the curve. One way would also be to just kind of take what we got and create it into a shape and then go into segments and get rid of it. But I think I can get a pretty clean line here by Alt picking off a lot of these. Okay, so I've got a pretty good little outline there. And then I kind of Alt take these off too. Okay, so let's see what that gives us. I'm going to go into our Edit Poly, and we're looking to create shape from selection. Well, we'll just call this one path arch. And let's go see what we got here. So I'll grab this guy. Got an object mode here. Grab that curve and isolate it, and then we will kind of clean it up. So go into splines or segments here, and I'm interested in this to get rid of that one. That's the inner one. Okay, we could also look at doing a little weld here, which will help us get some of these. So if I do weld vertices, I'm going to check my weld threshold. Let's do 0.1 millimeters and weld that, and that might help give us a little better splines. Okay. Go into segments here. All right, so I'm going to just go through and clean this up. I don't really need to watch the whole video of this. So I'm going to go through and grab as many segments as I can out of here and delete them out and fix anything. So if I got something like that, I'll weld vert, fuse, and weld. Okay, and then probably convert those to corners. So I'm going to go through and clean that up so I get just this outline, and we'll use that as our path to loft. All right, so I've gone through and cleaned it up, and I wanted to make sure that all the vertices are welded. Okay, so when I go to spline, I should grab just one spline, and it should read as being an open vertice or an open curve. I also did all my curves, so if you go to vertex and then grab all of them and convert them to corners, I've got enough resolution in here for that thing to go around. Now, absolutely could have just drawn a curve, but I wanted to get this 3D profile in there just to see if this adds a little bit of complexity to it that would help. The other way would be go to a front view and use that as a template for our curve. So I could have just drawn a line and an arc and made it totally flat, which we'll explore as well if we need to. So I'm going to go into our, let's get out of our isolate here, and let's bring out that and turn off our walls. Show you what I'm looking for. And I'm looking to bring out this profile that exists for this arch. So if you see right in here, that's the profile that I'm looking to bring across here. So, and turn off, I have a dome on. Probably should start cleaning up a little bit here. So I'm going to grab all of these and those. Let's do just geometry, so I don't grab any of my shapes. Okay, and then we'll put those on a layer. Column upper. Okay, and that way I can turn them off. And see our view here. So that's the profile that I want to do. And you see that the curve actually does go in a third dimension there. So I did want to use that profile that I was given from the opening. And our opening was a little bit shorter. That's why mine ends here. But I'm going to go and draw my profile matching this guy here. So here, I'm going to just shift click out most of this stuff. And I'm going to make it pretty thick because I believe this guy needs to be pretty deep to cover that top trim. And then I'll just snap these up and weld verts. Kind of did that as a 2.5 snap on that. Alright, so let's see. I'm going to grab these two guys and let's go to all and isolate these. And then here's my path. I'm going to create a compound, and then it's going to be a loft. I'm going to get my shape. Okay, and then that, I'm going to go edit some of this here. So I don't really need all of this going vertical, so I'm going to go edit my loft and my surface parameters here and make this, skin parameters here, and make this down along the path. Just make it down to 0, because I've got plenty of vertices where it's straight, and I've got plenty of vertices where it's curving, so I'm getting definitely enough there. On my path, I did just straight lines. There's no need to have 5 divisions between every vertex there. Okay, and that's giving me a shape like that, and you'll see it's going on that compound curve there. Now I want to make sure I've got this path happening in the correct place and revolving around correctly. Looking at this, it looks wrong. So a couple ways I could have had this is set the pivot point at first, but I'm going to show you how to do it in the shape. And you can grab the shape here, and then we can edit the spline. And this actually had the profile sticking out that way. So I need those these to be rotated. Look at a 90-degree rotation there. And then I can also move this out to fit that curve. So I can pull this way off just to see what I'm trying to do here. I'm going to snap this point. So I'm going to lock in my selection from there. I want that to follow right along that profile line, and that will stick it out quite a ways, and we'll see what that does for us now. That is possibly just some shading, or maybe I can check my path here. So I've got a little bit of issues there. I'm going to check my path, show you how to fix some of this stuff, and deselect here. You'll see I've got probably some overlapping verts here, so I'm going to front view on that. In the vertices here, I'm going to just start pulling out quite a few of these, and just because this is pretty much a straight element up top, find out where it's acting up, and it seems like it was right in there. So I'm just deleting some of the vertices here just to clean that up a little bit, and I can certainly go through and delete more if I've got just way too much resolution in there. So I'm just kind of cleaning up a little bit, give it a nice even spread. Okay, anywhere I've got overlap, that's coming from our original, coming from the curve model. But just so you know, you can actually clean all this up if you need to, which I believe we do. Okay. Looks like there's some doubles there, causing some overlap. Okay. The key thing here is I just want to be able to maintain the resolution so that it's curving all the way around like that. So just picking off some of these extra double verts. Probably find out where they're really close is where I'm going to have some of the issues. So panning along it. Okay, and then where it gets straight, it's probably not as much of an issue. Alright, so let's check that in our side view here. Let's get our walls turned on and see how we've got that. So that is definitely going to be able to stop that piece from coming through. Now this trim looks like it sits on top of this piece, so probably don't need all of this stuff. So I'm going to grab these verts here. Oops. On the path, go to vertices here and grab some verts down here and show you what I'm talking about. I don't need this one down here. It doesn't go all the way to the ground. The reason I looked at doing that is I wanted this tangency to come out correctly. So I added that knowing that that would probably stop around here. So I'm just grabbing the vertices off my path, and then take that last vertex and snap it up to the top there. So let's kind of clean out some of these. And I'll isolate these and show you how we're going to clean this up. And then we will go into here, grabbing this guy. So I could either get rid of some vertices, which I probably can. I'm going to get rid of these two bottom guys, this guy right here, on that one, and that's flipping that one. So I'm going to go ahead and move this one. Gotta tweak these up. It's becoming a little bit organic here as far as our modeling. Not as dead on precise, but what I'm trying to do is get these all past that point, 2.5 snaps, moving that up to there. Then I can grab this vertex and move it up to there, and that should get it right on top of that piece. Okay, and then I think I want to take my shape and grab the spline on it, turn off our snaps, and I want this to be not overhanging that edge. I'm just going to pull it back a little bit, and then that should embed into the wall nicely. And then we'll have to trim off that this piece that runs through it, okay, which we'll approach in the next video. So I'll turn on my walls, give you a sense of what the heck we just did there. So that's that piece that arches out of that. Then we need to trim this piece off to that piece. Alright, so let's continue on. We're going to show you how to get this piece kind of trimmed off. So I'm going to isolate that, And what we're looking to do is stop this, but I want to match it up nicely to that object. Now, when you're going to do this, we're going to actually use a boolean. I like to make my cuts very clear, and this one's kind of a little bit sloppy down in here, and just a little bit sloppy over here as well. So let's do a couple things here. I'm going to make this on my path. I'm going to take these vertices that we had, and I moved them up and snapped them up in the last video nice and clean, but I think I'm going to bring them down. Make sure we're bringing this correctly so that it doesn't flip, so that I got it clearly cutting through, and then we'll snap it up later. Most of this is actually covered by the, let me make sure I only got one vert there. Most of it's actually covered by that trim piece, so we can actually have it extend a little bit, and I don't think we'll ever be above looking down in that little corner to see that. So I've clearly got it intersecting all the way through. It's clearly going through on the bottom, and I've got a nice clean face at the bottom there, clean face on the bottom there, and it's clearly intersecting. You kind of don't want, if you want to have a lot of success with this, you need to have clean intersections with these booleans. So let's take this guy, and we'll create compound pro boolean, and I'm going to subtract this one off. Now I could actually, it'll disappear, which is fine. We'll bring this guy back. I can go to my loft object, and I want to extract out an instance of it, which is fine that it's an instance. We're actually going to delete this pro boolean, so that instance will no longer remain. We could keep it on there, but I'm going to do an edit poly. Let's just put an edit poly on top to see if we need to have that history saved or not. And then I'll grab this island here. Got a couple more little islands that are left over from the, we could actually do this one and then Control I, grab any ones that are kind of floating there. And I am noticing this little section here is not the greatest. So I'm actually going to trash that. And on my, since I did do an instance on that, I should be able to take this guy here and take the shape, grab the shape, and then I'm going to go to spline level, and I want to move this slightly forward. It might go a little slow because it's got that boolean on there. I'm going to pull this one forward a bit so that I get a nice clean cut, and that's meeting it nicely there. And just checking everything else, it looks like I can pull it even further here for this side. Well, the inside one I'm not too worried. I'm mostly worried about the outside. Okay, so I kept that history there, and then I'm going to go to get out of the loft, and we'll check this boolean, and then I can stick the edit poly on here again. I had to take it off because the topology changed. So I'm going to grab this one, and then Control I, and then delete. Okay, so that keeps that. I think I'll keep the history there. It's pretty useful, and it's not going to really hurt us too much. So I think that trim piece is working. We'll go ahead and isolate. And now if we go to camera, my inside camera, and I'll turn off my image planes, we should get that thing looking much more like what it's supposed to be. So that trim is trimming that off, and it's hiding that edge around there. So that's all looking really good there. So I'm going to pan around again, and let's turn on column upper, and we'll turn on our dome. Okay. Turn off my angle snap so I can kind of look around a little bit better. Okay, so I think everything's looking pretty good on that. And we probably have a similar issue here with the bottom going in. Let's see this guy. Going into these side shrines. These actually open up, and I can't have that piece covering that opening. So let's isolate this and show you what I'm talking about here. So right now that piece kind of covers that. And so all we really need to do, this guy was a loft. We basically just need to edit this path to have curve on it. So this case, I want this one to curve, and I want this top part to curve. So and if you remember, we drew these shapes over here. So this is the, let me grab the shape here. That's one of them. This is the top one. Oops. So this is one of the top shapes, and if I turn on vertices, you'll see that's the outline. So all of these were part of one curve. So what I like to do is keep this loft working for this one, but I need to edit basically these bottom ones. So I'm going to go ahead and pull out these segments here and detach them. And I'm going to we'll keep that one going there. So with those segments there, I'm going to go ahead and actually these could be splines. So if I grab that spline and that spline, I'm going to go ahead and detach them. And this would be trim bottom. And then I need to get this path. So I need to edit this path. So I'm going to, because I want to keep the path going inside of there. That was all working great, but I need to get the path out of here. So if I go to spline, grab the spline, this was the one that's kind of going, but I need to add that curve to it now. I'm going to detach a copy of that. So I'm going to keep this one here and detach a copy. And this will be our trim bottom path. Okay, so I can take essentially this now and hide it. And I have this curve and the shapes that I need to loft along it. So there's my path, and we'll add the curve onto it a little bit later here. So let's go to, let's get the loft working. Actually, let's edit the curve first. So the curve does that right there. So I want to grab that basic shape and then bring it over to here. So if we grab the segments on this, gotta do a window selection here. So that's my curve that I'm looking to kind of duplicate. And to there. And I'll go ahead and pull those out. You know what, actually I think I'll detach them because that will give me a pivot point. Detach a copy of that. And show you what I'm going to do here. So that gives me this curve. And I want to get that center point because I want to rotate this thing. So effect pivot point, snap. And I'll snap it up to that line and then make sure that it's snapped up to the horizontal there. And then we can rotate it. Get my angles on to that. And then I'll do a shift drag over to here just as a simple copy. Okay. Now what I need to do is add those curves to my original curve. So let me just hide my walls so you can see what's going on. So this is the curve, and then I'm going to attach. So I'm basically just using the curves that I've got to help build the information for the rest of this, and then we'll go into our splines. We should have some intersections here. Looks like we will. So let's go and try to trim this. If we have an intersection, this will work, and if not, we'll try extend bounds. So I'll try to trim. And let's pull that segment off here. Probably will have to do this kind of manually. All right. So let's see first off if they are flat, which they are. And let's try our spline, and I'm going to do an extend here. What this is going to do is extend this line out to any other line. So right now there's probably a minuscule gap there, so I'm going to extend that, and that's fine that it did that. Trim will work. Gonna pull that one out there too. So now let's see if we can get this to trim that piece there. That's what I'm looking for, and then I can use that to trim that off. I just needed a clean intersection there, that's why I did that extend. Okay, and then there to go. Same on this side, extend. This guy will extend out to any intersection that it can find. It looks like it is intersecting, but it's not clear enough. It's kind of the same as the Booleans. You want to make sure you got clear intersections for this stuff to really work. Okay, go to vertex, and then I'm going to weld vertices here. Okay, got rid of that one, and then we'll weld verts on that one. Okay, now the Bezier handles are turning on, so they are welding. Grab those and weld verts. Got some Beziers, and weld verts, Béziers. All right, so then that, if I click on it, will give me a closed curve. Okay, now I should be able to take that as my path and do a loft. This should have the same pivot point we'll see here. We might have to fix that there. So get shape to there. Okay, and it is slightly down, but it looks like it's aligned correctly there. So that will work. And then I'm going to turn my snaps on, and let's get our walls. Let's get our isolate here. Okay, so our pivot point got slightly shifted on that, so let's move this one down. I'm going to lock my selection in with the space bar. This trim piece starts down here and locks to there. So now if I go to my camera and turn off our angles here and look around. So now I've got, that's my main one, it goes back behind there. And now I've got that trim piece kind of wrapping around inside, which is great. So that's exactly what we want it to do. I actually had walls turned on. Yeah, I guess that's the wall there. So see, it's wrapping around, and then you got that idea of the little shrine inside of there. I'm going to unhide all and say no, I don't want to unhide my layers. There's your walls. Okay, so that's kind of what it does. That trim piece now goes around, and then that covers that piece off there. Okay, so I think we finished up that little trim. Next little video, we'll try making these little pieces for the side, and then we'll copy them around, and we'll be pretty close to there. So we will look at a side view here. I'm going to turn off my walls. It's not going to show what I need to see here. Pretty much done with the trim on that. And let's get our image plane on. And we'll turn off our dome and upper columns. All right, so what we're looking for here is to get these little shrine elements here. They're built from same kind of pilaster element there. We can build this trim piece around and then get those cranked in there. So let's turn on an upper column. I'm going to start from one of those. I'm going to do one of these straight on. And I've got my spacebar locked. So I'm going to take that guy, and for now I'll just take the whole group. That's totally fine. I'm going to copy that. I don't want this connected in any way. I'm going to group and explode. Let's grab, get off the circle, grab all of these. So I'm going to check that I don't have anything else. And I'll go to left view here. And let's go ahead and move this guy. So that was from straight on there. Now these are on the 45 or the 15, probably the 15 degrees. So they are happening. The 45 they're happening right here and right here. But I'm going to go and build this guy straight, and we'll put him into place from there. So it's snapping, locking, and I'm going to move this down to the bottom. Let's move it up to that trim piece will be lined up with that right there. I'm going to go into my vertices on this. Actually, this guy has been transformed a bit. Let's try to hammer this out and see what that'll do for us if we can get this to go back. Yeah. Just trash that one and trash that one. He is laying down. So I'm going to go ahead and use this one. It's just a little bit off as far as we have to be. It's drawn in the top view, so if I look at, or it's drawn right there. We could actually grab the spline here. Let's do this. Show you another way of fixing these X-forms. So if I grab the spline, and I'm going to rotate, and we'll rotate this one. It's going to completely mess up our lathe or our loft here. So I'm going to stand this one up straight, and I want it to actually look this way. So that when I go to left view, okay, I see it in the view that I want. Now if I do my lathe, that's going to mess things up. I'm going to just trash all of these here. Okay, and let's put a new lathe on here. I'm just trying to use that curve. And this is where I'm going to have to freeze this transform here. Okay, that puts a transform on there. I'm going to convert to a spline just to get rid of that transform. And now if I do a lathe, actually I may need to keep that on there. And I want to lathe this one around the, if you look at the, let's convert that to the spline, get rid of that history here, and do the lathe around that. And you'll see this one I want to actually do it around the z-axis. Okay, let's isolate this and show you what I'm doing here. So if I turn off the lathe, you can see the pivot point is in the wrong spot. So I'm going to move that over and snap. So I'm going to snap up to there. So now if I turn that on, I get what I'm looking for there. Now the problem is we are on the 45 again, so if I do the X form and rotate the gizmo here, let's go ahead and center this up. So I'm going to modify and hierarchy effect center to pivot, and then we'll do our rotating center. Center is not centering up, so I'm going to center that guy up to there. And I want to do this one in the X direction here. I just did a 5 for X, and it looks like it's a little off. Alright, so you're going to trash this X form and get this axis correct. So the axis is off a little bit vertically there. So now I've got that on like that, so I'm going to X form. And we need to get this pivot point now centered up. Okay, and then I'll do my X form on this. So what was happening there, my axis was lined up this way, but it was off a little in the X direction there, so it's causing it to spin kind of odd. So I'm going to take this gizmo and now rotate this one, or 45, or we can do it, actually let's do that way, positive. Okay, and then I'm going to right click and convert to editable poly. Actually, I'll keep that X form on there. So I want to keep that history because I'm going to be editing this guy here. So image planes. So now we should, in theory, be able to grab our spline and vertices and move them in the view. A little convoluted there, but it kind of all worked out. Show the end result, and now we can see that pilaster being built there. And then I can pull this one, oops, grab these verts, move it up in the Z direction, and I'm just lining them up to where the column capital would be. Actually, that would be that one right there to the top of it. And then we can put a column capital from up here onto there. So I'll shift drag this guy down, and I'll just do a straight copy. I don't want an instance. And I realize it's the full group. We will group, and let's just open it here because I want to keep the items all grouped together rather than exploding them. Okay, group, and I need to move these over. A spacebar lock in from a midpoint to a midpoint, and then this is a far one over here. So let's build. I'll rotate this guy around. Move it over here and I'll center it, pivot. I'll show, kind of get there. From here, lock in my spacebar. I'm going to move over to the midpoint. Okay, so now it's on top. I'm going to affect the pivot point because it's way off over here and put that centered up like that onto my column. Okay, and then we can actually rotate this one because since I'm doing it from a side view, it looks like I'm working on this column on the other side there. Okay, and then we can go edit some of this, you know, if we need to edit some of this. I'm going to group, open, and Since this guy's been scaled a little bit, I'm losing a little bit of my surfaces here, so we'll troubleshoot that one here. So I'm going to go back into my lines on this guy, and we're going to bring off quite a bit of this stuff. I'm just going to leave the leaf elements above. Okay. And let's actually trash that guy. Put the surface back on there. Alright, I'll have to figure out what's going on with that guy. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to troubleshoot what's going on with that one. So we at least have the curves there, and we've got a pilaster going for this little cutout for the shrine. And we've got those kind of built. Now if I ever need to refine it or add more verts for that, to get more details down there, I certainly can. Okay, so we'll continue on with that in the next one, and we'll fix that surfacing on that one. Okay, so let's continue on. We've got our pilaster built here for this side shrine, and let's look at generating the rest of this archway. So a couple things here is we've got a profile. This has got a trim piece that is going to go along this arch, and so we're going to basically be making a curve. So let's look at creating a curve. A couple ways we could do this is I could start with an arc, and an arc, some of the limits of it is I have to start at 2 points, and I can't hold the shift key and straighten it out, but I could get a nice half arc built quite easily like that, and then we could trim it up. The other option would be building a circle that kind of fits it, and we move this guy down and play its radius up a bit. We can get an arc that looks like that, and then if I use some lines I can trim that guy off. So let's go ahead and do it that way. So I'm going to create a line here, and I want this one to actually snap 2.5 snaps to a pivot point, because I'm going to need to get it to go to this object's pivot point. So see if we can get this to snap to there. And actually that's not going to give me the pivot point, so let's go ahead and find our center line. So there's no like center of a circle or anything like that. So we're going to go from that endpoint, make sure it's on endpoint, hold shift over and over to, I'm going to have to go past it here. Let's go all the way across. And then now we've got a midpoint that I can come from. And I'm looking to create a line that I'm just going to pull out there, and then I'm going to rotate it. I'm going to move its pivot point here back to this endpoint, and let's rotate, and I've got my snaps on 5 degrees. So if we turn off that object snap, so I can get that there, okay. And then we can affect the pivot point and align back to the world, and I'm going to mirror this guy over in the X direction as a copy. And what that's doing for me is giving me 2 lines that I can then trim with to get this. So I'm going to convert this one to a spline, and we will attach these two. Okay, and then in spline mode here, we can trim out this guy. Okay, and then I don't really need that curve or that curve anymore. And so that's the arc that I did there, and I know that these are exactly the same. And I could have drawn a line straight across and used edge snaps to get that, and just done an arc tool. Now we're looking at this at a slight 45-degree angle, so we're going to have to build this like I did this one straight on. So I'm going to go ahead, and we'll keep that as reference there, but I'm going to more than likely have to make this a little bit larger when we rotate it into place. All right, so I'm looking at some kind of a trim detail that will go along this piece. Um, so looking at it, I can imagine it goes down, and I'm going to hold shift, and then goes back, and then we have another piece that goes in, and just going to build a couple pieces. This will make a little more sense once I get this drawn here. And we'll move this snapping to there. All right, so I've got a profile, and I want this to basically have the pivot point to be up along that corner here. I'm going to take that curve and go, take this profile and go right along that curve there. All right, so we've got the path, and I'm going to do a loft on this one. And let's do loft, and we'll get our shape. Okay. And our surface parameters, sorry, our skin parameters, we're going to set these back down to 0. I've just got linear objects here, so I'm going to grab this curve, and let's go to segments. And there's only 2 segments, that's why it's nice and straight there. And we will come down, and I'm going to divide this guy several times so I get a nice smooth arc there. Okay, so let's take this and isolate so we can see what we're trying to do here. So that is the shape. Now it's on the wrong side. I'd like to have this kind of angled on the front side. So I'm going to grab the shape, and it's starting at the beginning there. We can take this and rotate it, and I've got my 5-degree snaps on. There's my 90. Okay, so I'm looking to have that kind of a detail on the front here. So I'm going to flip this 180 here, and actually that looks like a 270. Yeah, so I'm looking to have, let's see if I can get this to do, there we go. So I'm looking to have, so let me flip that 180. I'm going to, oops, it won't let me undo that one. That's odd. So I'm going to look to put this, let's look at it from a straight view so that I can get a straight line there. Keeping my 5-degree snaps allows me to get that lined up there. So now I'm going to take this and rotate it kind of back a bit, 90 degrees. So now I'm getting the idea of those pieces set back. So let's get out of isolation here and pull this forward a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and center the pivot. Let's pull it forward a little bit and check that against our drawing. All right, so that's the idea. It's going to be kind of stepping back like that, and then we have this canopy piece. So I've got the trim piece for the front, and what I'd like to do then is pull it all back so it becomes kind of a roof element. So I've got a little bit shown here on the front, but let's add some more. So let's pull this out a little bit more, and on top of this I'm going to add an edit poly. And let's go to face, and let's go ahead and isolate. I'm going to grab these faces here. So I just held the shift key down to do that. Just grab that face to that face, and then I'm going to extrude this. So right click and extrude. Make sure, I gotta check my options on this one. Make sure I'm facing group normals or local normals. These will work. So group normals will be fine, and I want to have this one come back to give us some canopy. Oops. And we'll leave that on there like that. So now I've got this canopy element. Let's go to isolate. Pull it out a bit more. Oops. And let's go to this view. Okay. And now I'm looking to create this element that goes across the this trim piece, the entablature here, the part that goes above from column to column. Alright, so let's go ahead and pull this guy over to here to give us a sense of what we're looking for. Alright, so we're going to be bringing this trim piece, let's draw out a profile, and this is just going to be a loft along a curve. So I'm going to draw out the top of this element in profile. This has a little angle back. There's a piece that comes forward. That's back. Another forward piece. Okay. Close it. Oops. Didn't get that to close. Weld verts. Let's get this one lined up here. Alright, so the idea behind this is that it comes from, let's see here, get our roof. It's going out around the, coming along the wall, then coming out, and then going back across, and then going back. So, if I can show that. So it goes along the wall, comes out towards the column, comes out to the column, goes across the other column, goes back, and then goes back along the wall. So we need to create a path for that. So let's go line, and you'll notice that this one is on the curved wall here. So it's going to be a slightly angled curve. So let's see if we can find that guy here, and I can show you what I'm talking about. If I grab like that column, you'll see that the entablature happens above this element here. So it's actually happening on this curved element over here on the opening. As I spin around, this is the opening back to it, and this is happening between the opening. So here's the little archway, the opening to the door. This is that opening, and then this is happening right on this piece between these two columns. So it's on this curve right here. So we're going to need that to help draw our path. So let's grab all of our pieces that we need here, and I'll isolate. So I'm going to grab that guy and that guy, our columns. Let's go ahead and group close, and we'll grab our roof here, and let's isolate it. Alright, so the idea is, wait, hold on, I need to get my columns out too. So let's grab a column. Is that it comes between these two columns along this curve. So I need to trace this curve is basically what I'm getting at. So I'm going to go line. I'm going to start, if I can get that endpoint there, that'd be nice. That endpoint. So that's going from column, and I'm on 2.5 snaps. Okay, endpoint snapping. So this draws a flat curve on the ground. This will line up with our segments on our walls to that endpoint. Okay. And we will leave it at that. So just right click that. So there is my curve. That is going to go along the wall. It needs to come out from the column and then back into there. Let's go ahead and draw this guy straight on, and then we'll rotate him back into place. So I'm going to grab all these, get out of isolate. I need a center point here, so let's isolate those. And let's get this all lined up, ready to go here. So what I'm going to do is put all this stuff. I'm going to go ahead and group this. This will be group. Let's close all the groups. Group one more group. This will be shrine canopy or something like that. And I want to get the pivot point for this snap. I'm going to lock up. I want to take this from the midpoint, which would be this one right here, and that guy right there, line them up to our center point there. And now I need to get our group pivot point there as well. So adjust pivot point for the group, and it looks like it's pretty close. Let's just snap it up to there on that endpoint, and then I want to get my group snapped up to an endpoint there. Didn't snap up to that endpoint. So now I've got that canopy, okay, lined up, and then the idea here is I want to pull him out to where he would meet the walls. I don't really need to snap there. And then I'm going to affect the group's pivot point and get it back to the center. Okay, and then we can rotate off. There. Okay, so we're looking to get that into that position there. And I'm going to change these angles to 1 degree. What I'd like to do is get this one so that, I'm going to use this other column here. Go ahead and group, open it. I'll grab this column group. And let's check, make sure we got it all here. That and that. Let's go ahead and make another group of that one. We'll call this one column group. What I would like to do is mirror that guy over to this side. So I'm going to just make sure my pivot points for this affect the pivot. Let's go and put that to the center here. Okay, we're going to mirror in the Y. Move this over a Y-axis, and I'm going to make an instance. Okay, so the reason I'm doing that is it gives me a little visual of where I need this to be when I rotate. So let's go ahead and group, close. So now I'm in the top group here. Rotate this over. And the idea here is I'm looking for the gap between the two to be equal. Now I'm getting a little bit out of my mouse control here, so I'm going to rotate this one and use the slider here. I get a little bit more, this thing's in my way. Okay. Now I've got that in place. My other curve is right here. I've got these in place. I can isolate these, and the idea here is we're going to get this curve. I want to come out around this trace element here, or trace this piece out to here across the entablature and then back to there. So I need a new line, and I'll do snaps. From here I'm going to snap to my base of my columns. Okay, and then I will grab, I had that one selected. Okay, I'm going to grab that curve one, and let's just grab one of these here, and we'll do an attach this one to it. Spline mode, and I'm going to trim this piece off right there. Trim those off to there. Okay, go to vertex mode. Grab all the verts and weld. Okay, so now I've got a path that I can send that profile that I had along a curve here. So let's keep those selected. I'm going to get out of isolate and bring this guy back and isolate. Okay, and I want this one to pivot. I'm going to have it go along that curve right at that point there. So I'm going to move the pivot point to there. Okay. And then now I have my path that I'm going to create a compound, loft, get shape. Okay, and you see what that has done is it made our entablature. Okay, plus it's got, the ability to have that curvature on there. And I've got the segmentation on this one set, or the skinning is set to 0 and 0. So there's really, look at the path, really not much need for more along here. It's pretty much straight. Because I snapped those lines for the path, we're nice and straight. So there's really not much curvature on that. Okay. We will move this guy up from here, there up to there. Okay. Go ahead and check this against our drawing. Grab all that and then unisolate. And that's going to be blocked by our picture there, but that's the idea. So if you look at the drawing, these things are resting on it. So we just need to fix a little bit of that. And I think I can do that a little bit through group, open, grab this one. And if I take our shape here, and this is warning me that I have the edit poly above, I understand that, so I'm just going to say I understand that, yes. I'm not going to change the topology, I'm just going to grab the shape here in the spline mode and give it a little bit of a scale. Okay, this is just a uniform scale. I could do locally on that and scale a little bit in this direction. I could also do it on a pair. I'm see if it'll angle it. That won't. Alright, so that's working for that. It's giving me a little bit of that. I can go, yeah, it's not going to line up to that guy locally, so that's fine. I could go back to the original curve that I drew for that and resize those. But the point is I'm getting it to kind of come down and intersect with that. And that scaling did give me some curvature, so I actually don't want to do the scaling on it. Let's take, now I drew this guy from the side view, so he is a little bit out of scale. So I'm going to take this one and let's get out of all this, and we'll center the pivot on this guy. And let's do a little bit of wide local axes here. I'm going to widen this a bit because I now have him rotated, that I will need that to be a little bit that way, and then I can also scale him a little bit that way and bring it in. Okay, without having accurate total dimensions of what this thing does, I'm going to have to go off of making it work. So sometimes that's what's required. Okay, and I think I'm going to pull this edit poly that we have. Those polygons, I'm going to just pull those way back, okay, so that they embed into the wall that we have built. Okay, so if I turn on my walls, make sure I got my walls on. Okay, you'll see that that sinks into the wall. Alright, so I'm just in one of my camera views. I'm going to go this side of my wall. Trying to find out where I am. It's behind me. There's our shrine. Alright, so just going to user view here. We just need to get a couple more things for this shrine embedded in the wall. Thinking these columns will need to go back into the wall a bit, so let's get them selected. And I've got the pivot point on these guys right here at the 0, 0, so I may take these and just do effect object only. And let's move them in the X direction. Actually, that's not doing it, it's the group. So let's go ahead and group open these. I was moving the group, not the object, so I'm going to grab that, and that, and that. And let's move these back. So I will have to do each one of these individually. Yeah, because I've mirrored them, their directions are changed. So basically the idea here is I want to get these things moved back into the wall. Okay, but since they are mirrored, their directions are opposite. So I'm going to grab that guy. I think I can move these two back. Actually, these are probably going to be much thicker than what I have. So let's grab this one, and we'll look at its history here. And I've got my spline. So what I'm looking to do here is pull this one back. Now, I can't just pull the vertices out. That would make the thing wider. So I'm actually going to take these and do an edit poly on them. So let's do edit poly. And I'm looking to pull all of these faces back. So I'm going to put this guy on window selection, pull all those faces. So I just grab the back end of this. Okay, and then I'm going to pull this all back in, since I am instanced there. Show you what I'm trying to do. Pull that back into the wall like that. Okay. And then we'll have to build something for the sides up here. I don't know exactly what those would be, but something to fill in that gap. Looks like the column capitals repeat back, so a couple things we could do is look at just duplicating these pieces around. So that group open this one. Okay, and then do a rotate. Let's see, group. I think I've got another layer of groups there. That guy, that guy. So I'm going to take this one, back pivot, center object, and rotate a copy. Get a 90 degrees on here as an instance, and we'll move these back something like that to fill it up. Okay, and then probably would look to mirror that over. So if I affect pivot point, they will mirror along this x-axis, but I need to get it centered. So I'm going to pull this over to there, and then do a mirror along the x as an instance. Okay, so that mirrors that over there. I'm going to show you here. To like that. Okay, so I'll do that for the other side as well, and we'll get these all copied around. You know what I'm going to do is actually delete that guy. Going to go in group and close. Okay, and now that I've got this one, I'm going to group, close, group, close. One more time. That's the column capital, that's the column. And going to go ahead and get this pivot point for the group. One more group. Yeah. So I'm going to affect this pivot point for this group, which is right there. Okay, so that will actually work. So if I mirror this one along the Y as an instance, just mirrored it along this axis right there. Okay. Group, close, group, and then I'm going to take this guy and group, attach it to this one. This all becomes part of one group. And then I want to take this guy and start duplicating him around. So let's go and get this guy at 5 degrees. Alright, so I'm looking to get that one over to here. So I need to mirror him along this 45 axis over to there. So if I took this group, and actually, if I look at this, these ones are slightly different, so I can rebuild those into a peak. But you get the idea here once I start doing this. So what I'm going to do is get this one where I have a 45 line built. So let's mirror him across on the X. Okay, so it's over there, and I'm going to do no clone. So I'm not going to copy this one, so I'm just basically moving it over here. So now I've got it set there. Now I want to get this pivot point. Go ahead and rotate it so that it lines up with my 45 line, which is this blue one here. Oops. Yeah, there it is. So that should be on that blue line. Okay, and then we will mirror that guy along in that case would be the Y direction, and I do want to do an instance. Okay, and I can take these, and let's go ahead and group that one more time. So just like I said, I'm just using groups. So trying to get my pivot point for them to easily mirror around. So I'm going to snap this one up to here. And take those, mirror them over in the, I'm going to do Y or X. I'm thinking X first. Grab these guys and mirror them over in the Y as instances. Okay, so now you will see I've got a bunch of these shrines going on. Okay, so that's kind of the idea. I think we're kind of repeating stuff here, decking this thing out, but it's getting there. So let's go and turn on everything and look at what we got. Dome. Don't really need saved. Trim elements for sure will bring a lot of detail. So you can see we're getting quite a bit of this model built. And then in finishing out all the details would be just continue along a lot of the same principles that we've had, that we've been doing kind of throughout the whole thing. So for this camera, I'm going to actually open them up a little bit. Let's grab this camera, select it, and let's do a 24 millimeter lens, which opens up the lens quite a bit more. So you can see we've got quite a bit going on. I can turn off my shapes, and I think now we're at the point where it's a bit of cleanup, and we'll get into the texturing on our next series, texturing and lighting for this thing. A lot of the panels that are showing up on the sides will be done through texturing. Probably need a little bit of a base here for these shrines. I think there's something in the model that shows that. But all in all, we're looking pretty good. Looks like I got a little bit of a collision here. Okay, so what I would do is first off, see if those actually continue across there. They may not. So let's just take a look at that. They probably don't, so that's actually an easier fix. Okay, so just group, open. I look at the models or the drawings and find out what is happening in there. And I'm just going through all the different little groups here that I've got and deleting these out. If they were existing there and they just shortened, we would have to make these make them unique to each other and then poly edit them up. So I can show you that idea if let's just say that they do go along there. So this one and this one, I'm going to do make unique, and I do want them to be unique from each other because each one's going to have its own edit poly. So I'd keep all that history that's on there, grab these verts or faces, whichever one. I want to go view, and I'm going to do a group, and then pull those up to wherever they need to be. If we kind of look at this in a front view, they would probably come, I'm going to turn my snaps off, to something like that, and then all of this would angle down and collide with it. Okay, more than likely does. Something similar to that. Okay, and since I made that one unique, not all the other ones are doing it. Okay, so then that's that idea. So I can grab this other one. Okay, edit poly. And the key thing here is I just wanted to show you the idea. Keeping this history on there can be quite powerful for architectural visualization and modeling like that. So, okay, and then if I don't like this thing being so just kind of guessing the angle and I get this weird polygon there, I could set this one 2.5 snap to an edge snap. Okay, it will get me closer. It's not going to give me right on. It's still going to give me the off issue there. We could draw a line and snap to a line. There's a couple things we could do there, but it's going to be embedded in there, so I'm not too terribly worried with that. Okay, so now if I look at my camera, I have those elements there, so I could kind of close up all of these groups and then just mirror them over. So I could delete that group and mirror this all over. So if I delete that group and delete those, and let's go group, close, close, and then I'm just gonna see what we need to do for group, close. Okay, so that gives me the half, and I'm at the top of my group. So if we go to our top view here, we can mirror those over. Instance in the X, that looks good. Camera 3, and I didn't get the right one. So let's group, close, and I want to mirror in the X. I didn't say X. There we are. So that mirrors over. Okay, so things like that, it's just repeating the same methods that we've been doing for quite a while. And I think with that note, I will end with that view and the rendering here. All right, so the rendering is coming online, and you'll see everything's rendering just fine. This is just a simple mental ray rendering with a little final gathering on it. So hope you enjoyed this. This will be a fun one to keep detailing out like crazy. I mean, I think a lot of the interest is coming in where we've had a lot of work and detail put into it. A couple things is we might want to take this profile that we had and read and trace the line all the way around, or use the edge of the wall and create 2D surface from the edge of the wall and extend this piece of trim all the way around. I believe that goes all the way around the room and then pops out around these columns. Okay, so hopefully this was enjoyable, and hopefully you can use some things that we learned in here on your projects.